All right, man. Let's do the dang thing. It is tier list time. Let's see. Let me do this real quick. Alright, let's grab this, put that down there. Kill that. Grab the Platinum Sky is so good. Put that over here. Okay. That and that. Good to go. There we go. Man. It's crazy. I got Uma Musume on the brain. I'm not even gonna lie to you, man. Like, I know it's Grand Blue time. We're gonna lock in. We're gonna do this tier list, but like, they really did just they fucking blew the whole thing in half yesterday, huh? They left the meta quaking and quivering. Talking about this this fucking shit, man. What the hell is this? What the fuck is this? What am I, how am I supposed to understand any of this, huh? Why are there like why is this bigger than any patch Grand Blue has ever gotten? This shit is insane, man. They got like fucking 100. Oh fuck. They like 119. No, I was gonna say 119 is unironically a huge understatement, right? Like, how many lines is this fucking document? It's like 400 or something like that. This shit is bigger than any patch we ever got for Grand Blue. I'm jealous. We're gonna read that tomorrow probably because it's just like there is Uma Musume tier list 1, you know? There is a I think Victoria Frontier made like a Google Doc that kind of spells out exactly how the skills have been updated, because these are not really patch notes, right? They're just announcements that skills have been changed. You don't really know how. Announcements that, you know, activation conditions have been changed. You don't really know how. But that shit's crazy, man. I'm gonna spend like all of Wednesday and Thursday probably just looking at that and going, I don't know, man, I don't know. Here to say that 2B is too broken. 2B is pretty good, man. We'll get into it in a second here. We have a little bit, I think a little bit of a nicer looking tier list this time around. You know, it's got like the names on there too, not just the icons. We'll give it a sec here before we go. Here to say that 2B is mid, the duality of man. Well, I guess it's not really the duality of man. I guess the duality of man will be here to say that 2B is bottom 1 or something like that. I'm trying to look at all of these guys and like, is there anything that I like don't have a pretty established opinion on? Yeah, maybe. I feel like UL was kind of the last big question mark in my head, and that bit at the end of yesterday's stream really helped. Yeah, we'll see though. We'll see. Here to say that Yuka is wrong. Here to say to buff Djeeta. They did. They literally did. They buffed her. Not this patch though, right? That was Wilnas patch. But they buffed her, man. Look. Do it again. They got your girl. Here to say that Yuka is right. It was the Wilnas patch. Yeah, it feels like it was not very long ago, but yeah. Here she is, man. Look, she literally got buffed. I don't know what this does, honestly. I assume this just means it wall bounces from further away, but you got buffed! I want more. That's valid, I guess. Yeah, she's an interesting one. We certainly we'll discuss it, certainly. She's an interesting one. You know what really needs buffs is this one right here, probably. The Djeeta buffs kinda did not matter. Yeah, it made sense though, right? Because she was already pretty good. Like, of all the, like... Screw EX Djeeta? Well, she just needs the help, right? Of basically everyone that they intended to buff and actually buffed, he was probably the second best character, right? Like Sora is obviously being the... I mean, they probably didn't intend to buff either of these two, but they did end up doing it, essentially. Or maybe 2B, actually. EX Djeeta went. 125 meter combos and stupid damage, that's what I want. I mean, Djeeta's got you somewhat covered on half of that already. Her damage is still pretty damn good, man, unless you're talking about, like, back to the wall. In which case, it's certainly pretty ass. Now we're going too far. Release Jeter? Yeah, I don't know about all that. I don't know about all that. Lil bro just wants his wall bounce back. I feel that. Well, I don't. Like, you could kill yourself at your earliest convenience, but I understand the desire at the very least. Dude, I fuck with Platinum Sky so hard. Djeeta deserves it more than Cat does. Release Djeeta is a better character than Katalina. Yeah. Right? Really, yeah. Release Djeeta is better than current Katalina, for sure. So, it's not really a fair comparison. Again, you really gotta remember, like, Release Djeeta was a character people were putting in, like, the top 10 on release of Rising. Right? That's... You really gotta think about that one. You really gotta think about that one and, like, how different that is. You know, like, that's 3 different games ago. You know what I mean? Like, Djeeta 214U and 236U do more base damage, please. You Fireball, Djeeta, you Fireball buff idea spotted. Opinion rejected. What the fuck do you mean, man? As if that shit needed to be any better. Hey, Brick, how much democracy are we doing today? None. There is no say in this one. I'm not actually convinced that's true. Current Cat is kind of really good. I mean, spoiler alert, I think Current Cat is arguably the best character in the game right now. But, like, I don't know, man. Release Djeeta was a little silly with it. You might be right. But I'm more so, I'd say they're comparable. Yeah, maybe. I'm more so just, like, basically getting at the fact that, I don't know if you could say she was better. I'd have to remember exactly, you know what? We're waiting a little bit for people to trickle in here before we start. I am curious. Outside of the Rekka wall bounce, they took some other shit off of her too, and for the life of me, I can't remember. Oh, well, first off, 125 meter combos. I mean, that's not really fair, because, like, technically this version of Katalina would have something like that too, right? But it, you know, still just, like, the power level of the game as a whole back then was higher. But they got rid of that. They buffed her JU, which was funny. The Rekka wall bounce being back doesn't make her better? No. Recovery and total animation have been reduced by 3, changing the frame advantage from -4 to -1 on the charge fireball. That's fine. H charge fireball causes a wall bounce, whatever. That's all actually buffs. Rising sword. Block stun for the first swing has been increased. Oh, this is like the DP consistency change. Yeah. Her M Rekka got buffed, actually. H Vorpal Blade no longer causes a wall bounce. I mean, you Rekka being unpunishable was certainly a big deal, right? Yeah, this was a I mean, in combination with 125 meter combos, but yeah, this just not being punishable was pretty fucked up. Because this just made it, she just, like, threw it out, like, at will, basically. And it did ridiculous damage on hit, and she never had to worry about you doing anything about it. It was, like, impossible to contest this, really. This doesn't seem like a big thing, but I feel like that, not actually just being the world's greatest Grand Blue Zone tool is a pretty big deal. And this is also a huge nerf. Like, both of these, well, this one not, but, like, both of these together are, like, huge, right? It matters, but it's still not enough. Honestly, with those two, those two are a really big deal, right? They also, is this the one? Yeah, they also, her SBA isn't, like, the god projectile invuln super anymore. In this patch, though, they did also give her current 5U, basically, right? I don't know, man. I think you're, now that I look at it, I think you're right, yeah? Like, in the sense that, man, I don't think so. No, well, okay, I think you are a little bit underestimating how big these two lines are, right? But this is a big deal. That's true. Certainly if you, like, kept Djeeta's current 5U and gave her both of these, she would be probably better, in my opinion. But serves are big, but current Cat man. Well, the thing is, like, yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I still don't think that Katalina is necessarily better, but I think you're right that it is more comparable than I gave it credit for. Like, just like frame one yelling that, by the way, Break SPD, for some reason people are downplaying Katalina. I know that you won't though. Just like frame one, me going like, actually was better. It's actually probably a little contentious, yeah, right? Like, yes, these two moves were pretty ridiculous. Is there anything else that she... I mean, yeah. Like, a lot of the other stuff was just, like, the existence of, like, 125 combos, the existence of U-skill starter combos, right? Like, those being nerfed hurt her a little bit. Like, I guess that's true. Like, a lot more of it is the system than I was giving it credit for, right? Like, that version of Djeeta in, like, 1.3 Granblue is way better than Katalina. But if you took this Katalina and moved her back to like 1.3 Granblue, it would be way more comparable, right? It would be way more comparable. And you could maybe even make the argument that the Katalina would be better even. But I do think that I really do think that these two, like, are like not like these are huge, right? This shit is like better enchanted lands that cost meter, and this is not as good as Catalina's corner carry back to the wall, but it made her damage from like 2/3 of the screen ridiculous, right? Yeah, and this is also the other big thing they did, right? Is that this was like Versusia SBA. You know what I mean? Like, this was just so reliable as a projectile invuln super, and now it's just not. But it is also important to note that like previous Djeeta didn't have her 5U, which her 5U is one of the better things about her currently, right? So there's a give and take there. Right? Yeah. Anyway, I think we can get started around. I think we can get started, man. It's tier list time. The Meg patch itself was not very big, but honestly, I feel like I have just like through playing a lot of the characters in High Master and like reevaluating some shit, I feel like every time I think my opinions on this game have settled, they change more than I would expect. Though, again, I do think this is not going to be like amazingly different than the one from like a month and a half ago or something that we did for the Wilnas patch. It just is more so going to be like more settled, I think, on top of obviously some like really big shifts, right? For example, I don't think that the amount of tiers is different at all. What was it before? I had a high top tier, a low top tier, a high tier, a mid tier, a low tier, and a bottom tier, so 6. I think that still sounds right to me, right? Picked up Granblue recently. Your content has really helped. Reached A1 with Djeeta yesterday. Thanks to you. Yo, I'm glad, man. Congratulations, and I hope you keep enjoying the game. Been a minute. Chaos Zero Nightmare kidnapped me. I don't know what the fuck that is, Zan, but I hope you're enjoying it. I mean, we just call this like help. It's the same. Are we doing the moods thing like you said yesterday? Yeah, I might give some context for that, but I do still fuck with it. Low tier, right? Mid tier. I'll give some context for all of these because I think just saying this like this doesn't make a lot of sense, right? Low top tier, lower 6. It just I feel like there might be 6 and 6 in here. We'll see if it actually holds up. It's like the, you know, if you know anything about Demon Slayer, there's like I called them the 12 demons of the game, and then I was like, wait a second, that works. Upper 6. Because there are like, you know, like the 12 like the 12 like final boss demons outside of Michael Jackson himself in Demon Slayer. There's like the 6 lower moons and the 6 upper moons, right? I haven't actually fully put this to paper yet, so there might be like 7 and 7, and you might have to slightly go with the bit here, but yeah. I mean, help again, right? We talked about this last time. Help is like needs major buffs to exist, right? And again, this is from the point of view of like very high level play, tournament level play, things like this. The spoiler alert, 2 characters, the same 2 characters that have been alone, the 2 of them in here for like the past 8 months or something like that. They can absolutely win all the time, right? But it's just like, it's more of as you get higher and higher and higher and higher, you really are just the amount that you have to gap to do anything to someone who knows how to fight these characters just gets a little ridiculous, right? The 2 characters in there, you can figure it out. Low tier is kind of similar, where it's just like needs buffs to exist. I say exist. It's a bit hyperbolic, right? But when I say exist, I mean like there are a is there a way to give Vikala major buffs without catapulting her to top 5? Yeah, probably. I mean, they did it with Vane. Vane was probably the last character who was sharing that down there with them, and they moved Vane up to what we'll see. But they moved Vane up a lot, and he's a lot better, and he's not as ass anymore, and he's still not toxic, right? There's always a way. Yeah, Vikala has a design. You could potentially make her, like, you know, top 0 if you wanted to, but there's always room for the middle ground. When I say exist, I mean, like, there's going to high tier. There's a lot of characters in high tier. Spoiler alert. And that to me is like, if a character is in there, I would not at all be surprised to see them in like top 8 of a major tournament. I would not be that surprised to see them even winning, right? Though certainly you would expect that more from the characters further up the list, right? But so that's what I mean when I say exist. Like right now, spoiler alert, right? We'll talk about them when we get there, I guess. But like obviously Vikala and Nir are the 2 characters in here, right? And you know, as that stands, I would be very surprised. Like if someone pulled up in like Evo France and it was top 8 and it was Nir, and I would be like, what? Like I'd be giving them, like, whoever put them there, like, mad props. I'd be like, how the fuck did they do that? That's crazy. How did this happen? This is a real one. Like I would like look them up, you know? Like, I'd be incredibly surprised to see that. So when I say to exist, I mean that, like, exist in the sense that they feel like it would be reasonable to see them in top 8 of a major tournament, or even potentially winning that tournament, right? So low tiers are going to need buffs for that to happen. Mid tier is weird, right? But I would say it's like needs like minor buffs still. Like a lot of mid tier characters, I would think that they are not bad, right? But just considering if, for example, the ceiling of the game went down a lot, these characters would actually be fine, probably. But as it currently stands, they need like minor buffs to be, again, in that same echelon where it's like, yeah, of course this character's in top 8. Who's surprised, right? Needs minor buffs. Slash, this is also where bad meta is going to go in, right? This might be a character who like isn't actually that weak in a vacuum, but man, you know, are the moons up here really just kicking their ass? There's one example of a character like this who I think is very much deserves to be there. High tier is honestly, by and large, can I be real with you? Being chilling. Just good. This a lot of the characters in this tier to me feel like they're just fun. You know what I mean? Like there's enough going on with them that you're like doing strong shit with your fighting game character is fun. It's enjoyable, right? I don't want every character to just be like bland, milquetoast, middle of the road, does nothing, perfectly balanced, like footsies, whatever, right? It is fun to do some dumb shit with your character. And a lot of these characters in high tier are like, you look at them, you go, that's a strong character, but they're also not the people that you would like. There's still interaction there, usually. They have weaknesses that balance out their strengths to an extent, though usually they're more strengths. These characters are going to be more strengths than weaknesses, but the weaknesses are still there. They give you things to exploit. They give you things to, like, you know, counterplay. This is a great place, and I'm not gonna lie to you, I think most of the game, in my head right now, most of the game is, sorry, not most of the game, the plurality of the game is here, right? Like, of all of the tiers, this is going to be the biggest one. It's not going to have 50% of the characters, but it's going to be the biggest tier, which is a good sign, right? And then, yeah, lower top tier is the lower 6 and the upper 6. I mean, it's a similar idea, right? Now we get into, like, needs minor nerfs, to be fair. And here is needs major nerfs, to be fair, right? That's kind of the general idea here. Time for democracy? No democracy on this one. This is going to be my own opinion. If we do this fast enough and you guys want to give your opinion on it later, I'll take your fucking money. I mean, I'll allow the Patriots to defend the nation. But for now, that's not the plan right now, and I don't think this is going to go very fast. Every time I do one of these tier lists, it takes me like 7 hours, and then we go, okay, bye guys. Let's recolor these a little bit because this shit. I mean, just I guess make it. I like red being bad. Me personally, I don't know why they always make it so like red is like the best for some reason. High tier, and then low top tier, and then high top tier. Yeah, that sounds right to me. Do we want to go? Okay, you know what? Pay money to be heard. I'll let you guys have one bit of input. The solution is just have everyone agree with you the moment you put a character in a tier, so you don't need to explain. Easy. That's so true. Do you guys want to go like in just character select order, or do you want to go like vaguely bottom to top or top to bottom or something like that? Start at top? Starting at top is such bad content. You start at the bottom, no? Like, if we're not gonna go in character order, I feel like we gotta go from the bottom up. That'll be interesting. Start from the middle? That's at middle out. It's the sorting algorithm with the dicks. That's actually valid. I prefer character order. We can do that though. Yes, yeah. It's the middle out compression algorithm. We'll do dick sorting. Yeah. We'll do put them on a wheel and spin. Do Fibonacci sequence. So like 1, and then we rank Gran again, and then we do EX Gran. And then we do Katalina, and then we do Percival, and then we do Zeta, right? And then we do Eustace, and then we do Meg, and then we call it there or something, and then start over? Oh, that's funny. Reverse character order, so you talk about the newer characters while you still have all your energy. Oh, reverse character order, that's an interesting one. You know what? I kind of like that, because we have never done that, I don't think. That's kind of interesting. We talk about the DLC characters first. Huh. From the newest character? You know what? Yeah. I like this idea. Sure, fine. I still think Dick Sort is the best idea. You go by columns? I think you need to be killed, no? I think that's... How the fuck did you even come up with that? That's like a psychopath idea. Alright, well... This does put me in a difficult situation. Reverse is a good idea. I fuck with it. This does put me in a difficult situation because right away, I'm not exactly... I would have liked some context to talk about Meg because, okay, right? Meg is either here or here, right? I don't, like... I have to... When I first picked Meg up, right? I had a very negative first impression of her where I was just like, okay, so like, what does she do? Turns out what she does is a lot, right? Turns out what she does is a lot. So like Meg is absolutely here or here, and we'll talk about why in a second. Let me put her here for now. As things fill out, I may very well decide against it, right? My Meg is mid, I am bad with her. No, that's valid. Now, why is Meg so good, right? We're gonna go. This is why it's gonna take 7 years, by the way. So we're gonna talk about like everyone. Meg has a lot going for her, essentially, right? Honestly, a bunch of it I probably don't even know yet. But even with I'm not a believer in Meg at all. Meh. The bouncer does call her meh. So first off, right, Meg is a rushdown character. So you'd expect her to not have, particularly good buttons. Except she just does. Her far L is not the greatest, right? Her far L is certainly not the biggest button in the world. This thing is not particularly inspiring. It's not like horrendous though, right? She's not rocking like Lancelot far L here, or 5L, right? It's not like the worst thing in the world or anything like that, but it's certainly not what we're talking about. When I talk about Meg having like really good buttons, her 2L is also just a completely normal, like perfectly serviceable 2L. It's this fucking thing, which is, to my understanding, I think the third biggest far M in the video game, losing only to, well, fourth, because Fairy counts, technically. Fairy has the biggest one, obviously. Vasaraga has the second biggest one, which is kind of, both of these are kind of cheating. They just simply don't, run the normal kind of far M rules. The only normal far M that is bigger than this one is Percival's. This is bigger than Katalina far M. Like, yes, it's 9 frames, but this button is absolutely fucking huge. Voss is a heavy, yeah, and Fairies is not a normal that you, like, it's not the same kind of thing, right? It's a zoning tool. So, like, this is an absolutely ridiculously huge button. And honestly, it just means that Meg can, like, confirm things like this counter hit shark from way further away than you would expect. She has, like, a really nasty range to poke at you with. It makes it a surprisingly good Grand Blue Zone tool as well, because unironically, she just can attack you from further out than you can attack her with this thing, which is, again, strange. She shouldn't have this. She's a rushdown character. Why did she have, like, a Katalina level normal? Right? And yeah, it's not even that slow, right? Like, it's 9 frames, and then it can hit all the way up to 11, right? It can hit all the way up to, or no, is it 8 up close? Yeah, no, it's 9 up close, and yeah, if you get all the way on the last frame, I think it can be 11. There you go, right? So that's not the fastest thing in the world, but for the size of it, and like that range when it's hitting on frame 11, that actually is like fucking Vasaraga's 5M or something like that, right? So the speed is not a problem. Range is amazing. And it also just fits really well into letting her convert a lot of her own moves. And then on top of that, she also has the biggest 8-frame far H in the game. Not only does she have an 8-frame far H, of which she is one of 3 characters that do, her, Seox, and Vera, she also has the biggest one. An 8-frame heavy attack level button is pretty stupid. Grimnir, the first hit of Grim far H is actually 6/6H attack level. It's even higher than that, or clash level, rather. I apologize. But it's smaller than everything I just mentioned, right? Like, it's really tiny as exchange, but it is still really crazy that Grim has that, certainly. But she just has the biggest 8-frame far H in the game. So, you know, a lot of cases where Meg is, you know, at this sort of distance and she's like even or slightly plus or something like that. Guess what, motherfucker? You're not doing anything about this. This is a really good thing for her to have. And again, having an 8-frame far H and with the range that she does means any counter hit 6XL goes into, well, close H if she gets it. She has an 8-frame close H too. But she also can get counter hit 6XL into far H, or like crouching meaty 6XL into far H. That isn't even like, right? Look at that, like crouching meaty 6XL, or technically max meaty 6XL can go into far H. She's getting far H's off of her 6XL pretty commonly, right? On top of that, so this is like the thing where it's like, why does Meg have this? It feels like she shouldn't have this, right? On top of that, Meg then also just has all the good shit you would expect from a rushdown character, and a quite good version of that at that, right? Very fast neutral skip in this right here. This shit is like if you ever struggled to react to Wilnas knee, the shit is like 2 to 3 frames faster than that. And now, granted, this is almost always going to be minus on block unless Meg wants to do something risky with it, right? But it's still just a nice way for her to close the distance if need be. The U version of this move is also surprisingly difficult to ever punish. Like, this thing is safe on block, right? It's safe on block, it's fast as fuck, and spot dodging this to get a punish on it is actually quite difficult, right? So if you want to keep Meg out, right? If you want to keep Meg out, you're going to have a hard time doing that, right? On top of the fact that she also has this, which Gamera actually using this is why I like watching top players. I don't care about tournament results. I want the top player to show me things that I didn't know the character could do. And Gamera used this fucking thing as a neutral skip way more than I would have expected. And you know what? It kind of works surprisingly well as like a burst option from kind of right outside of the mid-range. If someone hits a button, this will jump over a lot of them. You look at Meg's hurt box here. Most normals that you might use to poke, far M's, 2M's, far H's, things like this, are just not gonna hit this, right? So if you, like, if Meg happens to do this, right, and you throw out a poke, this is gonna, like, punish you half the time into a safe jump, mind you, which we're gonna talk to, right? And even if you don't do anything, this move is 25 frames. So, like, yes, is that reactable and you can absolutely DP it on reaction or something like that? 100%. But one, if you don't have a mirrorless DP, good luck, because to 2H this on reaction, it's a 14 frame reaction check, you're not doing that. And two, even if you do have a mirrorless DP, right, it's just like, there's so much to worry about in the mid-range here. This is the highest mental stack situation in the entire game, is this range exactly right here, right? You have to worry about, like, neutral. You have to worry about 6XL, you have to worry about whiff punishing, you have to worry about preemptive play, reactive play, anti-reactive play, and then this fucking thing as well, right? On top of Meg's other neutral skip, by the way. So, this is also really, really difficult to deal with in the mid-range, and like someone pointed out in the chat correctly too, Cassie, it's an anti-fireball tool, right? And there's an Air OK version of this, which is a lot slower, but not only is this shit plus on block instead of like some sort of minus on block or very risky plus RPS bullshit. This is also her optimal combo starter. He gets close H off of this shit, right? So like, yeah, that's pretty tough. And when would you ever get hit by this? Oh, well, you know, mon frère. Pretend, for example, that you see Meg coming at you and you decide to try and 2H her. Anyway, your remains will be sent to your next of kin. Right? I will say the Air OK one is a bit janky tracking-wise. Yes, this is really only something you want to use to bait 2Hs, because it is true that if someone just, like, walks forward or something like that while you're doing this, boom, right? So there certainly is counterplay to this, but again, are you counterplaying that, or are you counterplaying her other air stall? That'll kill you if you try to run under her, right? Doesn't give her a combo anymore, but she has a different air stall that if you try to run under her, hard knocks you down on counter hit and just gives her OK on regular hit. So, you talk about mental stack, are you dealing with this? Or 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 this, right? Or, it's a lot, man. Or just fucking this, she's also just fast, right? And don't forget, she can also fight you in the mid-range, because she has a far M that is almost certainly bigger than yours, and a far H that is probably going to give you a lot of trouble too, right? So, like, by the way, we're talking about Meg's mid-range. Notice I haven't mentioned what happens when she gets you in the corner yet, right? Her 2M is nutty. Her 2M is pretty good, yeah. 7 frame 2M. Is this bigger than I give it credit for? No, it's a 7 frame 2M. I don't know about nutty, right? It's a 7 frame 2M. Nothing about, like, it's not particularly huge. This is smaller than some of the other ones. Yeah, good recovery on it, though, right? Her 2M is a 7 frame 2M, which is good, right? It low profiled my far L a lot. I can see that. It's actually a little higher than the crouching hitbox, but the stabby bit is a low profile. That's valid. I can see that, right? So Meg has all of this shit to make it difficult to deal with her in the mid-range. She just, by the way, hits pretty damn hard as well, right? Like, the damage, because this character has an 8-frame close H, right? And she has so many different ways to, like, raw link into shit. She just ends up hitting pretty hard. I fucked up that combo, but you can't get raw SSBA there, right? Like, she's doing close to, like, 9K on, like, SBA off a close M, right? She's doing, like pretty damn high amounts of damage. And her optimals hit pretty hard, too, right? She's got, like, Mari as well, which Mari is also, believe it or not, a little better than I gave her credit for. Yes, there's kind of like the fake little, you know, you can like set up some like fake little Mari shit like this, and like you fire it like that, and you're only slightly minus. I say fake because it's still not that fake. Like, yes, she's minus here, but she's spaced out far enough that if you just mash on wake up, then she can kill you. And if you sit still, then you do actually kind of have to deal with the possibility of her comboing you off a high or a low, though it is a very tight timing. But that turns out, that's the gimmick. That, by the way, is already pretty decent. Like, it's nice that Mari can do that, right? Turns out that that is the gimmick, as it so happens. What I saw a lot, again, from Grimnir on Meg, and I was like, wow, I didn't realize she could do this, is you just, you know, when you have a knockdown, you just set Mari out in the Gran Blue zone here. This is silly me. I didn't think the rushdown character will be good in the Gran Blue zone. Turns out she is. And, you know, Meg can do her normal thing, like threaten you with buttons, go for throw baits, and make herself safe now, or combo off them better, or whatever, with Mari out there. But she can also, if she wants, just shoot Mari. If she shoots Mari, she's plus 17, right? And you know, she gets to just do all of her stuff there, get in your face if she wants to, run up for a throw bait, which she has a pretty good throw bait in this, right? It's not the fastest thing in the world. 25 frames is certainly not going to get you every time, but it is still, you know, it's safe, it's there, and she can make a plus if Mari's out. But also, if you don't want to give her these free plus frames, turns out you kind of can't, because if you roll this, right? A lot of the times, I actually don't know the timing for this off the top of my head, but yeah, either if you roll too early, Mari herself might punish you, and if you roll later, Meg can punish you. So, Mari sets up, and it's like, I guess you just die, right? I guess you just die, and if you spot dodge, same thing, she can run at you and kill you, right? Or far M you, God forbid, right? So it's like, this Mari set up in the corner, it turns out it's just, Meg gets a knockdown in the corner, sets up Mari, and if she wants, she can try to do, can't jump, can't spot dodge, nope, can't mash, yep. Right? So you either give Meg her plus frames, you kind of have to guess with jump like LMAO 2H. Yeah, I mean, neutral jump in the corner, that'll go great for you, right? So like you kind of have to give Meg her plus frames and let her run just like a pretty advantageous situation for herself. Or you have to take a huge risk of getting like counter hits out of your roll or anti-air out of your jump or something like that. And then honestly, the existence of that, this is still mostly the gimmick out of Mari, but like the existence of that means that sometimes if I like knock down like this and you're like worried about everything else, I can just go into the fake Mari shit, right? And combo off of the high-low anyway, because you have, like, that is no longer, I'm doing it way too, you want to do it later anyway, so it's unfuzzyable, right? I can just like do this shit and then do that, right? And you eat a full combo anyway because you were worried about the real Mari shit. Like having a just hold this is nice because it means that now Meg can actually do a bunch of fake shit to you in the corner on top of rotating the real stuff on RPS, and just a way to just, you know, B plus in your face from the Gran Blue zone at will essentially is very good, right? So I don't know, man. What else? She's fast. She's really good in the mid-range. She does high damage. She has very good pressure scenarios in the corner. Oh, did I mention she has maybe the easiest access to safe jumps of any character in the video game besides maybe Galleon? Because she gets safe jumps off of literally everything. Any, like, damn near any hits that she gets goes into this, right? Except for her lights, and if her lights counter hit, then it works too, right? So her godly ass far M, you got clipped by that? Guess what? You get carried, like, most of the screen into a safe jump. Right? From round start. Look at those. Like, from round start, I far M your ass. I do this. You take 3.4k damage, right? You take 3.4k damage off of far M, and you're in the corner, and I safe jump you. Right? What are we doing? So, there's so much, right? I could talk about this character for longer than this, but we have to get going because I've been talking about her for like 15 minutes. What is bad about Meg? Right? What is bad about Meg? I'll tell you what's bad about Meg. She has 15,000 health. That matters. That matters a lot. She has 15,000 health. She has no meterless DP, which also matters. These are not fake weaknesses, right? And her meter DP, with that in mind, is not the best, right? Defense is bad. I don't know about that, right? Though certainly having no meterless DP is rough, right? But like I would not call a character with like good reward off defense, good buttons in the Grand Blue Zone, fast buttons, and like 3 different ways to cheat their way out of the corner, a character with bad defense. But no, she just has a bad, she has no meterless DP and kind of a bad one at that, right? So like, right? Those are weaknesses, but I literally had to stop myself. I talked about strengths for like 15 minutes. Is the 2U cancelable? No, it is not. No. And thank God for it, right? I had to stop myself talking about the strengths because I was there for 15 minutes, and then I mentioned like 2 weaknesses, and those are the only ones that I can think of unironically, honest to God. So like, I don't know, man. Maybe she's like on the bottom end of here. We'll see. I'm gonna put her in my head right now near the top of this. As I fill this, we can start to talk maybe. But there's a real argument that Meg is up here. She's certainly one of the moons, with that in mind. Wilnas. Wilnas is also here. Probably not quite, her chip isn't the best, no? I mean, Mari does do chip, is that correct? No, Mari doesn't do chip. I mean, yeah, I guess she's not. I mean, this is pretty good, I will say, right? This is pretty good. I think Meg is upper 6 personally. She may very well be. I'll tell you what, I do think she's better than Wilnas for sure. However, I do also, I mean, we're here. A lot of the DLC characters are pretty good. Wilnas kind of fell off. I disagree. I think this character is still very strong, right? For the following reasons. Wilnas is kind of also a character where I can really just, you know, we can talk about it. The one weakness that he has is probably bigger than Meg's, right? Wilnas is not as good as Meg, but I hate him much more. I will say, I agree. Even if Meg is down here, she is better than Wilnas, I think, is what I have to come to terms with. But I mean, Wilnas, we can talk about maybe a little quicker, just because he's not quite as new. But this character also has very good buttons. This is a mid-range character, more so than a rushdown character, right? He has, you know, this like nice big ass far M, big ass far H, right? Good big ass 2M, right? Like he's got nice big buttons to poke you with, very good ability to convert off of them. This is essentially the character that does the most damage in the game. If you average out every situation, like his back to the wall, in the mid screen, in the corner, right? All of this. He's got a Guilty Gear 6P. He has 17,000 health, which just like we mentioned for Meg, that's a real weakness. Having 17,000 is a real strength, right? And he has 50-50, right? And it's not fake. Well, it can be, certainly, if Wilnas is just sitting here in the corner, you can just kind of reaction DP when he does something. That can be baited, first off. But also, he has, like, honest-to-God camera Oki, like Grimnir. He is one of 2 characters in the video game, right, that can do this kind of shit to you. It's what is it again now? The setup is, like, that, 1 to this, right? And then you have to guess high-low there, and, like, you can't see what Wilnas is doing. And people talking about, look at the cooldown, right? See if the cooldown triggers. You have 10 frames to see that, so good luck. I counted. So he has a real 50-50. That 50-50, by the way, one of the options is plus, and one of the options he can often make safe, and he combos off of both of them into, again, Wilnas combos, right? Like, he like, in the corner, this is the more unsafe option, right? But he, like, gets this shit into far M, into your entire life bar, and this, notably, is the less rewarding option of the 2, right? What else? Oh, he has one of the most, like, just ridiculous Grand Blue Zone moves in the entire game in Hadron Smash, right? This thing pushes him back so goddamn far. It has so much goddamn reach, and it does so much goddamn chip. This is Percy Flame Carpet at home, man. Unironically, right? This is Percival Flame Carpet that doesn't cost meter and is a little bit worse, right? It's a little bit riskier, for sure. I guess it's Percival Flame Carpet that doesn't cost meter and is minus on block, right? But, like, again, it's minus on block in parentheses. What the fuck are you doing when he's -9 out here? Like, this is, like, damn near even, essentially, right? But it trades out the plus on block for 50 meter. I'll still take Flame Carpet over this, but like Flame Carpet is the second best move in the entire video game, right? So the fact that Hadron is like a non-use skill that I'm comparing to Flame Carpet should really tell you everything you need to know, right? Like he just like literally you can just do this to good players, unironically, right? Like this is real, man. Because you know what your options to beat this are? Preemptive jump, preemptive spot dodge. What's the best move in the game? You butterfly, and it's probably not that close. Preemptive spot dodge, preemptive roll, preemptive jump. You can do those. Those will work. And if you get those right, you will get a full combo on Wilnas most of the time. You bros? Ooh, U-Bros is also up there for sure. Yeah, U-Bros is also up there, but I think U-Butterfly and U-Flame Carpet like define entire characters in a way. Like U-Bros is crazy, don't get me wrong, right? But like U-Flame Carpet is like literally the whole character. If Flame Carpet got taken off of Percival, he would be like a high tier. You know what I mean? If U-Bros got taken off of Lowain, that guy would still be fine. I think Eustace Bomb is also broken. It's there. Yeah, it's definitely up there. But yeah, so your options to beat this are like basically open yourself up to getting counter hit close H by Wilnas or counter hit 2H by Wilnas in the corner. And like, I don't know, man, you trust me, right? You don't want that. You don't want that kind of shit to happen to you, I promise, right? This guy, he's not quite hitting like Vasaraga or something like that in the corner, but he's not that far off. And, by the way, again, very, very notably, Wilnas is not slow either. I think that is a common misconception. He can't dash, right? So from like long range like this, his best way to close the distance is knee, which, by the way, is also not slow, right? Like from this distance, this is a 20-frame move. This is a pretty decently hard reaction check if you have a DP. Reacting this in 19 frames to kill him is not the easiest thing in the world. And from closer up, and you straight up, it just doesn't work, right? 16 frames. I mean, if you can react to UL overhead, you go there, right? Like, Hadron is a top 5 move, low-key. It's pretty crazy. So he also, right, has good movement speed. He has a good neutral skip that's plus on block, right? He has just ridiculous reward in the corner on defense, right? With just like bonk, bonk, right? 1, 2, 3 into U Hadron. This U Hadron move is a silly little guy. The timing on this is a little fucky, I will say, right? But like, boom, just doing this into close H like that, right? No, there you go, right? Like, you can even end in Hadron there. You can go like close H into Hadron for like 6k with his back to the wall, and now you're like, it's basically full corner to corner carry essentially because it's a side swap, and it's like 6k damage. And he gets it off a 2L. God forbid he hits you something harder. Oh, he also gets it off of his goddamn Guilty Gear 6P, by the way, if it counter hits you, which is like, it's gonna do that because like that's what it does, right? Like if you get counter hit by this shit, you are also, oh, you get close M off of that? Dude, why? What the hell? You get close M off of this shit. I don't think I even knew that. Right, but he also gets the side swap off of his Guilty Gear 6P, which is one of the best anti-6XL tools in the game. It low profiles on frame 5, and the low profile... Oh, sorry. Outlook, shut up. It low profiles on frame 5, and the low profile looks pretty good as well, right? Like, it's a little worse than roll, but not by, like, that much, right? Boom. It fucking disappears. Yeah, I don't know, man, right? This character, like... And okay, so, all of this, right? Ridiculous, absurd damage. Oh, yes, and he has a meterless DP for some reason. This is like textbook character that shouldn't have a meterless DP. Having real mix, by the way, is like 6 characters have that, and this guy is one of them for some reason. Like with everything else that he has, they're like, yeah, he also has a real honest to God 50-50, right? And it's also the most rewarding one in the video game. There is no other 50-50 that does more damage than Wilnas's, and it's real. Actually, no, Grimnir's might be. Grimnir's probably is if you got the seals up. It's hard to say. The Grimnir probably, in certain situations with certain seal setups, can probably do a similar amount of damage. But like, that's the comparison that we're pulling there, right? Yeah, and his MDP is a 9 framer, not a 12 framer. That's correct. He also has like this, which is really good at sniping out your toes in the mid range, right? He has like every single Wilnas was this character when he came out. I was like, every single move in this guy's kit is fucking awesome, huh? Like Light Hadron is awesome. M Hadron is awesome. H Hadron is maybe like the most underwhelming move that he's got, right? But like it's still just 2,800 damage. So it's, you know, to why he does like this into this, and it's 4,200 in the mid screen. U Hadron is ridiculous, right? He has a meterless DP that is also a combo tool, right? And sets up like he has both a meterless DP, right? Like he has a reversal, and also his DP is another combo special for him, and also it sets up his camera Oki, right? He's got a standard UDP. It's good. It's not bad at all. It's a good UDP, right? This move is nice because it is the speed, the fact that it's like a quick low and it fucks up your timing if you're trying to reaction kill any of the other ones, right? This one's a 50-50 that's plus on block and combos on hits. This is, again, just a fast combo tool that also snipes your toes out and fucks up with your timing, and this is like one of the longest pokes in the video game, straight up. It's like 1 frame slower than Seox's Eureka or something like that. Does 3,000 damage and leaves you right in front of them, right? And all versions of Knee, M-Knee, also a combo tool. Light Knee is maybe actually the most, the least useful kit tool in his kit. I say that. Light Knee is basically an Neo Light cheap. The reason for Light Knee is off these conversions where he can't do big damage. It gives him Oki, right? It deposits you right in front of Wilnas, right where he wants you. Right? In, by the way, the perfect spacing to get hit by his 2-2M. And I believe at a spacing where that 2-2M is spaced to be safe relatively often as well. If I'm not wrong about that, if I get you to block after initial hit here. Bonk, bonk. Maybe? Maybe not? What the hell? Hold up. No, no. Oh, well, not +3. Not, well, I say safe. I mean, you can make it +3, but isn't 2-2M +2? Yeah, so I'm thinking of a different thing. It's only in the corner where this matters. If he does it point blank, it being +2 isn't enough, but he can space it out to make it +3. But no, in the mid screen doesn't matter. In mid screen doesn't matter anyway. Yeah. In the mid screen, it's always like his turn after. Anyway, right? So what's bad about this guy? No 6XL is a big one, right? Obviously, that is huge. Now I will say it's no 6XL and no dash is it's really the only thing, right? It's really the only thing, but it has a lot more consequences than you might even expect, right? It can mean that he has, you know, his approach from like distance can be a little bit more linear because he has to basically rely on if you're projectile zoning him. This is a very good anti-projectile move, by the way, right? He does have this, right? So it makes up for it like that. And his walk speed is pretty good, and he has a really nice air normal in this JU, which I forgot to mention too. This thing is surprisingly hard to fuck with, even if he just like throws it out on the way up. Sometimes you try to 2H this and you just lose anyway. It's like it's so huge, right? But so it can make his approach from longer distances a little bit more linear because he has to rely on stuff like that or this or something like that. And most notably, it affects him in two different ways. One, he has very good up-close pressure, but once he pushes himself out, he really relies on, you know, hitting a plus frame move to then try and steal his way back in. He can do this, but boy, would it be a lot nicer for him if he could always just threaten 6XL from here, right? That matters. That matters quite a bit. And then, as well, it means more specifically, right? This situation right here, where he, right? This situation right here, where he gets a soft knockdown Brave counter is not great for him. He doesn't have anything real to do here besides this, right? Everything else, like that is, he's punishably minus there. This is fake, right? This doesn't reach, right? So Wilnas, he kind of just has to have this cooldown up or like sort of, I mean, it's not like it's the worst situation in the world. You can just walk up here, still be relatively plus and get something on you, right? But certainly his soft knockdown Brave counter situation would be a lot better if he had a 6XL, right? Now, do those sound like damn near nitpicks considering everything else I just mentioned? Absolutely, and that's why this character is right here, right? He's at like, yeah, this character is crazy for sure, right? Galleon. All right, man, let's fucking talk. You guys want to talk about Galleon? You guys want to talk about Galleon? Do you guys want to talk about Galleon? Okay, bottom one, hell no. I have to think about something here. We're doing it again. I have to think about one thing here. Low tier? No, don't get too stun locked here. I'm gonna try not to. I have to think about one thing basically. Mid tier, no doubt. There is an argument here, right? I think Galleon is low mid tier. There's an argument for mid tier, and it's exactly because of this right here. Though I say this. Okay, you know what? No, you know what? You guys can all fuck off. No, because I was gonna say this. Do you know why I would say this? Because you know what character like beats the shit out of Galleon, who's incredibly relevant, is Matera. Do you know who else Matera does that to? Almost every single character in the fucking game, even the ones that like share the top tier with her. Spoiler alert, by the way, if you didn't think Matera was going to be like arguably top 1 on this tier list, you're smoking crack, right? So like, when I think bad meta, bro, Galleon is just a fairy. Fairy doesn't matter. Right? Fairy does not matter. So there are gonna be a lot of characters in high tier. No, Galleon is just a lot better than you think she is, right? Matera's an honest character, yeah. So like, I was gonna be like, there's an argument for bad meta because Matera is a really big problem for Galleon. Matera is a really big problem for everyone. Galleon isn't bad. Her matchup spread is horrible. Her matchup spread is not horrible. Oh, to be fair, it's not just Matera. It's Matera and Luane, right? Matera and Luane beat the fuck out of this character. Again, though, that's most of the cast. That's why she's bad. It's not her matchup spread is horrible. She loses like the ones that like the matchups she just like gets completely shit on by are Matera and Luane. Do you know who else like loses to Matera and Luane? Almost every single character on this list. If that qualified you for being mid tier, then no one is high tier, right? Right? No one is high tier. If getting dumpstered by Luane and Matera makes you not high tier, then then no one in the fucking game is high tier except for like Beatrix and Cagliostro. You know what I mean? And if we ignore that for a second, right? She also doesn't like fighting Meg, Seox, Narmaya, Anila, 2B, Vane, etc. Right? Right, like Meg I can see. Anila, 2B, Vane, Seox, Narmai, I don't know about that. Like, when you say don't like, I don't know about all that, right? I don't know, man. She also gets shit on by other guys like Meg. I don't think she gets shit on by Meg, right? I think, like, Galleon's big problem is, like, full, like, zoning, basically. It's zoning, right? It's full zoning. How's Leo? Pretty good. Got the round 2. 5 out of 5, 1 out of 5, 3 out of 5, 4 out of 5. She can do well, but it's not fun. I don't know, man. So, if we ignore the fact that she gets shit on by Matera and Loane, right? Which, like, congratulations, right? Galleon does indeed get shit on by Meg. I don't know what you're on. Yeah. How a character with powerful mid-range is low tier in a game where the strongest defensive option throws you into the mid-range is beyond me. Right. You outplay Galleon way too much for your own good. Just hear me out, okay? Hear me out. Galleon loses to zoning really hard, right? Absolutely. That is a really tough thing on this character, right? Otherwise, right, this character is, it's not just zoning. I think Galleon also struggles people are right in her face. It's bad. I mean, as much as a character with a 6-frame close L, right? Like, you know, Matera has this, like, Matera could have this problem, 2B has this problem, right? Other than that, Galleon's buttons, like, she has good buttons to defend herself otherwise, right? Like, it's just, like, Galleon, outside of, like, struggles with people in her face because, what, she has no meterless DP and a 6-frame close light? Because a lot of characters that are pretty competent on defense that do that too, right? These characters have other ways to keep people out, and she doesn't, right? Arguably best far H in the entire game. By the way, arguably one of the best far M's in the entire game. Do you see this? Do you see 6 active frames, 15 recovery? This thing is about as big as Katalina far M. This is better than Catalina's far M, by the way, right? This is maybe, this is one of the best far M's in the entire game. This is probably just the best far H in the entire game, probably, right? Her 2M, surprisingly good as well. 6 active frames, low recovery, right? These are some of the best, these are the best keep out buttons in the game, probably? So, like, you're talking about those characters have other ways to keep people out. Galleon has the best stop sign, the best kit of stop sign buttons. Cag far H is better, methinks? Dude, maybe not, right? Maybe not. And we're gonna talk about Cag. Cag's a lot better than Galleon, okay? But, like, genuinely, maybe not, right? Genuinely, maybe not. So, like, you know, and by the way, the 12 recovery frames on Galleon's far H are fake, by the way, right? Because we have 7 active frames here. Oh my god, the hit stop's gonna kill me. Let me do it out here. We have 7 active frames, right? Recovery frames, you normally worry about, like, getting punished, right? 1, 2, 3, and then it's gone. So, realistically, in terms of where we care about recovery frames for, as far as, like, whiff punishing them, Galleon's far H has 3 recovery frames. So, you're not whiff punishing this move, right? It's gigantic. It's got 7 active frames. She has the best keep out far M in the entire game. She has the best keep out 2M in the entire game. She has the best keep out far H in the entire game, right? She has a low 6XM as well, right? She is the character, probably, unironically, with the easiest access to save jumps in the entire game off of this shit, and that character happens to also have a command grab to go with it, right? So if you respect the save jump too much, you go to hell. This command grab she can combo off of, by the way, in the mid-screen, if she wants. Right? Like, if you do this and you do this shit is a combo tool in the fucking mid-screen, by the way. Get hit by a command grab in the mid-screen into 5k or more if she wants to spend more resources. This character's damage in general is kind of just stupid, right? Off of these insane pokes if she wants, right? She gets ridiculous damage in the mid-screen and corner carry, right? And if you get, God forbid, you get hit close enough that she actually can do like a 6XL off of this shit, right? Because then she can extend it even further. Her damage is high, her mid-range is amazing, her walk speed is like some of the best in the entire video game, right? This is just really unfair a lot of the time, because guess what? If she does this, right, you have to just hold that. If she ever gets to set rock down and then she does far H, she's now plus enough to do whatever she wants. She wants to close distance, she can. She wants to run up and command grab you, she can force you to deal with that, right? She wants to, like, run up and delay something to blow you up for fuzzy jumping, she can do that, right? If for some reason she wants to run away from you, she can do that. It's like some of the, like, freest plus frames in the fucking video game, right? I don't know, man. You know, I should easily set up rock BC. Yeah, I mean, it is. People do say that fake bad defense is kind of, like, fake because of the fact that BC exists, right? But yeah, she has true, like, I thought you could spot dodge the rock. Not off the heavies. This heavy far H into rock is a true block string, right? You can? No, you can't. Not off far H. You can spot dodge it off far M and every other far H or close H. It's a true... You know what? Go do that right now. Go try and spot dodge it. Eat your full combo. I'll see you later. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll see you in the hospital when Galleon does 6,000 damage to you for trying to spot dodge the rock. Yeah, she has, like, a surprising amount of ways to be plus, right? Like, this move is also... Like, this shit is also off, like, a true block string most of the time, right? I don't know, man. Like, I don't get it. This character is... People only play top tiers. Please go try spot dodge rock after far H, yeah. No one's talking about on buttons. They're talking about in general. What? No, absolutely, we're talking about on buttons. What? We're just going to, like, not count the fact that, like, if she has the rock on you and you ever block her far H, it's true block string into... No? We're just gonna pretend that's not a thing? What do you mean? What do you mean we're not talking about on buttons? It's like, it's really good pressure, right? It's really good pressure. By the way, also, I didn't even know this shit. I got hit by this shit. If you spot dodge this and she does this, right? Like, say that I have Galleon set to, this is not as, this is like dangerous for her for sure, right? This is like very much a hard call out. But even like the quote unquote spot dodgeable ones, I believe, yeah. Guess what? If you spot dodge that shit and Galleon calls you out on it, do you know what plus 13 is? Do you know what plus 13 is? It's the startup of her far H. And do you know what her far H does on counter hits, which is what's going to happen if you get punished by your spot dodge? It links into raw 236U for some reason, right? So you're going like even on in the places where rock has counterplay, there's like a small percent chance you just go to fucking hell, by the way. Oh, by the way, did I mention? I'm sorry. Her far H is even on block also, by the way, right? Yeah, her far H is even on block. I don't know about her far 5M being as good as Cat's, but her far 5H is really good, yeah? Brother, I don't know what to tell you. Her, like, you know what? I'm gonna bring Katalina out here right now. Because yeah, right? Her far M is smaller than Catalina's, right? This is true. Right? Like, I think I can, like, we can kind of see, right? She's just about, like, Katalina is barely not missing, whereas Galleon is missing by quite a bit, right? Oh, fuck. I want to get back into that spacing where Catalina's, like, barely missing. There you go, right? Like, something like here. Like, that's basically, this is the distance of Katalina far M, essentially. And if we compare to Galleon, right? Galleon is, like, a little smaller, right? A little smaller. That's valid. Now, take that trade, and in exchange, right? In exchange... double the active frames on Katalina far M and take 3 recovery frames off of this, right? It's comparable, big dog. They are literally like, take 3 recovery frames off Katalina far H and double the active frames and make it like 5% shorter. So like, if you're gonna tell me this is a ridiculous button, guess what, man? This really is, like, Galleon far H really is arguably better, right? So she has, just in general, she has one of the best kits of buttons in the game for exactly keeping people out in the whole game, right? She has this to keep you from running away from her, though that can certainly be a little bit of a struggle. Her damage is crazy. Her walk speed is really good. Like, people tell me that, someone earlier just said that Galleon is good, but she gets fucked by all of the top tiers. I don't buy that. I really just don't buy that, because, again, the top tiers that rely on playing in the mid-range, which is a lot of them, Galleon can box those characters in the mid-range, and top tiers that rush her down, Galleon can genuinely play keep out on those characters really well, because she's very good at that. The top tiers that beat her ass are the ones that zone her. Right? The top tiers that beat her ass, where it's like the matchup is bad enough to be notable, is Matera and Lowain. Maybe Cag. I don't know if Cag can zone that. Like, Cag can't zone very well. Maybe she could try to do something with Galleon, though. Maybe. Right? What top tier doesn't beat her? Bro, first off, I wanna hear the thesis on Galleon Meg, because again, I'm like, if you have like a slightly losing matchup to a character that I think is better than you, that's not a problem. What I think shits on her, I think there's very little that Galleon can do to beat Matera or Lowain if they don't feel bad for her, right? That's not the case with Katalina. It's not the case with Percival. It's not the case with Beatrix. It's not the case with probably Cagliostro as well. It's not the case with Swords. It's not the case with Vasaraga. It's not the case with I already mentioned Katalina. It's not the case with probably Narmaya either, right? Like, what are we talking about, right? Like, almost every other top tier besides Lowain and Matera is not killing this character this hard, right? Now again, is she as good as those characters? No, she's not. No, she's definitely not, right? Because at the end of the day, like, I do kind of like the B Galleon matchup, but the 5U can be annoying, right? Vane? Yeah, Vane is the top tier that kills Galleon, yeah. So, like, at the end of the day, I need the form of delusion you constantly OD on. Brother, you haven't said anything that makes sense. Literally, the only, like, Galleon counterpoints that you've brought up so far is that you can spot dodge rock if it's not in pressure. What are you talking? Like, you haven't said anything. Like, the only, like, I'm like, you said something that, like, didn't have anything to do with what we were talking about, right? Like, what are we doing? I feel like Meg can 2-2H, 6-2-3H X, and it's very hard to deal with. I'm here for feet, not to argue. Well, you're not arguing, you're just saying you're stupid. That's worse. Right? Like, if you have a reason why I'm wrong, tell me. Every time every time I say Galleon is very strong, and someone goes, no, she isn't, they just kind of go like, oh, but her matchups. Right? But her matchups. And I'm like, what? Explain. And they just go, but she loses. And then I'm like, well, she has this and 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 this that's really good about her. Why is she bad? And they go, at a certain point, right? Where the fuck are the arguments? I'll be willing to hear them. Where are the arguments? She's not that high up in this tier, by the way. She's going to fall down this tier, right? I just changed the wording of tiers, but yeah, I agree with the placement so far. Like, she's going to be on the lower end of this, certainly. But, like, this is a strong character. This is a character that has, again, just summarizing it one last time and then I'm moving on, and this is like the last time I'm gonna talk about Galleon for the calendar year. You can stake your life on that, I promise, okay? We're not going to talk about Galleon's strength for longer than 30 seconds for the rest of the calendar year, I promise, okay? This is a character with arguably the best kit of buttons overall in the entire video game, genuinely, right? Arguably, it's arguable. Like, we're going back and forth on, like, is this Katalina button better or Galleon? Is Cad Far H better or Galleon? Is this button better or Galleon, right? Arguably the best kit of buttons in the entire game. Some of the best walk speed in the entire game. Like, unironically, really oppressive pressure and really high mental stack with the just infinite plus frames, with rock setups and the H fist, right? And the command grab fear and all of this. She does incredibly high damage everywhere on the screen, right? Even with her back to the wall, she has good carry, she gets good combos, she has some of the easiest access to safe jumps in the entire world, she has normal HP, right? She can combo off of the command grab even in the mid-screen. Right? Now, what's bad about this character? Extremely sluggish dash speeds, which is one of them, and no real anti-zoning properties, right? Almost every character that shares her archetype, by the way, outside of a couple, have this problem too. Like Katalina has this problem too. Percival probably loses to Matera harder than Galleon does, unironically, right? I think people also, one last thing on this. When people talk about Galleon getting shit on by zoners in particular, if you think she gets shit on by, like, Anila, I don't know what to tell you, right? But, like, you know, like, everyone in the archetype struggles to this, right? Katalina gets shit on by zoning to a lesser extent, certainly, because U-Fireball is crazy. Percival gets shit on by this harder than Galleon does, right? Like, this is an inherent part of these mid-range characters, is that they struggle into characters with a longer effective range than them. Because their entire game plan is about, I can hit you from further away than you can hit me, neener, right? Kill yourself. And then someone comes along and goes, no, I can attack you from full screen, and they go, wait a second, you weren't supposed to do that, right? This is an inherent struggle in the entire archetype, but it is true that Galleon struggles into these matchups even harder than most members of the archetype. Not even all, by the way. Like, genuinely, Percival has a harder time with this than Galleon, right? Thigh grab is one of the worst moves in the game. Yeah, thigh grab is mostly, it's a super situational giga high risk move, right? Versusia's mid-range, she doesn't struggle. We must take her projectiles and give them to Galleon. That's true. Also, Versusia still, I'm pretty sure, does not like fighting Matera at all, but that's, again, that's most characters. So, listen, I don't think, I'm not here telling you that Galleon is like this amazing, broken, ridiculous character. But, dude, like, she's good. She's really good. She's good, right? She's good. She's a good ass. She's a strong character. I promise, right? Let's move on. And we can't talk about it. You can say whatever you want in the chat. It's a free country. But I am not going to answer anything about Galleon's strength or talk about Galleon's strength or share my opinion on Galleon's strength until 2026, man. When the Ilsa patch comes, maybe we do that, right? We got him. Okay, well, good news. A quick one. Vikala, listen. I love my daughter. We can talk about this quickly because it's like, it's beaten to death and everyone knows this except for Cygames, apparently, right? Right? Like, Vikala is right? She just doesn't do anything. Bro, it's crazy to talk about this, but, you know, like, her unique mechanic is a weakness half of the time. It's not good, right? Her buttons are not particularly good either, right? Like, a lot of her buttons are, at the very least, on, like, the lower end of bad. She has below average HP. She has a very bad, Galleon has this too, a very bad metered DP, right? Her pressure is non-existent because everything she does is rollable. Highest of keys, Vicky's not bottom tier, riding the copium. I can't do this. We already wasted enough time on Galleon, right? Everything she does is rollable. She's a zoner who can't zone, maybe. Is she unanimously bottom 1? Unanimously, I don't know, but she's my pick for it, certainly. She's so awesome. Why is he saying that? I love her, but... yeah, I don't know, man. Right? That clip of Fairy punishing Vikala's normals on special cancer really opened my eyes. This character has no pressure, basically no zoning unless she gets very lucky. It's very notable that, like, her good items... Her good EX Narm is bottom 1. Oh, that's gonna be the next one where I spend like 30 minutes ranting about it, I think. Her good items are very good, right? Her good items are very good. Star and Spike Ball in particular, and Bomb to like a slightly lesser extent, are very strong, right? But they're also very rare and incredibly inconsistent, right? So like, the character doesn't do very much, right? She's mostly weaknesses. Her strengths are that when she gets lucky, she can control the screen for like the next 7 seconds or something like that. But it's just really nothing there. Sandy is, so this is kind of weird because it's like, Sandalphon's as good as Galleon. Sandalphon is I think notably better in my head than Galleon is, but like they are, like Galleon is like on the lower end of this tier. Sandy's basically at the top of this tier, right? So it just looks weird right now because of the only 2 characters here. There is a notable gap between these 2. Sandy is kind of like in my opinion, maybe I'm even, if anything, I could believe that I'm downplaying this guy a little bit, but like Sandy is just like, we've talked about it very recently, so I'm also not going to try and spend that much time on it because I've already spent 34 minutes or something like that on Galleon. What I'm going to say is Sandy is just literally the most versatile character in the video game. One thing that I found to have a more accurate comparison is a lot of the times Sandy is technically a similar type of character to like Galleon, Katalina, Percival, whatever. Really, what Sandy is he's more like Bubs and Uno, right? It's these 3 characters in the game that really can do everything if they want to. They can full zone, they can rush down, they can mid-range, they can do the whole thing. It's Uno, Bubs, and Sandy, right? Sandy is those characters with better buttons and better move speed, right? I mentioned that almost every member, if you want to put Sandy in this like weird mid-range character archetype, I mentioned that almost every member of this archetype struggles with zoning. Of all of them, Sandy probably does the least, right? Sandy has multiple anti-zoning options in his kit, and he can like straight up zone you too if you're not like Matera or something, right? Like, please Brick, calm down. You seem super angry while talking right now. You'll be fine. Don't worry. Like he doesn't really, right? Wind is genuinely one of the best anti-zoning things like any character can do in the video game outside of like Uno Rakshasa or something like that, right? So this is a character with literally no holes anywhere, right? Anywhere. He just doesn't have a weakness, right? He doesn't have now again, yeah, like someone said, Cassie said like he's great. His only problem is he's not the 12 people above him, basically, right? Sandy doesn't have a weakness. It's not there. It doesn't exist, right? And he's good at like everything. Truly, like it is what it is, right? His only thing is that he's not the 12 people above him. This character is probably literally the top of this tier for me. He is a better version of like Uno, for example, right? I'm saying this in advance, even though we're nowhere near this character. Do not fucking downplay Charlotta. You are not gonna like me. You're not gonna ask me for feet after this one. I tell you what, Corinna. I'm once again spitting facts and I'm never wrong. Yep. Hey, it's another moon. I don't think you're. I think something like that. This character's still crazy, as it turns out. Versusia is still very good, as it so happens. Charlotta sucks ass. Yeah, is it downplay if it's true? I don't think it's downplay if it's true, right? This character is still really good, right? This character is still really good. Right, she got her nerfs, certainly, but this character still has, like, very, very huge, ridiculous buttons. Her combo conversions, if anything, got arguably better, right? When they changed how, like, being able to cancel the 5U into shit, and they changed, like, her JM and things like this, right? Like, her corner carry, at least, got, like, better then her damage on those combos went down, right? But she gets corner to corner off like fucking everything, right? She has really good anti-air. She has surprisingly decent anti-zoning with M-Pillar now, right? She can do some like weird fake shit with like M-Pillar as far as zoning you too, but it's really not as big of a deal as you might think, right? Yeah, I mean, insane damage, really good pressure as well. This move is honestly like, it's so innocuous, right? But this really is just like in discussion for the best normal in the entire video game, right? You know, like it doesn't, it's a 2L, right? It's a 2L, but like it's a big 6 frame, 15 frame total, by the way, where most 2Ls are 18, right? So it's got even less recovery than already quick ones, right? It's plus on block. It spaces into, like, Versusia doing this, if I remember correctly. There's, like, nothing that, like, half the cast can do about this if Versusia just wants to put herself in the Grand Blue Zone. There's, like, nothing you can do about Versusia just doing that, right? Congratulations. Versusia now is, like, in her, like an optimal range to fuck with you if you're not a character with, like, you know, really big normals or something like that. And there's, like, nothing you can do about this block string, essentially. And if she doesn't want to, she can do a third 2L there. Can she, actually? Oh, my fucking god, yeah, she can. And at any point in this block string, by the way, plus frame, right? If at any point, right, Versusia wants to decide, like, oh, I'm gonna do this plus frame into, like, a frame trap, into, like, a throw, and something else, every single one of these is a decision point, right? And God forbid this shit hits you on defense, too, right? But yeah, like, this button really is just stupid, basically. It's not like it's the character's whole strength, but a lot of it is this, right? A lot of it is how this is the best 2L in the game, bar none, and it's like straight up one of the best buttons in the video game overall. Her 2L is plus 3, not plus 3, man, for some reason. Not to mention its unique convertibility. Yeah. Because it does. It's like also plus as hell on hit, right? You get the combo into 5L on reaction. Yep, that's true, right? So this character has like, and also it's everything on this character is plus 2, by the way, right? Close M is plus, close H is plus, and do not brave counter this. It's a really bad idea. 5L is still a pretty damn good move, right? It's still a huge 5L. It's just light attack, light clash level now, which thank God it like needed to be desperately, but it's still good. Like it just was absolutely absurd before, and now it's just like a good button, a great button, right? So plus frame, right? Plus frame, bop, plus frame, and if you get hit by any of this shit, you go straight to hell. Right? Above average HP, decent ability to anti-zone, right? Certainly not against everyone, right? But decent ability to anti-zone. Pretty damn quick if she needs to get in. Like, you know, obviously her dash starts up very slow, right? But if she does need to get in, right? Like, once she gets to speed, she does start closing that distance very quickly. If you ever block this as well, for example, she just gets in as well. I think she can. There are some like weird setups you can do where she like throws Emanitia like into this, and it makes it a little bit harder to if you try to block or roll that, you're like a little bit more likely to get caught by it, either hit or blocked, and she gets in. Right? She's got a couple of things you can do like that, but yeah, otherwise it's just really just in extremely oppressive pressure that is also extremely high rewards. Pretty versatile at most ranges of the screen. Higher than average health, and corner to corner off of like every hit, basically, right? She's a more stable version of Wilnas, is how I would think about it, right? Versusia is a more stable version of Wilnas that is not quite as swingy. Like, she's not quite as insane at some of the stuff that she does as Wilnas is, but in exchange, she gets like a 6XL and like better things to do at full screen. Right? These are very comparable characters to me. Though I think I would give the edge to Versusia a little bit, right? Issue big? Yes. Yeah, very, very tall. Her chip situation is damn near best in class at low health, too. Yeah. Yeah, okay, moving on. Beatrix is definitely a character up here. I'm not sure exactly where, but you can talk about Nimbus and its follow-up. Yeah, true, baits, I mean, this is a Brave counter bait as well, right? If she wants it to be. And she can do a lot. She's plus 1 billion off of this, and if you Brave counter it, you die, etc., etc. But yeah, so Beatrix, I mean, again, I don't think the one that's been hashed out for a while now, right? This character is pretty good. In my experience, height has never made a difference. I may not know something you guys do. I mean, now that fuzzy, it certainly matters a lot less now that fuzzies are gone. But just literally, it makes you like a bigger target, right? Like just things are going to like her hurt box is literally just bigger than everyone else, right? But yeah, Beatrix. Let's talk about Beatrix. I mean, You know, again, we don't need to spend too long on this, right? Beatrix did get nerfed, right? And it does matter, right? Those nerfs did matter, and that's why, by the way, spoiler alert, I don't think this character is necessarily the best character in the game or something like that, but she's still, I do have to give her flowers, right? But yeah, this character has, again, lots and lots of different ways to be plus, lots very oppressive pressure. Clock is a war crime and is designed to steal people's lives away from them. She's got a command grab, which is still like one of, I think at this point it's getting, like, people talk about how ridiculous it is that Beatrix has a command grab, like, more and more every day, it feels like. The day this fucking bitch came out, I was like, she's got a command grab. Like, I was like, that's like the best thing about her, basically, damn near. Why does this character have a command grab? Why? Well, why does she have, like, real, like, straight... Why is this character about 50-50? Right? Like, what? He's, like... She's just a Shoto like everyone else, but they made her Fireball like, one of these, like, really good, like, you know, nearly... Like, they do everything really well with Shotos, except they made her Fireball ass, and in exchange, gave her a command grab. And they buffed it. They made her situation after the command grab better. Right? Yeah, right? So, that's ridiculous. Her comeback factor is insane with Clock. Her damage is still pretty high, right? Her far H is like just a truly ridiculous button. Also has the sort of great privilege of not really extending a hurt box out in front of her before she slashes, which most other far H's do, to my understanding. Like, you know, the hurt box sort of leads the hitbox, whereas not really the case with her shit. It's a very nice button. Her other buttons are right? Like, her 2M is decently solid. Her far M is not very impressive. She's got the White Woman far L, so you can't complain about that, right? But yeah, her far H is also, like, an insane button. I mean, just the existence of riding free as a whole, it just means everything flips on its head with this character. This will go under pokes. This will go under fireballs. This, like, do you have a way to deal with riding free or not is one of, like, this... It's one of the most important questions, like, in the video game as far as a matchup, right? If you have a decent way to deal with riding free consistently, congratulations. If you don't, good luck, man. There's a reason that this is, like, one of the only characters, like, when I keep talking about everyone gets shit on by Matera, everyone gets shit on by Matera, everyone gets shit on by Matera. Matera's still really good. You can fight Beatrix. Don't get it twisted. But also, like, there's a reason that this character is one of the few characters where I go, oh, yeah, no, that probably, is this Majide, the rare matchup that Matera might lose? That's crazy. Oh my god, I can't believe it. I can't imagine it. Yeah, right? That's the existence of like a quick, like completely low profiling. Think about it this way. It's a role, right? It's a role that attacks, basically. And it's a role she can combo off of if she's got Clock. Right? This becomes a combo starting role if she has Clock, and that combo is probably going to send you to Valhalla, because if she's got Clock, she's probably got SSBA as well, right? Yeah, just incredibly solid character, incredibly simple, easy to play. It's really hard to fuck that much up on this character. And everything she does is simple, strong, and hard to counterplay, right? Simple, strong, hard to counterplay. There's not too much to really talk about otherwise, I think. B's weakness is she's got a range where certain spacings beyond her far L. Her buttons aren't great, forcing her to rely on 6XL, which is great, but still weakens her frame trap options. Further out than that, her far 5H is pretty good. I see what you mean. Her 2M is not like a horrendous button, but it's small, right? Like, there is a range. If there's a range where you have to, like, you know, 2M's not gonna work and you have to, like, rely on far M, that's probably a little bit weird. But, like, that range is, like, literally, like, the range where, like, far M hits and 2M whiffs, but, like, far H is not a good option is very odd, right? But her 2M is a perfectly serviceable medium. It's really only her far M, like, I think that is a little bit underwhelming, right? 9 frames, nothing really to write home about in terms of active frames or recovery frames or range to make up for it either, right? Right, yeah, it's like, you remember I said that Sandy is a character who has, like, B has this +1 thing where buttons are just a frame slower than everything else that's similar? I see what you mean. Again, feels like it mostly applies to her far M. This 2M having 5 active frames and 14 recovery frames, this would be a pretty fucking absurd 7-frame 2M. You know what this would be? This would be Catalina's 2M if it was this with 7 frames, right? With less range, to be fair. But again, I mean, that's Catalina's actual best button, right? So, like, her far M for sure. Her far H, I mean, this thing being 11, thank God, man. Can you imagine? I don't know. This does not feel like it's like, oh, it should be a 10-framer and they, like, nerfed it a little bit or something. like, remember I talked about Sandy's like this incredibly versatile character, but he just like doesn't have what the characters above him have? Beatrix is actually not as like, is not covering as much as Sandalphon is, but like, she's still, you know, she doesn't struggle into anti-zoning. She can play like she can play a decent amount of the mid-range at times, and she's certainly not as good at it as a lot of like the more dedicated characters. She has like mix, you know, she has damage, she has carry, she has everything. She has a fireball too, right? Which is something that a lot of, you know, like it's not a great fireball, but something that a lot of these rushdown characters can often, you know, struggle with not having. Like, this is kind of like a character that can do almost everything. And she also has a crazy amount of bullshit on top of it, right? If you want to kind of compare her to like Sandalphon there, right? Her U fireball is great, yes. Her other fireball's not as much. Her U fireball is just like basically Gran U fireballs, nothing to complain about. All right, Vane. Man, I don't know about this character. He's like, I think he still struggles with some of. I don't know about this character. Low heights here? Unironically, maybe. One thing that, okay, this is where I would have put him before I played him. One thing that really, Hybrid, hope you had a great day. What's going on, Ollie? I'm doing well. Vane below Galleon, don't PMO? I don't know what to tell you, man. One argument that is valid for this, right, is one thing that really snuck up on me with Vane, right? Vane has 5U, yes. 5U is really good. One thing that really snuck up on me with Vane is just how much fucking damage this character does. I did not realize that this guy was hitting like this until I played him. He does just an absurd amount. Like, like when I think of Vane damage being high, I'm like, oh, his anti-air hits really hard, right? His anti-air hits really, really hard. But no, he just kind of does ridiculous damage off of like everything, right? Like, just even like that, like 5k off of his auto combo with that much corner carry is not normal, right? Right? If he gets like a counter hit on, I think even far M, yeah, right? Like counter hits far M into this, right? Like what is that? Like this is something that like this is probably why like this is probably like everything. Okay, outside of this Vane hitting like a truck, right? What does he have? Shield is not a very good neutral tool, except in like 3 matchups where it kills everyone. But what it does do very well, this is a surprisingly fucked up pressure tool, right? Because what this does is it like turns off your ability to strike tech if Vane sets it up on you in the corner, and Vane has a very nasty throw bait if you are not strike teching, right? If you throw tech against Vane, he can really send you to hell with this, right? And this move kind of turns off your ability to 2L. If he spaces it and sets it up properly. So, Shield is a surprisingly good pressure move, right? And he can make your life very, very difficult in pressure there. In neutral, they, like, it's, you know, it's still just Shield. It still just, like, loses to 6XL, like, raw. It still just, like, loses to EX Fireballs raw, right? This is still not that amazing of a move, except in, like, a couple of matchups where it, like, turns the character he's fighting off. Like, outside of that, right? Character still has, like, pretty fucking solid buttons, right? Decent, certainly. Right, that's a nice ass 2M. We're not gonna talk about that 2M, like it's not great. He can do lots of really good shit with ending his combos in like Wild Beat, right? And it leaves you like he's minus, but it's not quite like a Hadron situation, but it is like it's similar idea where like he's minus, but he's so far away that it just gets really awkward, right? He gets extreme damage off everything, extreme corner carry off everything. He kind of can zone. I think Vane is not actually like. Vane is not a zoner. He's a very bad zoner. I think Vane, if you try to play Vane as I'm just going to sit here and like throw slam at you all day and like that's going to be my primary thing, he can do it sometimes. But while it's not like an amazing zoning pattern, I don't think, he still just can do that on top of everything else, right? He still just like can do this, which is very nice. And he doesn't get any of the downsides that like the other zoner characters tend to have, in the sense that, you know, he's got a 5-frame close L. He's got average HP, right? He doesn't have a meterless DP, but yeah, right? So there's another character where like he can fight you very well from range. He does ridiculous damage. He has surprisingly fucked up pressure. Shield is a really scary pressure move when you're on low health. Like, Vane just kind of spamming this into you a couple of times can lead to just checkmate situations very, very often, right? This character is one of the scariest characters in the game as far as chip. Maybe I was sleeping on him a little bit. It's matchup dependent. He can just zone Voss. Oh, yeah, he can. Oh, yeah, he can. Maybe I am being a little mean to Vane. Maybe he's a little higher up than I think he is. Because, yeah, like, this, like, in general, this is a really fucked up chip move, and this is a frame-perfect spot dodge, right? If you're on chip point and Vane does like that into that or something like that, that is literally frame perfect to spot dodge it, because it has like the exact amount of active frames that spot dodge has invuln frames, right? So he's a chip demon. He's kind of a pressure demon. He's a damage demon. He's a carry demon. His reward in the mid screen is incredibly high, right? Vane is held together by his damage being stupid high. I don't think he's like, it's not like that's his only thing though. And then he's got this, right? They gave him this 5U, which is just one of the best anti-6XL tools in the game. It's not often gonna punish it, but it's not really like it's not gonna counter hit it often, but it punishes it relatively often. And it's kind of just like a relatively ignorant move for him to just throw out. To keep you, again, on these situations where he's slightly minus, like this, right? If you try and, like, take your turn back with a longer button at reach, the armor on this shit starts at frame 3, right? So you can use it kind of like a Sora's 5U that is generally safer than Sora's 5U and higher rewards, right? It's better Sora's 5U, which is also silly, yeah. Like, it's safer, higher reward Sora's 5U, which is a stupid sentence, because Sora's 5U is really good, right? Yeah, you know what? Yeah. This character is, the character probably is a little better than Galleon. He's not as good as Samblefon. He's kind of in the middle of this tier, probably. Let's see. Granule Thin Blue. Well, oh no, we're not doing Granule. We're doing 2B. Yeah, this character is really good too. Man. How interesting. I mean, I did tell you the plurality of characters. I mean, we're coming up on a couple characters that are not in a high tier. But yeah, I did tell you the plurality of characters to me feel like they are at a good level of strength where they do good, strong shit, right? 2B. 2 bottom tier? Come on. There's no shot, right? I think he's as good, if not better, than Sandy? Maybe. This character did definitely impress me. Meg top 12? Hell no. Listen, brother, I don't know what to tell you. This character did impress me a lot when I played her, right? The average 2B shit still applies, right? You still know that 2B has, like, she has huge buttons, she's got her dash, she's got her sliding normals, she's got things like this, right? But the buffs they gave to her skill, basically, what was, you know, the main thing that was kind of stinky about 2B to me, right, is that this character didn't have... She had very low damage potential without spending a shit ton of resource, and she tended to spend that resource a little bit too fast for my liking. And her pressure options... Oh, you know what? I'm kind of remembering how I feel about this character. We'll think about it. Let me think about it. But, her non-skill pressure options were pretty bad. They kind of, like, fixed all of that, right? Like this, her use skills in general becoming a lot cheaper, right? Means that you can convert into big damage off of her shit for significantly less cost. Like, a lot of 2B's good combos involve, like, doing this shit, like, twice sometimes, right? And that going from 6 skill gauge to 4 skill gauge is a really, really big deal, right? A really, really big deal. So, like, resource, like, her resource expenditure has gotten significantly better for her, right? Her non-skilled, right? Her, like, non-skill pressure has gotten better as well, because they buffed this thing, right? This is a lot better of a pressure tool, and this is, like, safe most of the time. Now, almost all of the time, unless you do some really weird freak shit with it, where it was pretty risky for her to just throw this out, in case it got, like, if it got spot dodge, she was, like, minus, like, 16 a lot of the time. And then they took 7 recovery frames off of this, so she's pretty chilling, right? So she's better on no skill, right? She is, she goes to no skill less often, and because both of those things exist, it also means that her damage on average is quite a lot higher now, right? So this is another character now where it feels like there isn't, like, a huge, you know, gaping weakness or anything like that, except... Sure, it would be nice for her to have a 6XL, right? Like, it is kind of that again. I mean, no meterless DP does matter as well, but, you know, at least her DP is a lot better now that only costs two skill gauge, right? Yeah, that is true. From back to the wall, she does crazy hot girl shit, right? Her double jump is also ridiculous. Obviously, this character is incredibly difficult to zone, right? Another of one of the best anti-zoning characters in the game. She's hard to anti-air. She's hard to keep out, right? She's incredibly fast with this dash as well. I guess to me that, like, I can she's good at chip people out. Yeah, I can see the argument of her above Sandy, honestly. I really can. But I guess to me, my only question is, like, that's interesting. It's an interesting little character, man. It's an interesting little character. If you really wanted to put your nuts on my forehead and tell me that she was a top tier, I probably wouldn't be too mad at it. But, like, something about her, I think she's right next to Wilnas. I don't think that's unreasonable. I think you might be right. But as of right now, something about her just don't good into Matera. Yes, that's correct. That's correct. It's very true. This is, again, one of the few matchups where Matera doesn't like playing it. something about her is not just it's just not like jumping out fully to me, but maybe I'm downplaying. This is one where I'll accept that the gaping weakness of 2B is the average 2B player. Maybe I haven't. Maybe no one's shown me the light to show me that. What about 2B holds you back from putting her in top tier brick? How about double jump? Double jump's good. I don't, does that jump out at you? Yes, but I mean, well, not. It's a good move, right? Like it's a strength. Like essentially, I'm thinking like it's a similar thing to Sandy with me, where it just feels like he doesn't get me as hard as the characters above him. You know what I mean? 2B doesn't give me the same kind of throbbing hard-on of anger that I think that I get when I think about some of the other characters. I'm like, why can they do this? Why can they do this? Why do they do these? Why do they do these? Right? Why can they do this? Why can they do this? But this one I'll accept. Right? Also, Peep, thanks for the follow, man. If you want to move her up a tier and put her like near the bottom of that or something like that, I think that's valid, right? I think that's valid. I'm not going to like this is not one where I'm gonna like. I mean, like if you put 2B like here, even I'm not gonna be like, oh, you fucking idiot, what are you doing? No, I think that's valid. But he just feels a little bit more circumcised to me compared to these guys up here, right? Hey, anyway, do we have to do it again? Real voice, by the way, true. Do we have to do it again? I don't know, man. She might be, maybe she is worse than Vikala, man. I don't fucking know, right? Any given day, I don't know, man. They buffed her, apparently. They nerfed Ominous Turn, which was like the best thing about her. Yeah, BC turns the character off. Maybe she is worse. I don't know, mate. If you want to do this, you could go for it, right? But it's near, right? It's near. It's been this way for a year, and they basically didn't change it very much. Whatever. Lucy. I don't know. Maybe this character's even worse than this. Maybe I'm being a little too nice to him. He just like starts the game bad. You know what I mean? He just like Lucilius feels like strong to me once he hits BL3. But like BL0 Lucy is just such a rough. He's just such a rough situation. You know what I mean? He's got good buttons, right? His far M, ridiculous, obviously, right? 2M is really good. Far H is really good, right? His far L is really good. His buttons are very, very strong, certainly. But this character, like, it is just the 12-second cooldowns on his specials hurt so much. They hurt so fucking much, man. Like when this character has 12-second special cooldowns, he really does just feel so controllable. You know what I mean? It makes it so hard for him to like come back from anything that doesn't go his way. Lucy feels fragile to me. That's a good way to describe it. He feels fragile, right? It feels like if Lucy can get something going, or if he's got a matchup where people can't contest him that much, then, you know, awesome. But like as soon as something doesn't go this guy's way, this character has like the least comeback factor in like the entire video game, maybe, right? Outside of like Nier or something like that, right? And it's not that hard for things to go bad for him. He has to like be on the back foot once. You know what I mean? This character feels like he crumbles really fast if he can't just control the pace from the word go. And that's not like, oh, it's half the time he controls the pace from the word go, half the time he doesn't. No, man, it's like the odds that like at some point before you get to like BL3, something bad is gonna happen to you are like 80%, right? Now, with that being said, once Lucy hits, right? Like once Lucy gets to the point where we are talking about like BL3 Lucy, I think that's when he gets his second cooldown bump down, right? Like at this point, Lucy has like normal cooldown times on his, he has normal cooldown times on his specials, and his specials are better than average, right? So like at this point, this Lucy is scary. But like that even BL3 isn't guaranteed to happen every round, let alone happen before shit gets crazy, right? BL5 is rare as fuck. Oh, yeah, notice how I'm not even talking about BL5, right? Notice how we're not even mentioning BL5. BL3 to me is like the new, like Lucy's trying to get that. Even that, getting BL is so simple though. Yeah, again, getting BL is very simple if Lucy has space and time to breathe, yes? Like if Lucy can just sit here and like do this and throw specials out, even like the whiff, like on whiff, it's not like it's that bad. I say that, I mean on BL1. Or if you're like out here doing this shit and like you're pressure, like you either have to run up and pressure like this, or just an RPS situation, which isn't so bad for him, right? But as you use those swords, you like lose access to specials, and you're not building that much blade level as you go, right? Simple, yes. Easy, no, right? It's not like a complicated. They nerf the ability to get BL5 faster, yeah. It's not a complicated game plan to gain BL. You just have to hope your opponent lets you do it, kind of, right? Outside of matchups like Deathless Nier or something like that, where like you just sit there and 5U and what the fuck is she supposed to do about it, right? Lucy does not just gain BL like that for free, right? He really, really wants space. And to get that space, he has to just continuously be right. And if he ever loses that space before he's at like BL 2.5, it's really rough. Right? It's really rough for him. Lucy Nier is maybe the worst matchup for a character in this game. That matchup is pathetic. It's funny how much Lucy... Because, okay, don't get it twisted, right? Blade level 5 Lucy is like still just the best character in the game, obviously, by a metric fuck ton, right? This guy is like the best character in the game, bar none. If there's a matchup where this is like even somewhat realistic to get, this character is terrifying. But like, those matchups are, that is mostly like not great characters. These characters that are gonna be below Lucy on this list, right? My gods, can he bully the shit out of Nier though? No doubt about it. But yeah, just extremely long cooldowns, fragile game plan, like very easy to stop, very interactable game plan on Lucilius, right? It feels very easy to stop Lucy from doing what he wants to do. So for that reason, I feel that Lucilius is a little bit, he needs a little bit of something. Good ass buttons, everyone can bully Nier, exactly, right? It's time. Dude, I think I was wrong a little bit. This character is better than I thought he was. He's still better than I thought he was. Is there any matchup where it's fine to not care much about BL for a moment? Say Voss getting Soulforged, Kag setting traps, and so on. I mean, those matchups can exist, but at that point, it's not that Lucilius doesn't care about BL. He still does a lot. It's just if the opponent's win condition is more threatening, he has to somehow deal with being BL0 Lucy, which is horrible for him, right? This character probably... This character probably is still up there, huh? Not where he was, right? This character used to be, like, here, basically, right? Top 1 time? I don't think so. I do think this character probably is still, like, right here, though, right? He does still... I thought he got nerfed a little harder than he did, and I'll tell you... not even close to top 1? No, definitely not. But I think he is still really good. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why I think this. Or what changed in my head. As stupid as it sounds, right? This is high top tier? Maybe. The main thing, all the Grimnir nerfs were as impactful as I thought they were, except for one thing, right? Except for one thing. 214U is still a way better move than I thought it was. I really thought that 214U was going to be kind of underwhelming for Grimnir now. Nope. It's just safe on block, and while it's true, like over here, you really feel those 214U nerfs, right? Like over here, you really feel the fact that you can't like do this, into combo, into seal setup, blah, 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 blah. Like, you do feel it. But like, as soon as he even gets like round start, right? The shit is just doing the same shit that it used to do, right? Like, he immediately is just wall bouncing you again, right? Like, that combo got taken off of like half the screen, right? Like, even from over here, it won't quite wall bounce. But like, even like halfway, like at round start, it's the same move that it used to be, except it's safe on block now, right? So that to me was in my head a really big problem for Grim. Basically, I thought this never wall bounced. You know what I mean? I thought they just removed the wall bounce on this. When I read the patch notes, I interpreted it that way, like they did with like Djeeta Rekka, right? And in that case, I would have like that is a really big deal, I think, but it's just not the case, right? If the wall bounce was straight into the ground, it'd be a lot worse. Yeah, I thought they just like made it like the last hit of Djeeta Rekka where it just never wall bounced, right? And I was like, oh damn. So like Grimnir's mid screen is just kind of bad all the time without seals now. It's just not true, basically, right? It's just not true. So I like overestimated that nerf. Is it a nerf? Yes. It's not as big of a deal as I thought it was, right? Obviously, like almost all of his tornado setups being gone I mean, all of his tornado setups being gone. They tried to like make some new ones, but like they're not, you know. All the tornado setups being gone is a really big deal, right? The seal as like seal into tornado being a lot worse now too, because it lasts significantly less and things like that makes it harder for him to set that shit up, right? He is having a rougher time of it, but like this character still kills you if you have seals on screen, exactly, right? Like it's a little harder for him to get to his win condition, and his win condition of having you in the corner is worse without tornado, right? Like it's worse without tornado, certainly. So it's both harder for him to get the seals up, and he's not quite as terrifying in the corner as he used to be. Those things matter, right? And his mid screen is still worse. Like this is worse over half the time for Grimnir, right? These nerfs do matter. However, did they get at the core of what made this character a monster and take that away? I don't think so. Right? At the end of the day, this character is just still the like unfuckwittable when the seals are up. His damage is still ridiculous. His pressure is still ridiculous. He still has camera Oki, right? Like, he still has like real 50-50s. He still has like, yeah, like ridiculous mid-screen, ridiculous ability to convert things. He can still put seals up relatively easily, right? If anything, he can use, this is a safe on block check from full screen now, right? Like straight, like this is, he gains the ability to do this a lot more safely, right? Yes, it's lower rewards, but like he can just throw this out sometimes to check you now, and it's safe on block, right? So like this, he's still Grimnir. You know, it's Frisk looking into the mirror, and like despite everything, it's still you. Yeah, I don't know about mid-screen mix-ups. I don't know about that one. If he has mid-screen, if he's got mix-ups mid-screen, let me know. That might actually change my opinion. I'm thinking in the corner, his situation is not as good without the tornado setup, but he is still a demon, right? He is still the throw-baiting, mixing, damage-dealing, murderous demon that he always was. Just a little bit less, fucked up without like the tornado into bullshit, like into throw combo, into 6xm combo, into all of this. So like, despite everything, it is still you. Is Grimnir weaker than he used to be? Absolutely. Not even, like, these are not, there are a couple of characters that were up there with Grimnir that are still up there with Grimnir, because when they decided to nerf them in the Wilnas patch, they didn't nerf them. They basically buffed them, right? Grimnir is not this case. Grimnir did actually get nerfed. And, you know, they didn't shoot him in the head, but arguably I can see Grim players saying he's a lot less fun now. I get that. But, like, they could have maybe gone a little further, is the one thing. I'm relatively okay with them being a little bit more, if they're going to actually meaningfully nerf the character, which is what they did with Grimnir, I'm okay with them being a little conservative. Maybe they give him like a nice little tiny thing a couple patches from now, you know, then he's actually, you know, it makes him a little bit more. But like, they actually nerfed this guy, and I'm happy about that, because it definitely needed to happen. Man, Siegfried's a weird-ass character. Siegfried is a weird-ass character, but he's still good for sure. He's still good for sure. But he is a lot, like, it's always weird for me to put Siegfried in anything other than top tier, just because I'm like, damn, like, I just, you know, Siegfried has been top tier for like a year and a half or something like that. But like, he just isn't anymore, I don't think, right? They did finally hit him hard enough with like all of the nerfs to like Orkin into shit like that. I don't think Sieg is as good as Vane IMO. Are you saying that you think he's worse? I'm not gonna lie to you. Siegfried is closer to these two than he is to these two, in my opinion, right? I'm not like, I agree. I think Siegfried is not, like you said, Sandy level. I kind of disagree. Right? Siegfried is closer to these two than he is to these two in my head. Like, sorry, when I say these two, someone told me to not say these two because they might be listening to it on audio. Siegfried is closer to Vane and Galleon than he is to Sandalphon and 2B. I think he's better than Vane and Galleon, but I think he is closer to Vane Galleon than he is to 2B Sandalphon, in my opinion. Though this character is still very good, right? The main reason, like, I think what's, at this point, Siegfried has been the same character as far as what's, he's not been the same character, but like, the strength that he's had since day one. They just have to keep removing them, right? I mean, he's weaker than Vane. I see what you mean. I'm not quite so sure I'm ready to go all the way there, but I do think he's certainly closer to that power level than the guys above him. But yeah, like, you know, great buttons, very high damage, to be fair, in certain situations, right? Like, very, very good pressure, plus frames, things like that. But with that fireball, they kind of buffed it from a neutral tool to a pressure tool, right? Surprisingly, like, you know, Orkin, you can be trickier with Orkin than you might think. You know, amazing, incredible 2H and anti-airing, right? Really, I mean, just really great fireball in general still. Not as insane as it used to be, but like U fireball is really good, right? M fireball, H fireball, they're all very strong, right? Insane DP, best DP in the game, maybe still, right? 17,000 health. The Dragon Blood mechanic is still an upside for this guy, right? Spending 1,000 HP to get a 10% damage buff is often worth it, right? Going deeper than that, I don't know. I mean, 2 can be situational. 3 is like, I don't know when you would ever use 3, really. But this is still like a good thing that he has. Is it like the most pivotal 5U to any character's existence? No. Is Siegfried going to be happy to get that 10% damage buff? Yes, right? 3 is memes? Yeah. So this is still just like, he's a very solid character. For me, if I have problems with, best SBA in the game, maybe genuinely, right? Fucking freeze frame, change shift bullshit, right? One of the best, like, are you playing the games SBAs that exists? Did I catch you playing the game? If I had like one problem with Siegfried, it really is just his, Human Pyramid better? Oh, true. Yeah, maybe, unironically. Yo, Rin, thanks for the raid. It really is probably his mid-screen. Right? His mid-screen really is just really fucking stinky outside of very certain situations. Like, for sure, you know, if you get counter-hit far-H'd by Siegfried, goodbye, right? It was nice knowing you, right? Like, whatever. Like, he can do, like, he can Raging Strike after that into, like, your entire health bar. You're going straight to hell, right? But outside of, like, that situation, basically, they really did hurt this guy kind of hard, right? Like, he can do stuff like this, which is nice, right? That's, like, pretty good damage off of 2M for sure. But he has really no meaningful way to extend with meter, right? It's kind of the Djeeta problem, believe it or not. They're both pretty good at converting off their far normals, right? But, like, Siegfried does, I mean, if he wants to get, like, a metered extension, he does this. And it's, to be fair, full screen carry, which is nice. But he has no real way to get, like, better hits in the mid-screen if he spends meter outside of Raging Striking, basically, which is the thing that literally everyone can do. Usually C-Guns and 2-2U for corner carry? Yeah, right? So, like, that is pretty meaningful. His mid-screen needed those nerfs. Nerfing you Orkin would have been better for the character fun-wise. Yeah. Like, that is pretty meaningful, right? On top of, I know it was, okay, listen. I know this was the meme back when Siegfried was, like, the second best character in the game, undoubtedly, and was top tier forever, and it was like, but, like, now that this character is a little bit more reasonable power level-wise, things like this now do actually matter. Siegfried is slow, very slow. He has the slowest forward walk in the game, I believe, tied with Vasaraga, right? And his back walk is not very good either, right? When Siegfried was, like, the god of the video game, it was like, that you'd be like, oh, but he's slow, guys. And it's like, oh, yeah, he's slow. Oh, you care so much about being slow. It does matter at this point. Siegfried is slow, man. He's big and slow. Like, he really does feel, his dash is pretty good. Yeah. But his walk speed for playing that mid-range is really quite ass, right? It really is quite ass. Become ass. So, like, that also matters for a character who wants to be spending a lot of his time, you know, playing the mid-range with those very, very good buttons. Having, like, one of the worst walk speeds in the video game matters, right? Like, yeah, that in combination with, like, not really particularly impressive mid-screen, right? Those are kind of the only things that I see that are wrong with him, right? But certainly, other than that, this character is still very strong, still very solid, right? 6M and 6H are good, though. Oh, not just good. I mean, 6XM is a 6XM, right? To my understanding, these are all... I got gassed on thinking these were different somehow. These are, like, all, like, exactly the same size. I tested it. But his 6M is good, obviously. It's a low 6XM, which you love to see. And his 6XH is amazing. This move is, like, fucking ignorant. It's a, like, 7-frame, 8-frame, 6XH attack level, like, shield that he just pulls things out, right? If he does want to, like, you know, if he decides to, like, close that distance, he can, certainly, right? But it's mostly only if he finds himself, like, here, right? Mid-screen not that good, but his carry's pretty good and his Grand Blue Zone is annoying. I agree, yeah. I mean, I'm not saying Siegfried's weak, but I'm saying, like, those to me are, like, pretty valid and big weaknesses, right? Being slow, having bad mid-screen, most of the time you're in the mid-screen in this game, right? Like, I value mid-screen very highly because most of the time, when it matters the most, you are not here, right? You are not with your opponent, just back to the wall, right in the corner, things like this. Like, most of the game, you are going to be finding your hits in the mid-screen, and Sieg isn't even, like, the kind of character where it's like, you know, if he's, like, here, it doesn't even really count as mid-screen anymore, because, like, he gets close enough to the corner, he can extend. No. Like, really, unless you're, like, fucking here to the point where, like, you need, like, Uva to leave you in close L range, right? And then Siegfried can extend. Like, anywhere that isn't right in the corner is mid-screen for this guy, right? I feel like Sieg, most of the time you're in the corner, or he is. I mean, that's not that good for him if that's the case, right? No, I mean, again, just in the video game, most of the time you are, you know, in the times where it matters, the times that determine the video game are these times in the mid-screen most often, right? So, like, those two to me are, like, meaningful enough weaknesses that I feel like I can't, like, put this guy anywhere up here, right? But he is certainly still very strong, very solid. I wish he still had Far L confirms into Orkin, you know? All right, man. Oh, man. Dude, this is going to be me fighting with that. Listen, most of, like, the lower characters are not this late in the fucking list, apparently. Can I be fucking real with you? Can I be fucking real with you? Jesus fucking Christ. I really just, every time I make a tier list, I mean, this is just me arguing with people for an hour and a half. Anila is so good now. Okay, thank you. Jesus Christ. This character is just fucking great. Like, seriously, tell me, what is the difference between Anila and Siegfried? If I did this, why am I wrong? Tell me. Tell me. Tell me right now. Tell me why Siegfried is better than Anila. He has 1k HP less? Yes, that's fair. No meme above Sieg? Yeah. Tell me right now. Anila down players, go get him. 1k HP less is valid, right? Why is Anila worse than Siegfried? Her mid-screen's better. She has really fucked up corner situations. She gets better save jumps than him. Her damage is higher most of the time. He's faster than him. Her fireball is faster than his, right? And it's full screen. She has bigger normals than he, she has longer engage range than him, right? Her normals are worse, for sure, right? She has a throw bait and he doesn't. She has better anti-fireball shit than he does. Anila's better than Siegfried. But Anila Truth Race in Season 1, so I don't know how she's that low after buffs. Anila's better than Siegfried, man. Anila's better than Sandy? You know, maybe. I don't think I'm going to go all the way that. Sieg 2360 was great. I agree. Anila 22M is an anti-fireball tool, is my point, though. She doesn't need a fucking use skill for that shit. Manila's as good as Sandy? Unironically, maybe. This character... Okay, I'm glad, honestly. I honestly think she's higher than Sandy. Dude, I'm amazed. Okay, thank you. Because I heard people saying, like, she's like a mid-tier after the buffs. After the buffs. And I was losing my goddamn mind, right? So, like, you know, it's actually... It's good to hear that I'm downplaying Anila a little bit, apparently, here. Anila jumps while Sieg does his stuff safer on the ground. What? Anila also is on the ground most of the time. Also, again, good B matchup. Anila's a good B matchup. Yeah. Generally, isn't he safer on all risk rewards? Not I mean, outside of him having 1,000 extra health, not necessarily, right? He's a mid-tier after her first buffs? Thank you. Yes. Anila should be with Versusia and Meg. Now that's interesting. Am I an Anila down player now? Whoa. Have I lived long enough to see myself become the villain? Dude, you're like the fourth person who said that she's better than... Issue Hell Matera matchup? Yeah. And it's a little better now with 22M, but yeah, still definitely hell for her. Anila, my point is, Anila is strong as fuck now, okay? If I've lived long enough to see myself become the Anila down player, I welcome this reality with open arms, okay? But I don't think she's up there, right? I don't think she's better than all. I don't think she's there. I also think Grim and Wilnas are better than all three. Valid. I don't think Anila's a moon. She's definitely better than Sandy in my eyes. That's interesting. I don't think so, but I see what you mean. I see Rialza winning on Anila. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Anila's crazy good. She hasn't moon level yet. Yeah. Avatar. He still does kill himself. He still kills himself quite a lot, right? He still certainly does kill himself quite a lot. He is better now. We need 3 spots for Avatar. He's I don't know if he's here. He is okay. He is better now, right? But he is still a low HP character that spends his own HP. And I've had Avatar as a mid tier for a while. I feel like I've been maybe upplaying him a little bit. Abel's consistent, kind of. I still don't think so, right? Okay. Is he better? He has lower corner carry now, doesn't he? No. The main things is Abel's damage on his really high cash outs is lower, but Abel spends less HP across the board. Is Abel better? You know what? That's a fair trade-off. The more I think about it, is Abel better? Probably not, because... So that trade-off is better. Abel does less damage on his big hits, but he spends less HP doing it. That is better. However, he still spends a lot of HP doing it, but that is better. The main reason that I actually think I'm going to disagree with myself, that what I've been saying for a while now, and then just kind of about face, is this. This was the best neutral skip in the game, basically, right? This was ridiculous. And now it's minus. Now, don't get me wrong, did this nerf, have to happen? Yes. Is it still, a pretty bad thing for him? Right? 2-1-4U has no counterplay? What do you mean? Block it. It used to have no counterplay. It's minus on block now. What are you talking about? I think you're living in pre-patch land, right? 2-1-4U used to have damn near 0 counterplay outside of, be a god and, reaction 5L it or something. Or DP it, to be fair. Now you just block that shit, right? This is a really big deal. It's a really, really big deal, right? This was the best move that he had or something like that, and it got nerfed. Again, very meaningfully, it had to get nerfed. It was a stupid ass move, but it does matter a lot. So if him losing damage but spending less health, him losing damage and spending less health, if that's a worthwhile trade that makes him a little better, all of that kind of comes out in the wash when you then say, oh, but he lost 2-1-4U as a plus on block neutral skip. That overall he probably is a little worse now, and even then I think prior I was being a little too nice to this guy probably, right? At the end of the day, right, this is a character who is very good at everything except not dying. He has, you know, very nice buttons, right? He has like a slightly worse far M than Belial's. He's got a very nice far H, right? Very nice 2M, very nice far L, like he's got Belial's 2U, right? He's got Belial's 6XL, right? He's got Belial's 6XM. He's got a surprisingly good 6XH. You can space this to be safe in a lot more cases than you might expect. This is less rewarding now, right? He's like very competent at zoning, right? He's got like he's got a command grab if he's at SSBA, right? He's got another one of this, right? He's got like mental stack, a hella mental stack in the corner. He gets really high reward off of his shit. This character is like very good at everything. However, he does have 14,000 health baseline, and while yes, he spends like probably 1,600 less health on average, or sorry, Abel probably, like he did. Abel got like 1,600 extra health in this patch, probably, right? What that means though, that doesn't mean that Abel went from 14k to 15.6, right? Abel was never a 14k character. Seox is a 14k character, right? Abel is a 10,000 HP character, and now he's like an 11,000 HP character, right? Now, is that really good for him? Absolutely. Is 11,000 HP really scary in a game where people are like touching 16,000 HP characters sometimes? Yes. Yes, it absolutely is, right? So it's just like, it's just the sheer volatility on this guy is so bad. It's so bad that I really can't look past it, right? Yes, his tools are very good, but it's not even like they're amazing, right? It's not like Abel has like the best far H in the game, or the best far M in the game, or the best 2M in the game, or the best far L in the game, right? Like it's not he's got like the best of everything, but he also is incredibly low health. He has like great tools, and then he dies in like 1.5 interactions, right? Galleon one taps Abel for real? Yeah, man. So like, I think it's a little too much. I think it's a little too much. Abel needs a tier, needs a rework to be buffed. I mean, you can listen. No, he don't. Like, Abel needs a rework. Maybe for like, it's probably difficult to make Abel strong and healthy as he currently exists. They tried it. They reworked him basically this patch, right? They tried it. I don't think they succeeded. You can buff Abel to make him good very easily, right? Very easily. It's very simple. But like, you make him incredibly toxic, right? Abel's the most honorable character in Japan because seppuku is honorable. Yeah. His changes made a lot of his fans agitated or something? Yeah, you can, but you shouldn't. Exactly. It's very easy to make Abel like broken, like top 1, damn near, right? You just drop the patch notes that say Abel now has 19,000 health or something like that, and we just go from there. But you shouldn't do that. And I mean, to be fair, if I'm talking about what would make this character broken, and I'm like giving him 8,000 health, basically, or 5,000 health, that should be a pretty good indication on how good I think he is now, right? That's why I think he needs a rework to be buffed in a real way. Valid. I see what your point is. Man, Belial. Maybe Meg is an upper moon, man. Maybe she is. She might be, man. Because Belial's really fucking good. I think, you know, I want to talk about 2 characters back to back here. I'm gonna cheat a little bit, right? I'm gonna cheat a little bit. I want to talk about Belial's as good as B, and I will die on this hill. I mean, in my defense, I think B is going to be near the bottom of this. Don't worry. B is me thinks this is mega overconfidence. Maybe. Fine. Okay. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do 2 things. Right? I'm going to do 2 things. Wilnas on low top, unexpected. I use him. Never saw much peeps use him. This character's really good, man. Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. Here's where this changes. Right? I think Belial is here, and I think basically. So I'm switching 2 characters from last time. The more I think about it. So what I used to have is I used to do this and this, right? What else is good, but I don't think he's top 10. Yeah, he won't be. He's like top 12. Good luck. But he is that caliber level though, right? So my idea, I think, is that this is wrong, and it's actually this, I think. The more I think about it. Now, maybe it's just this, and they're both, but I will see. I'll think about it more. Belial is like, he's edging me. He's belialing it. He's fucking belialing it. He's like here or here. It's hard to say, right? We'll talk about Belial and Cagliostro like back to back, just because both of these characters are like ridiculously strong, I think, the more that I think about them. I think Belial's above 2B? No. You mean like you think he's... No, come on. I'm questioning if this is too low for Belial. You know, what do you mean he's... No, I don't think so, man. You're entitled to your opinion, but I don't think so. Right? Let's. I mean, we could talk about Belial. Belial feels lower moon to me. That's where I'm leaning currently. We'll see. Right? Here's the thing. Right? Here's the thing with Belial. Belial is another character who is like in this discussion for like best overall buttons in the video game, essentially. Except they're tilted a little bit more differently than like, you know, like a Katalina or a Galleon or something like that, where Belial's buttons are certainly much more aggressively tilted, right? His far M is absurd, right? This thing being a fucking 6-frame button makes him, if I'm not misunderstanding, nobody can fuck with this guy post-throw tech, basically. Like, you have to hit nothing, right? You have to hit nothing or he wins. If you hit any button, Belial will beat you in 6 frames. Maybe, like, UL's 2M could clash with it, or, like, they could trade with this or something like that. I think, like, Belial is literally the least contestable character in like, this exact situation, right? Far M6 thought it was 7. Yeah. No, I got you. No, it is 6, though, right? So, like, in this situation, if you hit any button, is it 6 frames max range? No, it isn't, right? It's 8. It's 8. But if you hit a button, it's gonna hit you in 6. So even Katalina, I'm pretty sure. Let me double check. Maybe I'm wrong. Even like Katalina 2M is gonna lose to this thing post throw tech, I think. It clashes with mediums? Oh yeah, it's a medium. This is medium attack level, right? It's a medium. Let me double check this real quick. I believe maybe Katalina 2M will trade because like it'll low profile, but I don't think it hits. Look, what does the hitbox on his far M look like? I don't think so though. Let's see. I am curious. Like if Cat 2M's post throw tech. God, your Belial drip is cursed? It's fucking based, is what you meant to say, I think. Oh, wait, hold up. Yeah, low profiles. Okay. Fair enough. So if you have a like a 2M that can low profile like that, so Wayne should be able to do this too. So that's good, right? That's good. Now, granted, he can do like that, right? And it's fine. Like, it's not like Belial doesn't have, he has a 7-framer as well, if need be, right? So that's good. But like, if you don't have a button that low profiles this, it just kills you, right? But yeah, he also can't just like trade with you, because why not? Right? He has his own 7-framer, so don't you worry, child. So it's not like it's like, oh, like he still is overall probably the most oppressive character in the game post throw bait. If you have a 7-framer that can deal with his, awesome, right? He'll just throw out his own, right? And if you don't, you literally can't do anything here. You have to like even on block is plus on block for Belial, and there are very few characters that can say. I mean, I think he's the only character that can say that, right? On top of this, right? He obviously has still the best like plus on block 2M in the game, maybe the best 2M in the game, right? His far H is still amazing, even though it doesn't proximity guard you as often. This is still just a 9-frame far H this shit is practically a neutral skip, like for real, right? The shit is like practically fucking Gram boot or something like that. Oh, by the way, he actually has Gram boot, but better, and it's a 6-6H, right? He has one of the best fireball. This fireball got buffed. I've now decided this fireball, literally, they just buffed this. They nerfed it at this range, which like, if you had your eyes open and you've been playing the game for longer than like 6 months, why is this fireball ever hitting you from over here? How did that happen to you, right? Because, you know, my condolences. From like these ranges, right? This shit just got buffed. It just gives it corner carry and he still gets pressure afterwards, right? Like all this does now, the shit gets corner carry on block. So it's like one of the best U fireballs in the game just got buffed, right? This thing also gives him like easy access to side swap combos, so his defensive rewards is like ridiculous, right? What was the, how did you auto time that shit again? It's like that, if you wanted to, but you can also just obviously, you can just like run, like you can like go under them and like side swap, whatever the fuck you wanted to do, right? So like his defensive reward is insane because he basically gets full screen corner carry with the side swap right there, on top of his buttons being really good for it. He has like this shit is like the best jumping button in the entire video game, maybe, is Belial JH. His 6XL is ridiculous. He has plus frames on plus frames on plus frames. His EX Fireball is still a good pressure tool, mind you. It's just like less of a good pressure tool than it used to be, right? He has a tool for fucking every situation. He has JM, is also amazing. It's true, right? He has a tool for every situation. He has a command grab. Yes, it's reactable, but he has a command grab. So like if you know and he has this as well, which can like the shit can like the shit can throw bait, BC bait, just catch you off guard, and it's plus, right? Like you have to worry about this now being a reaction check, right? He has this. He has this. He has this, right? He just has like plus frame into far H, or plus frame into, I guess, has really good standard Grand Blue pressure as well. He has like one of the best backdashes in the game, right? He's got like the mental stack when this motherfucker puts you in the corner is just ridiculous, right? It's absurd. Yes, they nerfed this, but he's still crazy. And yes, they nerfed this, but it just went from like obscene to still just like amazing, right? Still really, really good. Yeah, he can even like anti-zone decently in certain situations. Like this 5U can be really annoying for certain matchups, though not Matera. But again, guess what? Guess where Matera's going? Right? Like what do you want from me? Right? What do you want from me? Belial has no real flaws, and that's his greatest strength. Then he has real strengths. Yeah, exactly. right? This is like, again, this is Sandalphon, but then give him a bunch of bullshit, right? Like, you know, it's like, oh, Sandalphon is like, he's a flawless character, but then, you know, like, he just doesn't have that je ne sais quoi to put him above with the rest of the guys. Belial is that, and then just, like, give him, like, a command grab and, like, 100 different ways to be plus and, like, the best buttons in the game and, right? And, like, the best U fireball in the game and, like a fucking, like, a parry to steal his turns back, like, all of this, right? Like, he's like as nearly as flawless as Sandy, and then he just also has a bunch of insane shit on top of it, right? There's a real argument that this guy's up here. I'll see, right? I'll see. His flaw can't anti-air, kind of, bro. It's not his 2H is fine, man. His 2H is just not amazing, right? And guy, hey, if Belial wants to air to air you, he just use the best button in the game for it, and he'll be okay. Oh yeah, his DP, by the way, is also crazy, right? 2-hit DP. This is like unpunishable if you have to avoid chip, right? And even his even his UDP and DP are just less minus than you'd expect him to be. He's like one of the only characters in the game who doesn't get 6/6H'd when his DPs get blocked for some ungodly reason, right? Like, sure, why not? Like, even when they made every DP in the game punishable, Belial still had to get a little bit of privilege in there. Bubs. This character real good too, man. This character is real strong. He feels to me like he's in... Oh, Cag. Yes, sorry, Cag. Let's talk about Cag. We'll talk about Bubs after. Yeah, Cag... I mean, what do you... Cag is interesting, right? Cag's interesting, for sure. Bro forgot Cag. That's my bad. Cag is the most evil, broken-ass character crafted in hell by Satan himself in the ninth circle. The rapture happened, and Cagliostro is our punishment, for none of us got into heaven. Yes. What can we say about Cag? I mean, let's start with what we talk about with like every one of these like top tier characters. Her buttons are really good, right? 2M is pretty damn big, right? For like, yes, it's 10 frames at max range, but it's just really nice. Like, she basically has a Zeta 2M without having to have the same weakness where like up close she doesn't have an 8-framer. She does. It also is huge if need be, right? It can be like a 9 or 10 frame like gigantic button if she wants it to be, right? Similar story with her far M, but her far M is always 10, right? Big ass button. Obviously, Cag far H is Cag far H. We're not going to talk about her buttons more than that, right? He's got a pretty solid 6XL, if I understand correctly. The range on that shit, the hitbox on that shit is all pretty good, right? Like baseline, this character, like very just solid. Her 2U is amazing, obviously. Yep, Cag 2U, how could I forget, right? This button is wet, wild, and wacky. Why is this shit so big? Why does it have 6 active frames? Why is it so big? Did I mention why is it so big? Also, why is it so big, by the way? Why is this thing so big? Also, why is it so big and relatively fast, considering how big it is? So, you know, like, very just solid kit of buttons on the lady, right? And then on top of that, she just has, like, serious, tremendous levels of bullshit, man, right? M Spike is a war crime of a move. This move is, for some reason, only -1 on block, and, like, it's a combo starter on, like, regular hit, even. I don't know why the fuck they gave, like, Cagliostro the ability to do this. Like, it's just, it's like it doesn't even need a counter hit. It's just a safe on block, non-cooldown move that combo starts. For some ungodly reason, everything with the traps make like her mid screen is not necessarily amazing without the traps, right? Though it's not, you know, it's not like horrendous, awful, stinky, poopy butt cheeks or anything like that, but it's not amazing, certainly. But like with the traps, it's insane. Spare body is a really good throw bait. It's not like god tier or anything like that, but it is, right? She can do a lot of trickiness with this teleport in general as well. If she just does this, you can kill her, right? But you can also like do stuff like, you know, setting the traps in midair or doing the teleport back, which I think is... Yeah, it's a light one, right? And then she can set into this, right, and kill you. There's a lot of like tricksiness that you can do with that teleport. Yes, it's kind of like a little fake, but also it's still mental stack, right? It's still something you have to worry about when you're fighting this character in neutral. It's like all the different things that she can do from this range, kind of like a Bub's light a little bit. All the different things you might have to worry about her doing, like setting up her traps, teleporting, right? All the spikes, like teleporting at you, teleporting away from you, setting up U-trap, like running at you, doing some shit like this, right, into full combo for some reason. And then, I mean, this is all like, oh, this stuff is good on Cagliostro. By the way, notably, for what I'm about to say, you might think this character has 15,000 health. No, this also average health, which feels like a strength for how much she fucking has. But also, for some reason, this character just has like the best Oki in the game, probably. This probably is the character with the most offensive, like the most oppressive corner situation in the entire video game. And man, is that a really high bar, right? Like, that's a really high bar, and it probably still is Cagliostro. Like, there's some fucked up characters there, right? There's some fucked up characters, like some fucked up corner pressure in this game, and Cag is still probably the best. If only, right? For I always forget this shit is is it medium trap light TP? What the fuck is that? Is that set up again? I think so, right? Like throw into, or is it light trap medium TP? Yeah, light trap medium TP. If Cag throws you, you lose the game because that setup right there beats DP. You can't throw tech. It'll beat any of your throw techs. You'll get killed by the traps, right? It'll beat your DP. You can't jump. You can't do anything except mash on wake up with a trap on you in the corner. If you UDP this, Cag gets out of it, right? Like let me have Belial do that. I like to show and not tell. This is competing with Eustace U Grenade, by the way. Yep. No wait. I want Belial to be the dummy. Does she get a combo off it? Yeah. If you pick any of the incorrect options, there's a trap there. Yes, she absolutely gets a combo off it. She gets a combo. The only way she won't get a combo is if she throws you again. Right? Unless she already had like the upper trap set up, in which case she will. But if she didn't have the upper trap set up and she throws you, guess what? You're back in the fucking room again. It's Eggman and Sonic Dubs, man. I'm back in the fucking building! I want Belial here and I want Cag here so I can set Belial to do shit. Do you guys block and get the combo if you mash? Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Mashing is not a guaranteed way out. Mashing is assuming she doesn't assume you're going to do the one thing that beats the setup. Right? Because if you mash and don't hit her, the trap kills you, by the way. Right? So if I have Belial, I'm pretty sure this is right. Let me double check, but I think so. If I Belial do UDP on wake up, so he's gonna do it here, yeah? Yep, okay. So if I do this shit, and then light trap medium TP, yep! Right? I mean, Belial's happens to side swap, so that's cool. But like, even then, get full comboed for UDPing on wake up, right? You can't DP, if you block, right? She's just plus like 15, by the way, like if you do nothing, right? If you like say you're just like a good little boy and you just take your lumps from Cagliostro, right? And you just do nothing. Guess what, motherfucker? She's plus in your face and she can just RPS you again, right? And if you get thrown again, you're back in the fucking building, right? If you try to throw tech at all, you will die. And guess what? I believe she can throw you before the trap triggers. Let me double check this, but I think there's a world where ooh, maybe I'm wrong. Hold on, I could have sworn that she can throw you. Oh, I guess no, she just doesn't TP, right? Yeah. She would just do like. She can just do that, I think, right? She can just do... Oh, I could have sworn... There you go. Yeah, right? It's like, if you're just a good little boy and you take your lumps, you're back in the exact same situation, right? If you try to throw tech at all to beat that throw, you are going to die, because whether you throw or 2L, the trap is going to kill you. If you... how to beat it again? Mash on a wake up and hope that she TPs. I'm back in the fucking building! Right? You mash on wake up and hope that she doesn't sit there and block. Because if she blocks, you're dying. How to beat it is what about brave counter? I'm pretty sure. I mean, she's not even necessarily meeting you. Well, you can break. Can you break counter the trap? Like, that's a good. What happens if he brave counters the trap? You can brave counter the trap, yeah. Although I'm curious. I mean, she's going to be absolutely BC safe, right? She's going to be absolutely BC safe. But I do wonder if she can even kill you for it. Blocks all. Oh, interesting. No, she actually won't recover in time from the TP, right? Yeah, okay. I mean, you know, there's something, right? Yeah, just brave counter and hope that she TPs, right? If she TPs late, she gets punished. Oh wait, am I fucking it up? Wait. Oh, you're right. Oh, it's BC safe. Never mind. It's BC safe also. I lied. I believe you can teleport away. You don't have to. It's BC safe. So, how much of a terrible idea is just jumping? Oh, by all means, let me show you. Counter on wake up, jump. So 2Ls that are low don't clear trap. They should, but Cag will just be... I think you're going to be punishably minus in her face. Let me have him jump on wake up here. 2Ls that are low will clear the trap, and I believe Cagliostro will be plus enough to kill you afterwards. Let me see. Bonk. Well, actually, is she plus here? I wonder. Yes, 16, apparently. Now, you can do something on the way down. But again, I mean, that happens too, right? So, I mean, she can certainly just do that. But yeah, if she TPs, at least, jump will beat her if she TPs. That's interesting. You can probably punish... I have to imagine you can punish her on... Like, if I have him, instead of jumping, if I have him do, like, that or so... Like neutral jump into JH. I imagine he can punish her, right? Matching 2L beats the setup even if she blocks it. Are you sure? Can he punish here? I imagine he can. I want to do recording slot 1. How do I do that? Recording slot. There you go. Yeah, so like if I go bonk and he does, are you sure? Oh. I mean, maybe you can, I don't know. It kills the trap? Well, okay, let's grab a low hitting 2L because Belial's won't. Sandy's. Right, Sandy's should clear the trap, I'm pretty sure. That's a nasty knowledge check, but waking up is plus 40 frames. You can watch her while standing up. Doesn't make it any more fair. I mean, I don't think you get that much. Like, she's not, like, she's setting the trap first. You don't get that much time to figure out what she's doing, right? Sandy 2L. Does clear it. That's good. So if I have Sandy do 2L on wake up, I wonder what this looks like, actually. On wake up, crouching 2L, right? And Sandy is going to do exactly that, right? So I set the trap, I TP. Hey, you know what? That's actually not bad. I mean, I guess this is just matching on wake up now that I think about it. Yeah, wait, I already knew this. I already knew this, right? Yeah. Matching on wake up will beat this, but I mean, God forbid. Right? You are matching. I guess that's true. 2Ling will work, but now that I think about it, I was like, whoa, that's actually, no, you're just matching on wake up. Yeah, there's a problem with that, believe it or not, right? There's a problem with that. There's a problem with matching on wake up. Issues just meaties? Yeah, I forgot about that part. You're matching in the corner against Cagliostro who has a trap on you also. Yeah. So, I mean, it's like a damn near unsolvable situation, and it happens if she throws you. Oh, you want to throw tech? Right? And by the way, react to the TP. I am curious, actually. Like, let's see. Like, this happens. I want Cag to... Hold up. I want Cag to do it myself, and I want to count it on the frame meter. Like, if I record Cag doing all of this. Right? So that's the trap. Right? Like, here. Like, so far, she's not doing anything that you're even... Like, that's all the same. Right? If you're cracked, I guess you do react here, right? So 1, 2, 3. Oh, no, that's actually not trap yet. Oh, no, it is. Yeah. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You got to make your decision right here, right? This is where you make your decision. Congratulations. You have 12 frames to react. Yep. Just react to TP. You have exactly 12 frames to do it. And that's if you assume that like you are noticing it on the exact first frame and the startup isn't a little bit hidden. Cag's woken up, right? You have 12 frames to react. 12 frames is reactable? Yeah, man. Yeah. Absolutely. While you're at it, make sure to react to to Beatrix command grab, you know? Yeah. So, it's just, like, and by the way, this isn't like, oh, but if Cag doesn't get a throw on you, it's not even that bad, man. Just don't get thrown. Because, like, if she just, like, gets any knockdown at all and, like, sets up, like, this shit, right? Or, like, sets up some shit like this and this is hell, right? This is already one of the worst situations in the entire game, right? I call this the damned if you do, damned if you don't. Because when Cagliostro has these traps up, right, guess what? He's gonna run at you, and if you tech, you're probably gonna die, and if you don't tech, you're probably going to die. Because, like, the throw is gonna combo, any throw bait is gonna combo. Hell, if you, like, sit there and panic, and she, like, spikes you when you get hit by it, you're going to die. Right? Like, this is already one of the most oppressive situations in the video game, and it's not even her good Oki. This is her, like, backup plan. This is her backup plan, right? Her 6XM will combo, that's right. Yeah, if you just sit there and you're panicking, and she, like, 6XMs, you get overhead from there, you also combo, right? That's her backup plan. That's, like, if she can't find the throw, that's what she does to you. When you react to a TP in neutral, is it more to react to the recovery of the TP? Yes, yeah, exactly. Yeah, because when it's in neutral, you get this whole animation, 39 frames to react, but you have to make your decision as soon as you stand up on that. And there you don't get the whole TP animation, you get 12 frames. Right? So, like, she is just the Oki character. She has the most oppressive, like, I'm going to talk about a lot of characters with really good pressure. Cag is top 1. Cag has the best pressure in the game. Cag has the best, she has the best Okizemi in the game. Pressure, maybe not, right? Like, she's still good, right? But she's certainly not, like, just throwing out, like, before she gets to that first knockdown, she's not, like, throwing out the most insane shit you've ever seen. But she has the best Oki in the video game, and it's kind of not even close, right? And like, okay, cool. What? So what doesn't she have? A meterless DP. That's it. That's it. That's the only thing. That's the literal only thing that you can hold against Cagliostro. Fairy Oki though, bro, it's not as good. It's simply like Fairies is really. It's simply Fairy is literally just not even. Yeah, no, it's just not as good as it turns out. 50/50s are not as good as Cagliostro's Okis. Yeah, that's right. Right? I honestly put Cag over B after all this. You might be right, man. You might be fucking right. I'm gonna hold a gun against Cagliostro. Yeah, at least she has 14k HP. Yeah, you would think, right? You would think, that it's like, I say all of this, but Cag is like a tiny little, cute little girl, and she has like Seox health. Cag has 2,000 more HP than Seox. Cag has more HP than like fucking Lancelot, man, why? Vera. This character's strong as hell now, too. This guy, maybe, this character's still really good. This character's also very good. Oh, Bubs, fuck, okay. Don't let me forget about Bubs, or about Vera this time. Don't let me forget about Vera, man. Bubs, let's talk about Bubs. I didn't say I was going to talk about Bubs and I forgot. We've talked about Bubs recently, right? Semi-recently. Cagliostro's the best grappler in the game at the moment. For real, dog. Also, hello, Elsa. Elsa, that, like, you broke my fucking brain when you showed me that, like, throw, light trap, like, medium TP. I was like, why can't you do that? But yeah, anyway, man, Bubs is, again, one of these. I've talked about Bubs at length, and I use him as a comparison point for a lot of other characters too, right? So we don't have to spend that much time, because, like, honestly, I'm behind schedule, right? Bubs is just, he kind of is this character, again, who can do everything at every range, right? He can zone a lot of the cast, he can rush down really well with, like, all the different ways that he has to skip neutral. He has, like, the most mental stack at full screen like this of anyone. Like, this, all the different charges of fireballs all have different answers. Karma, him, like, suddenly deciding to Unisonic, him, like, doing, like, some sort of fucking shit like this into, like, TP, into Guess for Anthem, right? There's so many things that he can do from full screen. That like this guy, like, when Bubs is over here, you are already kind of in the blender, right? He's got a command grab super, though it's kind of ass, right? But it's still a command grab super. That's still a very big deal. His damage is pretty good in a lot of cases. Nothing ridiculous, right? But pretty good. The main problems with Beelzebub mostly are that he is. I call Beelzebub the he can do everything character. It's not necessarily true, right? Bubs also has Katalina 2M for some reason. Does he now? Yeah, what do you know? Shit is huge. His 2M is pretty insane, yeah. I call him the everything character. I kind of lie, right? I kind of lie. While Bubs is competent and quite good at every range on the screen, it is true that, you know, really the main thing, like, he is at his most comfortable right here, right? Where he can just, like, throw all of his, like, bullshit options at you from long range, and then, you know, he can engage on his own terms into, like, plus frames and to do funny shit, right? Bubs is certainly not quite as, like, this is kind of what I've realized about Bubs as time has gone on that has made me sour on him ever so slightly. Well, this character's still very good, right? He's not quite as comfortable in, like, the mid-range or, like, right here as you might think. I think what it is a lot, like, what it is a lot of the times Bubs ends up, again, engaging with you on these ranges at his own terms because he won the game from over here. You know what I mean? He can certainly struggle against characters where, you know, they can just, like, do one option and it beats a lot of what he does out here. This is why, for example, yeah, like, Beatrix is really rough for this guy, right? But yeah, like, he's not quite as versatile as I've been giving him credit for this whole time. I kind of did just lie to you, right? Is Bubs' tiers anything lower than high tier I'm literally unsubbing? Don't be crazy. Of course he's there, but I don't think he's any higher than that, whereas that was where I was considering him. And the reason that that's not the case is he's not quite as, like, airtight, right, as you might think, right? As you might think. So, like if he fights a character who either can outzone him, right, a character where at full screen, like, he doesn't want to be at full screen here, right, or a character who can get around a lot of the shit that he does from full screen, that has tools that match up well into his tools at full screen, then he can struggle a lot, right? Like, because the reason that he's not as comfortable in these ranges, walk speed is a good point. His walk speed is very slow, right? His walk speed is very slow. We consider Versusia airtight? No. His walk speed is quite, he's quite the slow little boy, right? And while like he is certainly good up here, a lot of what he's doing here is still relying on like reaction checking you up close, and that's good. Don't get me wrong, that's good, but it's a lot better. It's a lot better out here, right? Where like when he's wrong, the reward that you get for that is you get a little bit closer to Beelzebub. You are almost never going to punish Beelzebub for like properly rolling his needle here or something like that. What you're gonna get is not 2-1-4 you. You earn the privilege of not getting your roll fucking slammed, right? But like if Bubs does some like weird fake shit here, like tries to like charge the fireball or like karma you to steal the turn or something like that, he is risking getting like full on like counter hit close H murdered, right? Or like 2H'd out of his Unisonic or something like that, right? He like it's a lot more. While what he does up close, he can still be very overwhelming. It is a lot more risky for him. So he does have a very much a preferred range on the screen, and it's out here, right? And that can be exploited by either better zoners than him or characters that have very good rushdown tools to get around him, right? Character's still very good, right? Don't get it twisted whatsoever. This character is still very, very, very strong. But I just don't know that he's quite up here, right? Vera, I'm not gonna forget about Vera. I'm not gonna forget about Vera. This character got a lot of love. I agree, he does struggle against better zoners and his neutral can be difficult, 100%. Yeah. Again, simple character, right? Simple character. Great buttons. Great, like, just, like, truly, like, awesome buttons, right? 8-frame far H, the second best 8-frame far H in the game. It is better than Seox's and worse than Meg's. It has an extra active frame on Meg's, but it's smaller. And has a little bit more recovery, so you could argue it, but probably it's worse than Meg's. But very, very nice 8-frame far H, right? Premium frame data on all of her normals up close as well, right? Really, really good far M, 6-6M, right? Really nice 2M as well. High active frames, incredibly low recovery, pretty decent range on it, right? Good 2U. Like, all of her buttons are great. Like, Vera has a very, very strong kit of buttons. Install Vera is a war crime. We already know. I don't think I'll have to talk about why Install Vera is really good, right? Base Vera is why this character is good now, right? Because Install Vera has always been a fucking demon, right? 2H is kind of a struggle. It's not amazing, but it's not bad. I wouldn't call it a struggle. It's not that bad, right? But the reason this character is a lot better now is because base Vera is a lot better now, and it's because basically every buff that they gave this lady made base Vera better. Usually the close H, that's her anti-air. If you're like close to like crossing her up, she does have this, it's true, right? But like, so she has the close H and 2H combined, and she has a meterless DP if it gets that bad, right? I would not say that Vera struggles to anti-air whatsoever. In fact, this character is pretty scary to jump against, right? But yeah, like, base Vera is better, and install Vera is easier to get. That multiplies, you know, that's like an exponential increase, you know? Because one, base Vera is better just because, like, the fact that she just gets that now means that, like, you know, base Vera's mid-screen, guess what? That shit is really good. Like, it's not, whatever, you know, good for Vera. They finally gave her, like, real, she can do a little bit. No, this is, like, what Katalina does to you, man, right? It's like yes, it doesn't work off as many buttons, because this shit is still, right, 20 frames. So, like, you can get it off, like, far H, I think. Right, and then she has to do some shit like this, and it's, like, a little worse, right? So, like, certainly it's not as good as what Catalina's doing, but, like, base Vera, not install Vera. Install Vera has way better mid-screen than, like, anyone in the game who was in, like, Blade Level 5 Lucilius, right? But base Vera is genuinely rocking your shit off, like, a lot of hits now, right? Like that. This is not anything to sneeze at. Goddamn, half the time, base Vera won't even need to install because she just, like, double 2-2-use you and does, like, 8,000 damage with her back to the wall, right? And it's true. So, like, it makes base Vera better, right? Because base Vera just has a lot better. Like, what was the only problems with base Vera before, right? Base Vera had bad damage most of the time, right? Like, outside of the corner, her damage was not very good. And in the corner, her Grand Blue Zone kind of sucked because, like, her primary conversion tool off her pokes didn't reach, right? Now, her base damage is better. And by the way, yeah, she also chooses to get install. If this happens early enough in the round, guess what? She's an install now, right? This adds another way for her to get into install, right? She can still just hit you with the command grab. She can spend 100 meter on it. She can get a counter hit close H, or she can get any auto combo ever now, right? Ever. I think she can't quite get it off the further hits. Like, I think if she does like some shit like, oh, I mean that, yeah, but if she's in far H range, I don't think she gets that. Oh, yeah, I don't think so. I think there's like a range where you're like right outside a counter hit close H or a close H range where I think she might, but most of the time she's not getting this, right? It is mostly off auto combo, but like, you know, if she gets a 6XL, that's happening, right? So it's significantly easier to get into install Vera, and you need to be an install Vera less too, right? Like if I go back to the Wilnas patch where they buffed her, It was very few lines of dialogue, very few lines of patching, but they matter a lot, right? This one frame meant that install Vera is twice as easy to get now, and base Vera is significantly better, right? This is nice. It means that going into install using her SBA feels a lot less painful. So again, easier to get into install. Right? This means that her Grand Blue Zone is actually real now, and then they buffed install Vera. Right? So this is already a character with a very solid base. The two main things holding her back, being her being kind of shitty in base form and install being kind of hard to get, were both heavily mitigated, right? At this point, Vera's main problem is Vera still a high risk, high reward character? I played with her in the past. I don't think I would call her that necessarily, no. I think Vera has... she's never been that high risk. I mean, I feel like previously, if anything, you could argue she was just kind of like, you know, medium risk, low reward sometimes in base or something like that. But this character has always been like a solid foundation of a character, right? Vera's supposed to be kind of safe, yeah. Vera's biggest problem still, to this day, low risk, high reward now? Something like that. I don't know, that's pretty damn good. But Vera's biggest problem to this day is that she does still just absolutely get the shit beat out of her by anyone who can, like, not even like zoners, like anyone with like a competent fireball is going to still give base Vera a lot of trouble, right? Like, it's gonna give base Vera a lot of trouble. Like, you don't even have to be like Matera. Like, Katalina can try and like zone this lady out. Or she really does just have like nothing to defend herself from here except having a fast dash, which helps certainly, right? HE listen to 5U LMAO, she can't do anything. Yeah, like, you don't have to be Matera to zone Vera out, right? She does, like, you know, her she is still, like, her and Galleon are like both incredibly ridiculously easy to zone, right? And hell, listen, I'm not saying that. You could argue that Galleon's got fucking charge 5U, but no, Galleon's definitely easier to zone than Vera, right? But this is still a pretty meaningful weakness for her, right? And still, like, the point is, base Vera is still not super duper hyper exceptional or anything like that, right? And install is still not free. Like, she does still have to get install Vera. Right? Install Vera is genuinely, like, if Install Vera was the character, it's genuinely, like, she's like here, right? Like, that character is fucking ridiculous. That character is Katalina with an air dash and the same reward without meter, right? Install Vera is ridiculous, and I will never stop talking about this. But base Vera is still like a character that's like here or something, you know what I mean? Like, he's still like kind of underwhelming. And you're still in base Vera most of the time, right? So, like, you know, she averages out to here, in my opinion. But this character is certainly much better now. I said it because many of the versions of the special moves are unsafe in the past. I see what you mean. Nothing has been made more safe on her, but I think she has to rely on doing unsafe shit a little bit less, probably. Okay. I'm not forgetting about anyone. We can actually move on to Seox. Dude, am I going to do this? Listen, if you want to... I said nothing until the calendar year. You can say what you want about Seox being here relative to another character who I will not talk about until the next calendar year. Is this crazy? Dude, every day I wake up, and I'm like, I don't know what I think about this. He just doesn't feel that impressive to me. You know what I mean? Maybe it's because Lance, okay, maybe I always think Seox is a mid-tier, right? And then I go, is it just because Lance is better than him now and I'm being too mean to him? Like, am I doing the comparing him to Katalina thing? Let's talk about Seox and I'll make my decision, okay? Let's talk about Seox and I'll make my decision, right? All the tier jumpers just leap from Seox to other characters. You might be right. Let's talk about Seox and let's and I'll make my decision because I'm not sure about him, right? Haven't seen Seox in a while. Yeah, he's certainly not the most common boy. Obviously, you know, step one, Seox is the fastest character in the game, bar none, and that matters a lot, right? Seox matters a lot. Being that fast matters a great deal. He has a lot of good ways to, like, this fireball is really fucked up and annoying, right? It's really fucked up and annoying that he has this. They added a little bit more recovery to it, sure, but this is a really nice, just delayed thing he can put out on the screen to control a lot of space and move his way in. Empty Hand functions as a pretty good neutral skip as well. Certainly can be risky, can be 2H'd, can be DP'd even if you're feeling scared. It's very reactable, right? Empty Hand is a much better, like, on-reaction kill the fireball. It does lead to a full combo as well. So, you know, very good anti-zoning just with, like, the speed combined with his ability to neutral skip, right? Fast-ass buttons. Certainly you're not, like, going to be seeing Seox winning any awards for, like, best mid-range character, but all of his buttons are just, again, premium frame data, obviously, on, like, all of his close normals, and then, you know, 7-frame 2M, 8-frame far H, though it is kind of the worst one, right, of all of them. Like, it is the smallest of the 8-frame far H's. Like, so his buttons are certainly nice for what he wants them to do, but even then, they don't feel necessarily exceptional to me. right? Like, it's not like his far M is kind of right? His far H is good, certainly. 8-frame far H is very, very nice. Like, his 2M is a good 2M, right? But it's not like Seox has, like, the most insane rushdown buttons in the entire world or anything like that, right? He just has, like, fast buttons that he can use well, right? He's got, like, a good throw bait, obviously, in this, which is very nice for him. That shit is risky now because I've got spot dodge, you die, but, you know, there's a lot of throw baits like that are still, like, fully functional, right? Capable. He can do, like, he does have, like, a pretty nice, like, he just, like, loop his shit, right? What is the bombo again? Is it, like, it's this, that, how the fuck do I do the follow-up? I haven't played Seox in too long, man. I'm trying to do, like, there you go, right? Like, some, whatever the fuck, like, this shit was, right? Into, like, empty hand, into, like, so you can do, like, some high-low throw stuff there. It's fuzzyable, right? But, like, like, you know, it's still something, you have to respect it enough that he can try and fit in, like, some fake shit there, right? He's got, like, that, he's got a lot of good stuff. For me, okay, what do I not like about Seox? 14,000 health is a big one, right? 14,000 health is a big one. His damage in the mid screen is also not the most impressive thing in the world, right? He can do like shit like this, which is, you know, not good damage off of an auto combo, really. Now, he's not like not breaking 4K on your auto combo is not, certainly not that inspirational. So like that's, you know, though he can get like decent damage off like even his far M by doing this, right? Well, I say that now 2,800 is like a little, yeah. So like his damage is not really high in the mid screen, and he can't really extend it with meter either, right? So he has kind of a similar sort of mid-screen problem, right? As a lot of characters might have. He feels weirdly linear to me. Nothing he does feels threatening. I don't know about all that, but yeah, it's just like bad. I mean, even in the corner, to be completely real with you, though he certainly can, right? Actually, am I down? His cash out damage is like pathetically low. Like, what does this guy do if he just like if I just like give myself max meter here and I just like do some like close M into super bullshit. Maybe he does a little bit more than I give him credit for. So like, to be fair, I also don't know. That's probably not the. I think his optimal he launches with Raging Strike, doesn't he? I don't fucking know, man. There's some way for him to get raw SBA at the end there, but regardless, that's still like that. That looks like it's still, you know, that's averaging out to like roughly 7K or something with me. Like this into that or something, right? He gets close H after the 2-3-6H follow-up if he starts with 2U. That's valid. I mean, 8K is not so bad. Yeah, that's actually... So his damage is certainly not... Like, that's not low at all, right? That's not low damage. His cash out is bad, but that's not bad, right? He could probably do a little better than that, too. So yeah, no, that's not... It's not fair to say he has low damage everywhere, right? But his damage is quite low in the mid-screen, certainly. But you're saying he gets this, that, this into close H if he starts with 2U? That's interesting. Though certainly, like, it's not like you just get to choose to, yeah, there you go. It's not like you just get to choose to start with 2U, right? Is it only if it's counter hits, too? And then if I do that, right? I probably, get, like, Fireball after, presumably? Bonk. Bonk. Oh, is the first hit that you cancel? No. I mean, it's not even... Yeah, even then, that's not really that good, right? I think it works on non-counter hit, that's fair. But even then, like, this is... That's not the most inspirational thing in the world, right? 3,700? No 214? Yeah, I mean, 30. Am I crazy? Like, that's 3,700 damage? Like, even like this, you just end an auto combo? Yeah, like, even this is not... That's not good, right? That's not, like, good damage. No, you don't. You can get 2-3-6U. You get auto combo into overhead ender? Oh, yeah, for some Oki, that's fair. Yeah, you would want some Oki there for sure. That makes sense. Right? Well, I mean, I say that. Seox can maybe still do that shit with plus 12, but... Is this good corner carry and a lot of damage? Yeah. He gets enough meter and kind of circles cooldowns well for what? Often attempts on offense count for a rushdown. Okay, yeah, no, his like... This little like high-low setup that ends with empty hand does cycle very well for him, right? I will say, though, I think that's probably not... It's really not enough for me to put him... Yeah, I think I was being a little mean to him in the sense that I'm just like, oh, well, he's just Lancelot. Seox just kind of feels boring. Yeah. No, I don't know boring, but I think I am being a little mean to him. I think I was being a little mean to him. He probably does deserve to sit like somewhere there. Eustace. Man. This character's wild now, you know that? I think Loane kind of cooks Seox niche, but better. I mean, Loane's going to be real high up here. Don't you wait. I was wrong about Eustace. I'm going to tell you everything that basically, like, the big... I talked about Eustace recently, right? Took Seox's niche. Yeah. The big... Like, Eustace, good zoner, slow kills grade, very good, like good ways to convert, right? He's got, like, again, like, really good screen control, right? Red Grenade gives him ridiculous mid-screen, things like this, right? The only thing basically that the only thing that I used to really think of that kind of held this this character back, right, was the fact that I didn't think he had a real 50-50 off of this, right? This U grenade situation I thought was like pretty fucked up, but not that bad, because I didn't think he had a real 50-50, because I thought it was like fuzzyable, because it used to be that I thought you would do auto combo overhead or auto combo into this, right? And you could, not fuzzyable, but you could OS that with throw, right? Turns out I'm just stupid, and you just do the heavy version and delay it a little bit, and this is an unfuzzyable high-low that he combos off of every time he gets a knockdown with Ryu grenades, and it's gonna refund him 25 meter too, right? So, yeah, this is a really, again, one of these characters that has, like, on top of everything that he has, is a ridiculously fucked up corner situation as well, right? I mean, really, right? Again, you know, the only problem that this guy, you could even, like, U-Flamek off any projectile, too. Yeah, I mean, the Flamek, honestly, U-Flamek is, like, kind of the worst Flamek, to be real with you. Like, all the, like, these are just crazy, right? Really, the only problem that this guy has is that he definitely can be overwhelmed, right? I feel like Eustace is not the best at getting people off of him, right? To me, it always, like, you know, at least it always feels when I'm playing this guy, like, defense is fucking terrifying. And a lot of it comes down to the fact that if you don't have red grenades on a motherfucker, basically, this guy is not really getting much of anything off of, but he has BC. What are you talking about? This guy's not getting really much of anything off of the hits that he gets in the corner. You know what I mean? Every character has BC, it's true. Like, where a lot of characters, like, his buttons are not bad for it, certainly, right? BC isn't real defense. I mean, it helps. Like, certainly, bad defense is less of a real thing in this game because everyone has BC, certainly, right? But my main thing, the reason I would say that Eustace feels, like, shitty to run defense on is because... What do you mean, Brick? Like... There would be a much bigger gap between characters who had a hard time defending themselves and didn't if BC wasn't in the game, right? Characters with worse defensive tools would feel it a lot more if everyone didn't just have the best defensive tool in the game standardized across the whole cast, right? Like, in a game without BC, defensive variability in characters would matter a lot more, as far as how easy it is to get people off you anyway, right? The thing that BC doesn't help with, right? And the thing where, to me, it feels like Eustace really falls short is the risk-reward of pressing anything on Eustace when you're on defense feels horrible. Because this guy gets nothing, man. Like, yeah, with red grenades, right? Awesome. With red grenade, Eustace gets the whole entire world, right? And I don't even know the DP loops, but he can do, like, even better than this, right? With red grenade, Eustace has, like, the best mid-screen in the game, bar, like, install Vera or something like that, right? Stupid question, can you BC, and would that ever be practical? Oh my god. Fellas? We did it, man. Those who know? Can you, if you've been here since the game released, you're so happy to hear that question be asked? Because yeah, it's like, yeah, why would you ever BC a BC? It's stupid. That's stupid, man. That's stupid. Why would you ever BC a BC? Yeah, and this is not your fault, Frogman. It's just like, this is PTSD, right? This is PTSD. It's like, there are kids who were born after 9/11. You know what I mean? Like, there are kids who grew up, like, 9/11 is like, maybe some of them don't even know about it. You know, I'm sorry if I caused something. No, you're totally fine. You're totally fine. It's not like you didn't do a bad thing. It's just like happy. I'm happy. You know what I mean? There are kids who were born after 9/11. You know? There are kids who don't know about BC into BC into BC into BC. It's just, it's glorious. No, these days, because BC is minus on block, it is not practical to ever BC a BC, right? No. It used to be that BC was plus on block. So if you blocked the guy's BC, you would want to BC him back, because it was his turn if he BC'd you. Not anymore, all right? Hasn't been the case for close to 10 months now or something like that. Wow. We made it, fellas. We fucking made it. We grew out of the BC trenches, yeah. But yeah, so the main difference maker on defense a lot of the time to me in this game, unless you have like truly horrible defensive tools, right? Which Eustace doesn't have. He doesn't have a meatless DP, but like he has good buttons to like poke out with and defend himself, certainly, right? Even like Uflamek, honestly, is like a really quick call out for like Grand Blue Zone stuff, though. Be careful if you get double rolled into close H with your back to the wall on that, you're going straight to Gohannam, right? But the main thing is Eustace he doesn't get fucking anything, man. Right? He doesn't get anything. Like, he doesn't, like if Eustace hits you with like a 2M or something like that, like he's doing that. And like, to be fair, there's a 1-frame link there. This is a little better on Eustace now too than it used to be. There's a 1-frame timing there, manual timing, where Eustace can side swap you off of this now. Let's see. Oh, yeah, it exists. I've done it before accidentally, right? So if Eustace gets a side swap and no damage, that'd be awesome. But again, it's not like it's literally a 1-frame manual timing. And even then, it wouldn't be amazing, right? It wouldn't be amazing. But yeah, Eustace gets, like, nothing. And if he wants to spend meter to convert, congratulations. He does, like, that, I guess. Right? Like, 2k? Is Brave Counter still plus on block if you block it, hypothetically? No, it's not. No, it's -2. Thank God. That's why the BC wars aren't real, right? It used to be plus 6. 6. Right? I've been biffed by that more than it's helped me. Yeah. So Eustace's defensive reward is truly horrendous, on top of not having a meterless DP, right? Like, a lot of these characters that don't get meterless DPs do, like, a shit ton of damage if they find a hit on you in the corner, right? Like, I mean, Galleon is an example of this, right? Ladiva is an example of this. Vasaraga is an example of this. Swords is an example of this, right? Like, a lot of these characters that don't have a meterless DP, they do at least. Versusia, obviously, is, like, the premier example of this, damn near, right? Nier counts here as well. Like, almost every character that doesn't have a meterless DP has good mid-screen, right? Eustace is in a weird situation. Vane too? Yes, exactly, right? Eustace is kind of like, and this is really the only weakness with Eustace, and he's so crazy everywhere else that I'm still going to put him in low top tier, right? But this does matter. Eustace is kind of the only character who, like, does have a meterless DP to just, like, you know, mindlessly get you off of him. And if he finds that hit, right, he doesn't really get anything off of it. So the risk reward of playing defense with this guy just feels really bad, right? It feels really, really bad. Otherwise, this guy is God sent from... Does Vikala have good mid-screen? Oh, I guess that's true. If she has Cannonball... Vikala's bottom 1, okay? No, you're right. Yeah, Vikala has no meterless DP and... Yeah, so... Who's Vikala? Yeah. So, like, that matters. Everywhere else, this guy is God's gift to Grand Blue, man. Like, he's a nightmare, right? He's a nightmare. But that is, like, a real, meaningful, like, serious weakness that he has, is that he can be overwhelmed, certainly, right? He can be overwhelmed, and it's like, even if you're running offense on Eustace and, like, something bad happens to you, like, he guesses right and you get mashed on or something, you're, like, probably fine, right? You're probably fine. Do you consider Meg to have good mid-screen because save jump? I mean, even just Meg doing far M into, like, the thing. 1, it's like, yeah, good corner carry and a save jump. And 2, that shit does more damage than, like, Eustace doing this, I swear to God. Right? Like, you do. Right? And, oh, also, no, Meg has a U skill extender. Wait a second. Yeah. Meg also gets, Meg can also just do, right? Like, Meg can also just, like, do this. If she gets some, like, hits, she can just do this as well, right? Which, again, like, this is like twice the damage corner carry, and it's a save jump, right? So yeah, no, Meg obviously is good here. Yeah, so like that's really it though with Eustace, right? That really is it. The character is ridiculously, like, he's in control so much in neutral and in like when he has you in the corner. But like, if you get him to the corner, it really is tough for him, right? Unlike the only zoner better than him in the game, he does struggle quite a lot when placed in the corner, yes? Uno is basically, like, Uno, Bubs, and Sandy are all the same character to me. Like, I know that sounds weird, right? I know that sounds weird, but to me it is just basically an ascending order like this, right? Where, again, Uno is a very similar kind of character to this, where it's just the guy who can do everything, right? Right, Uno has a really good throw bait, right? Uno has a lot of ways to be plus on block. He's got good pressure. Again, like with all the plus frames and the throw baits and all of that, Uno has decently competent buttons. This is kind of the big difference where Sandalphon, I think, breaks ahead of the pack from Bubs and Uno a little bit to me, is that Sandalphon is actually just also very competent in the mid-range, right? But yeah, like, you know, he's relatively competent in the mid-range as well. He's got like big buttons, right, that he can at least fuck around with, right? Uno is maybe the best anti-zoner in the game with like Rakshasa and his parry and all of that, right? Uno is very difficult to anti-air. He can be a real shithead with like this dive kick and the air 5U and the other dive kick and this, right? Like this guy does just kind of do everything. But again, kind of like Bubs, the secret sauce that he doesn't really do everything. And where Bubs can, you know, struggle a little bit, Uno's so annoying, bro. He's good. Yeah, the character's good as hell. Where Bubs can struggle a little bit, like if he's up close or things like that, Uno's main problem is mostly that like Uno really like he like this is his fastest fucking poke is like 10 frames, right? He's got a 10 frame medium. His far L is a decent far L, but he's got a 10 frame medium, a 21 frame 2M or far M, and like yeah, like an 11 or is it 12? No, yeah, it's 11 up close and 12 most of the time, right? Like this dude is a hella. There's like a lot of things that Uno is like the only character in the game besides Zeta who can't punish, right? Like he really does, and on top of also just like Bubs being not as slow as Bubs, I don't think, but being a little bit slow and sluggish here, right? Like Uno certainly he has a bit of an awkward range here, right? He has a much better time here and here than he does here, right? This can be a little awkward for Uno. He has to like try and just, you know, hope to sneak in a 6XL or like far HU from like way far out and hope that you don't see it coming. His far H is damn near reactable, by the way. You could like DP this on reaction if you see him do it. Brick tier list, perfect. I don't want to do anything at work right now anyway. Thanks, man. So like that's like one thing. The other thing with Uno is this is a weakness it's a weakness and like a strength a little bit, right? I was just playing a GM Uno the other day and he was like 5M and 2 are super slow though. Checking his replays, he was never using them. I mean, isn't that like congruent? Like he wouldn't use them because they're slow and they're like, no? Am I crazy? You said like I was playing a guy and he made this claim, and when I looked it up, he was playing in a way that backed up his claim. Right? Like I'm a little confused. The other big thing with Uno is that yes, he has a lot of plus frames, but like all of it comes off of these like super reactable on block like special moves, and it's a lot of very free counter hit brave counters on this fellow, right? So it is like it is quite free to just, you know, if Uno wants to run his pressure, he is kind of giving you the option to counter hit brave counter him, you know, side swap on him most of the time if you're playing like a good character, and put him in the corner, right? And if he doesn't want to do that, like if he doesn't want, but if you do not need them, is it a weakness? He probably does need them, right? Like the character would be a lot better in certain ranges. He has to play around them not being super reliable, right? I feel like this is survivor bias. Like, yeah, it's like the airplane where, like, you know, they put the holes on they put the armor on the places where the planes that came back had the holes on them or something like that, right? But yeah, his offense is rather weak to brave counter, and if he doesn't want to open himself up to getting hard knockdown brave countered, his options get limited fast, right? His options get limited fast. So he has to kind of either pick between having somewhat lackluster pressure or very brave counter vulnerable pressure, right? And then big slow mediums, and then him being kind of slow in general is kind of it. He's still very good, certainly, but like again, you know, meaningful ways that you can try to counterplay Uno and get away from him. That means that he's down here, right? UL, I literally just yesterday talked about this, so we're not going to spend too long on it. But wow, this character is really good now. Maybe this. Listen, some people are telling me she's like here or something, or like here or something like that. Yeah, top 5. Listen. I don't quite buy that, I don't think. Really, the buffs aren't even fully what has opened my eyes, essentially. The main thing that makes me think that UL is really good now is understanding how good her safe jump, or her safe jab is, right? We talked about this yesterday, so I'm not going to... Uno was first or second best install in the game. I mean, it was the temporary one's best for sure, right? Besto? Nearest bottom 2? Oh, yeah. But yeah, so the main thing, like, yes, UL's buffs were a big deal, but the main thing that jumped UL up a bunch of spots from when I put her last time, like before she got buffed, turns out I was very wrong, right? Her buffs matter a lot. But the main thing is basically this idea that the way that she safe jabs with her, or the way that she safe jabs UDPs is her mix, right? So like you're not, like she plays around the like brave counter on wake up situation in a way that basically no other character does, in a way that no safe jump does, or even like Wilnas's close L. Oh yeah, Wilnas can safe jab UDPs with his close L. I forgot to mention that too, because in case anyone just starts thinking that Wilnas doesn't belong up there, he definitely does. But yeah, like she just deals with BC on her offense in a way that like really no one else does, right? 71 people watching, is that normal? People like tier lists, man. They like to fucking fight. So that, like, I know it doesn't sound like a lot. I literally, like, the video that went up at 4 p.m. today, I think, is me talking about this if you want, like, a little bit more detail on it, right? Can you all BC bait with her stance 2M? You can UDP bait, brother, right? It's BC safe, for sure, yeah. She can block UDPs, which are faster. So, like, the fact, she just, and the point is also, you're not even, again, the example that I thought of it is, imagine if La Diva command grab was DP invincible. Do you know what I mean? Like, imagine if La Diva command grab was DP invincible. That's kind of what UL can do with her low. Where like you can't guarantee you're gonna be able to brave. You have to hold the mix, and you're not even guaranteed that you get your brave counter. You know what I mean? Sounds like hell to deal with her, but also kind of sick. Yeah. I was lurking earlier, but Brick started making videos on UL, so I have to add my opinion now. Yeah. So like that one thing makes her Oki like 10 times as good in my head. It's a only UL strength. UL basically, if you're doing your setups correctly, or if you're godlike enough to do the manual timing, which I will say, can she also make the overhead safe? Yes, she can. You just don't have to deal with BC on your Oki, which is really something that probably only Cagliostro can say besides her, right? I feel he read my chat. Yeah, I promise I read the YouTube chat. I promise. I have both of you on screen right next to each other. Am I tripping, or any 2-2 is spot dodge into block? Like, what is it that slow? Your person is meant to be allergic to press something fast when I'm wrong on guess. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, you can spot dodge. If you can spot dodge the L Fox Flame, but if he just does auto combo into L Fox Flame to frame trap you and you spot dodge it, he's not punishable. He's like slightly minus. And if she just does auto combo into nothing and you spot dodge, you die, right? I don't believe she's plus on that though, yeah? But yeah, so her, like that Oki situation, just like not having to deal with Brave counter as an option on your pressure, guess what, man? That's really fucking good, right? That's just really, really fucking good. Like even Cagliostro still has to deal with you Brave countering, she just gets to block it, right? You all didn't even let you do it. You know what I mean? I feel like she has a lot of knowledge checks, but if you have her lab, she's not a problem. No, she has a lot of knowledge checks. If you have, the more you lab it, like, again, like this didn't really occur to me until later, right? The more BC dependent he is, the more those good BC baits get too. I'm not sure what you're talking about, but it's fine, but yeah, like that Oki situation is like uniquely UL. That is uniquely UL, right? She just doesn't deal with Brave counter, which is very, very nice. And then on top of that, I mean, the buffs did also just help her in a lot of ways, right? Her damage is consistently higher, like everywhere now, right? And it all leads, like in the corner at least, it all leads into that same fucking like safe jab setup situation, right? Her mid screen is better. She gets better conversions on defense a lot of the time now too. If she ever gets like a close L, you're dead, right? Like she did just get she can fireball, or like she has fireball invuln on this, which lets her like get out of EX fireball pressure sometimes, which is pretty good. Her 2M is one of like the best buttons in the game. Yeah, how did I forget? I was like, I don't forgetting one really crazy thing about her. Yes, yeah, her 2M is just one of the best buttons in the whole game now, right? This is a 7-frame 2M. Everything about it was designed to be a 7-frame 2M, and like it has the range of a 7-frame 2M, like it has the recovery of a 7-frame 2M, like everything about it is designed for it to be 7 frames, and they were just like, what if we just made it 6? You know what I mean? What if we just made it 6 frames? This is like damn near the same size, I think, as like Anila's 2M or something like, or Vera's 2M, except just a frame faster than theirs, right? So the character is primarily, you know, what is UL's main problem? For my money, right? For my money, I think that one, I mean, he has a similar weakness to Vera and them, where like UL still, like her main way to get across zoning is doing this, which certainly can be rough for her. Like we're talking like, not, again, this is like another character where you don't have to be like Matera to zone UL, you know what I mean? You can just like throw like Catalina M fireball at her and it's gonna cause her trouble if you get some distance from her, right? But then the other thing too is, to me, it feels like because of how ridiculously insane her Oki situation is, they made a lot of the rushdown stuff about her a little bit less impressive compared to some of the other rushdown characters. In hindsight, a fair trade-off, right? But like, you know, she doesn't have like as good of a neutral skip as like basically anyone else who like shares her archetype, right? She doesn't really have like a throwbait, really, right? Like and again, it's because if you ever gets a knockdown on you, congratulations, you're going like straight to hell, right? She doesn't have like as many ways to be plus, right? As a lot of other rushdown characters have. Like she's missing a lot of the stuff. You can easily get around basic fireball wars with super jumping and mixing in JU some. I don't know about easily. If your answer to fireball zoning is to jump, you are in danger, right? Even if you have an air stall, right? That is inherently an incredibly risky option, right? Yo's main problem is her player base is forced to do crack before each match. Yeah. So like a lot of her DP sucks as well, yes. But I don't know I'm gonna hold it against her that much. Like she has a meatless DP, it's just incredibly minus, right? Easily? I don't know about easily. So like a lot of the other rushdown stuff in her kit feels tuned down to where it feels like Yuel, she really wants to get you to this situation. You know what I mean? She really wants to end up with the situation where she can like find the hit on you in the corner and then set up her bullshit. And you are probably going to die once she does that, right? But it can, and it's not like she's Ladiva or something. It's not like it's super inconsistent for her to get to that situation, right? But it is still the case that like, because they made her a little bit worse at like a lot of the other rushdown shits, it feels to me like, you know, the game plan is a little bit more stoppable. You know what I mean? It's a little bit more stoppable, a little bit more interactive, right? But certainly, this character is way better than I gave her credit for. Like, she's way better than I said she was before the patch. And then the buffs matter quite a lot. And again, this button, what the fuck? What the fuck is this, right? Don't forget Hanarachi's projectile invuln now. Not really an anti-zoning tool, right? Tubby did bring up that you can use it to like get out of EX fireball pressure, that's good. Though most of the time, she ends up like RPSing if she does it in the mid screen and she gets punished, she does it in the corner, outside of like certain things, but it's still nice for her to have. But like Hanarachi is projectile invuln while it's going backwards, right? So like it's not gonna help her get in against someone trying to zone her out. Goes the opposite way, slow enough to counter hits. Oh, you're talking about for the spot dodges? Yeah. But yeah, Yuel's very good. Yuel's very, very good. Zoe. I don't know, man. She's like, okay. Is she like still... She's like, okay. She got better, right? Zoe's better than she used to be, for sure, right? Still bad? Still not great. Right? I don't know. Is this too high? Mid the queen? I feel like she's mid now. She's under Galleon? I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know. Calendar year. She's with Lucy for sure. Like, okay, so here's the thing, right? For me, it's just invuln that's useful against Zoe's beam projectile. That's what the invuln was for. Yeah. For me, right? This being like a combo tool now, while it's certainly nice, right? The main problem that I have with this buff is that my main issue with Zoe, right, is that she doesn't get that much reward off her like mid-range pokes, and she's a character with good mid-range pokes, right? She got a good 2M, she got a good, right? A good far M, if I remember correctly, as well, right? She got like decent buttons she wants to play at this range very often, etc., right? And she doesn't really get good reward off of that. What? Can you stop doing that, man? This buff to this doesn't really help with that, right? Though it is certainly true that now if she gets like 6XL into this, right, then certainly, you know, her shit's a lot better than it used to be, right? No doubt. That is really nice that off auto combo, she just gets, I mean, I can't remember what like the good shit. It's like, you don't do this, right? You do fucking like 2U into the low follow-up from the Rekka, right? Which is like back. Yeah, it's like, you do some shit like this. Like 2U, bonk, and you can extend or something like that. But yeah, so her mid-screen is really good off of that now, which is nice, but that really wasn't her problem, right? I feel like that wasn't really her problem necessarily, right? And to be honest, this getting like compensation nerfed to be minus on block now, I still brave counter this shit like half the time because I forget like when Zoe commits to like this 38 frame move, she's minus now. It is quite funny. Though, getting anti-aired by Zoe, way scarier now, right? That does matter. That matters a lot. That matters a lot. Also, can you fucking stop doing things on block, man? How many things do I have you set to do? -2 is also off, by the way. Why not? She has a 5-frame close L, right? Like, it's not like he gets because she gets no escaped. She can get no escape thrown. She tries to mash. Oh, is she not in close L range? No, she is. Am I crazy? Oh, wait, no, I'm stupid. Throws faster than this. Wait, -1 will be a problem here, too, right? Would she always get no... Like,
-1 will be a problem too, yeah? Because throw is, you have to be +1, you have to be +2. Exactly, right? Even making a +1 will be bad. Like, it's not -2 in particular. She gets thrown if she matches here. She's minus, no? Am I crazy? Like, of course she would lose if she matched. She would lose to, like, a 5L as well. Anyway. Point being, it is nice that she anti-airs better and her mid-screen is better. And it also, by the way, it's really nice that, boom, that knocks down now. It makes it a much better zoning tool. It's nice that this does more chip, because one of the main things used to do against Zoe, +1 will be bad as well. Exactly, yeah. One of the main things that you like to do against Zoe is kind of sit there and just let her, like, run out of Dragon Gauge and then she dies. Because that still is a big problem of hers. You can just, like, boom, like, she just spends enough of these dragon moves, right? She just, like, gets locked at a dragon for 13 seconds or whatever the fuck it is, 12 seconds. So you would, like, try to wait for her to like, run out of Dragon Gauge. This doing more chip now is going to punish you harder for that, right? As well as, like, all the dragon moves do more damage, so they're going to do more chip as well. Like, this has got its chip, like, double increased, essentially. And I think she also gets no escape if both players match throw. Yeah, she's minus, right? And the other person has throw invuln. Yeah. I'm not sure what Tubby was on about with that one. She is minus. -2 is really bad because it's not +2. More so, right? So, like, Zoe got a lot of nice little things, right? And certainly, again, like, there are some big things. Like, her mid-screen here is way better than it used to be, right? She also gets no escape if both players match throw. Yes, this is what I meant. Wouldn't that have happened last patch, too? Because the other person would have throw invuln and you wouldn't. Right? Like, last patch, if you match throw and they match throw and you were +2, you would still lose. I'm not sure, but anyway. Her like, you know, her corner carry off of, like, an anti-air or off an auto combo is, like, twice as good now. Or something like that, right? Your +2 you can mash? I see what you mean, okay. See, it's like the like, you sneak in a throw because you're plus. Yeah. Last patch, you wouldn't throw. What Tubby is saying is she used to be minus, or she used to be plus, and now she's minus, basically, right? Like he's right. That is really bad, but there's nothing particular about -2, right? It's just she was plus before, and now she's minus, and that's a lot worse, and that's very true, right? It's a lot worse than it might even sound like to go from plus to minus, but like it flips the situation on its head entirely, obviously. It's like her mid-screen off auto combo in 6XL is like a lot better, right? Her anti-airing is a lot scarier, right? Dragon is a better zoning tool. Her dragon pressure is generally better, but I really don't feel like it addressed the primary concern with this character, right? The character still just doesn't feel like she gets enough rewards for being a character that is generally limited on what she's doing. Would you rather have +1 or -1? I mean, +1 for sure, because you can at least match and win there, right? And the only thing they could do to beat you is throw, right? Throw would beat you if you were +1, but everything else wouldn't. Whereas, like, if you were -1, everything and throw would beat you. You just have to hold that. You can at least try to RPS on +1. So, like, a lot of the primary concerns of this character, right? Like, she's still gonna run on a Dragon Gauge and die, right? She still doesn't get a lot of reward off her far pokes, right? She still is just not the most threatening character in the world. She still gets locked out of everything that she does for like 13 seconds if she mismanages Dragon Gauge, right? Etc. etc. So while her power level is just higher, she's just better than she used to be. I think she still needs like a little something. You know what I mean? She still needs a little something. Yeah, I think it's gonna be a lower 6 and an upper 6 now that I look at it, actually. Maybe I do move this guy up. Yeah, and put you, like, right here. Probably. Are you better than Grimnir? Maybe not. She's better. She just loses if you avoid all her projectiles and pressure her to death. Yeah, she's still, like, a lot of the same fundamental issues with her, I think, still exist. It's 834? Oh, my God. All right, man, listen. I've talked about swords a lot, okay? This character has ridiculous pressure, above average health. He heals on install. He has a really good 5 view. He does the most damage in the fucking video game everywhere. Move Meg up? I really might, man. I really might. He has like the most damage in the whole fucking world off like every hit. He like hits harder than Wilnas in a lot of cases, but like not all the time. He has a command grab and install. He's plus forever. He has this fucking thing for some reason. He has some of the highest anti-air damage in the entire video game, right? Literally he has, again, shockingly good mid-range buttons, right? Shockingly good mid-range buttons. Meg might become the new potential woman, not gonna lie. I mean, listen, I don't care about tournament results at all, right? I don't care about tournament results at all as far as how I rank them, but also, like, she literally got top 8 in the first major, or, like, semi-major, like, it was a gold plus event, right? So still, like, the competition was very high, right? in like the first tournament she showed up in, right? Like I know it was Gamera, but like she like literally like how are we gonna talk about like I don't understand. I don't care. Everyone calling anyone potential woman is like kind of stupid in my eyes because like I don't give a fuck about tournament results if people are just like, you know, a character could still be like 9th, but there's 8 better characters, so they're usually not in top 8 or something, right? But like you literally can't even make that argument for Meg because she has like she top 8 at the very first tournament she was available in. Like what the? Anyway, what are Sora's weaknesses? No Mito's DP, though his meter DP is fucking stupid. It's incredibly active and hella safe, right? And BCable pressure, kind of similar to Uno, though less so, right? It's mostly this move. Like a lot of his other shit is a lot quicker. You gotta be a lot tighter on the timing to counter hit BC his shit, right? But yeah, like relatively BCable pressure. His dash startup is slow. I mean, kind of, yeah, certainly. Right? He's not the fastest guy in the world. His walk speed is not horrible, but it's not great. And his dash is not horrible, but it's not great, right? Certainly. But he's not slow. He's not super slow. He's a little sluggish, certainly, though, right? But like, otherwise, again, just like plus frames on everything, amazing times, like stealing turns back, makes you not even want to match when he's minus, incredible damage, above average health, way above average health if he ever gets into install, you know, crazy meter, amazing conversions, insane anti-air damage. What do you want from me? What do you want from me, right? What do you, like really, really, really good buttons again. His 2M is a war crime of button. Why does it have 11 recovery frames, right? Half his buttons can be plus if he meaties them, and it's very easy for him to do it, right? Plus on block, close H, whatever, right? Whatever, man. He's really, really strong, right? Very, very, very strong. Listen, man. Okay, I can't do this. I have to go quick on this one. How do I? I'll deal with you later. I'm gonna think about you as I talk about Narmaya, who is like vaguely here as well, I think, right? Yeah, I think it's gonna be 7. I think it's. I don't know if I'm gonna put anyone else down here. Am I? Yeah, I don't think I will. I think it's gonna be 7 people up here, right? I'm gonna think about EX Narmaya as I talk about regular Narm, right? But let's talk about regular Narm because I think she's relatively well understood, right? Narmaya has, right, 2, like, the stances inherently make her a little bit more flexible because she has kind of her mid-range stance and her rushdown stance, so you can get, like, specialized tools for each depending on what stance she's in, right? And then, obviously, Narmaya has the best throw bait in the entire game, right, in TK Flip, which makes her corner pressure ridiculously scary because, like, you almost, like, don't even want a delay tech. Even, like, close L delay tech can get counter hits by this shit if you're not careful, right? So, she, like, you almost don't want a delay tech against Narmaya, which suddenly, because her throw bait reaches a critical mass where there's almost no good delay tech option. You know what I mean? Even delay teching with close L, which is already super risky because you open yourself up to just getting like run up loads, right? Even that doesn't work half the time, right? So if you just like turn off delay tech as a character, suddenly just doing like this also is just incredibly good, right? That's just incredibly strong. I know TK Flip shouldn't be plus, probably. That's not a bad idea for a nerf actually. Right? Or like make it like +1 so I can throw RPS her or something like that. I've seen people match Narm 5L like it was Versusia 5L. Yeah. So like, it is just, she just turns off the concept of delay tech a lot of the time, which is pretty crazy, right? It means that, you know, like where I said, you know, Cagliostro has like the best Oki in the game, Narmaya kind of has some of the most threatening pressure in the video game, essentially, right? She has kind of the most, like, because again, you just can't even the other throw techs, you know, you can TK Flip not being plus really hurt. If you want to give her something else, you can do that, fine, right? But like that move is just egregious. Like that is a standout move. Like most of the reason that I'm talking about like Narmaya being up here is because of the existence of TK Flip, right? Like it hits such a critical mass for her offense that shit just gets crazy from there, right? If you want to give her something else, right? You want to like give her back like plus on block EX Setsuna and keep it as it is and take TK Flip, make it -1. She's a way worse character, right? So like give TK Flip some actual startup instead. That's an alternative, right? That's an alternative. If you want to make, if you want to make this move like 14 frames, like Uno, right? Uno's throw bait is really good, but you can like delay tech it a lot easier. Close L, 2H, things like this, they work because this move is just too fast, right? Either has to not be so goddamn fast, or it has to not be plus. So like, if I block it, I get rewarded, right? As of right now, this move just forces you to sit still against Narmaya when she's running pressure on you in the corner. On top of the fact, she's got a plus on block 2M, by the way. Since it's +2, can't you match throw? No, she has a 5-frame close L in Kagura, right? You're thinking of characters with 6-frame close Ls. Regardless, that, right, is the big crazy thing about Narmaya, right? Otherwise, she is just a nice, well-rounded character, right? She's got, again, like, good buttons, like, decent, I hesitate to say good, decent anti-zoning options and, like, in like, transient and sometimes U-flip and things like that, right? And Setsuna as well, right? It's pretty solid in some of these cases, right? So she has, like, decent anti-zoning, she has good buttons, she has some decent, again, zoning of her own with Setsuna, right? She can be, like, pretty tricky with the stance swapping and things like that, right? Flip is a nice mental stack move. She can get, like, some pretty decent mid-screen if she spends some meter, right, extending with, like, Yukioka into 2M into whatever, right? She can even TK flip you in the mid-screen, it works, right? She can, like, TK flip, stance swap, Genji 2M, Setsuna, go, right? The Setsuna restand combos mean she gets a lot of damage off, like, you know, any stray hits for 25 meter, right? Like, Narmaya is not a character who is just TK flip the character, yes? Narmaya is a very good, solid base of a character that then just turns off your ability to delay tech with TK flip, right? So, like, that is what pushes her over the edge to me, and that's why, to me, that's the problem move on the character. It would be less fun if we just made Narmaya so bad that TK flip being as good as it is makes sense. You know what I mean? Instead, we should just make TK flip worse. I like, maybe it being plus is, maybe it's fair. It being, like, 14 frame startup instead of, like, 5 is interesting. Right? That will fuck up her combos, though. That will fuck up one of her combos that TK flips in the middle. I'm pretty sure that shit won't work anymore. But, like, you know, pick your poison, man. We'd rather a plus on block special or ability to combo off that shit, right? Because as of right now, 5-frame startup plus 2 on block is just... It's just egregious, right? It's 1:27 a.m., bro. He's still doing this tier list. It's 8:42. Mess up a lot of her optimals. Then make a minus on block, man. I don't know. Whatever it is, this can't stay as it is, right? This just can't stay as it is. It can't be 5-frame startup and plus 2. So yeah, that's it. Okay, EX Narmaya, I've thought about you, okay? I've thought about you. And the more I think about you, I think the more you are, like, actually down here. Now, if you say EX Narmaya is here, I'm just gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna lie to you. You are smoking big cock. You're smoking that fucking stinky, cheesy, uncircumcised cock, okay? There's simply no way, right? And I'll tell you one thing, and then we can stop talking about the idea that EX Narmaya is bottom 1, okay? Plain and simple, right? I will tell you exactly one thing, and she simply can't be, right? EX Narmaya is the highest damage character in the game, right? Meterless, like off her pokes, EX Narmaya is the single highest damage character in the game that is not Blade Level 5 Lucilius. We can stop there. She can't be here, if that's true. Like, she could almost have nothing else, and this would still it couldn't be true. Like, it just couldn't be true, right? Like you're just smoking on, like, ridiculously stinky, like, loud cock. More than Wilnas? Without meter? Yes. With meter, it's comparable. She how damage is able? Yep, and for less health. For no health, and no meter. Right? So, shut the fuck up, you're wrong. Okay? She does more damage than any other character in the game off just, like, boom, that. And she has Genji and Narmaya's normals. Those two things combined, she's a mid-tier. Genji Narmaya has good normals, and she has the Kagura 5L too, so you have the better of the 5Ls, right? You got Kagura 5L, Genji 4M, Genji 2M, Kagura 4H is, like, fine, it's passable, right? It's not bad, certainly. So, like, she has Genji Narmaya's normals and the best conversions off of them in the entire video game. If you want to look me in the eye and tell me that EX Narmaya is bottom 1, you are smoking the biggest, just most stinky cock you've ever seen. Okay? Now that we're off of, now that we're off of, like, Insano mode, let's talk about why EX Narmaya is still not that great, right? Why she could definitely use a little bit of love, right? Oh, also, this applies with her back to the wall as well, too, right? EX Narmaya has some of the highest defensive reward in the entire video game, right? Like, just fucking that into bullshit is, like, ridiculous, right? Like, that into, you can do something, you can do far H from here, probably, can you? Right? Yeah, that'll be a little bit more damage, probably. Like, dude, that's no meter. That's not even good. That's not even a good combo, right? That's not even a good, that's not even a good combo, man. Right? That's not a good combo. And this is the damage that Wilnas does when he Hadrons you, and she does it for no meter off any button that hits you, right? Like, are people who are saying that she's like people, some people are like, EX Narmaya is like one of the worst characters in the game. Dude, I might have to move her up. You guys might be smoking on that good. I might have let the downplay get to me a bit. Let's talk about why Narmaya isn't that good. And really, it's because, man, yeah, you know what? Maybe it's mostly this. EX Narmaya has exactly 0 pressure specials, right? She has exactly 0 pressure specials. The closest thing to that is like this, the frame trap, but it's -4, right? So, EX Narmaya has essentially the worst, like, up-close pressure like this of damn near any character in the game, right? Her Grand Blue Zone is still decent, right? It's still decent. Though certainly this is where, like, her own side swapping can also hurt her a little bit, right? Because she does some shit like this, right? Then she kind of side swaps you out of the corner, which is, you know, a little bit fucky for her. She can still do a lot of damage off of this, you know, if need be. But it is a little unfortunate for her to side swap you out of the corner. Now, notably, if she counter hits you here, that problem goes away, right? Because if she counter hits you here, she like side swaps, boom. Oh, you don't get that. What do you get that? If she counter hits you, right, she like side swaps your ass. Oh, I think it's, how plus is this? No, not on counter hit. Fuck. Bonk, bonk. It's +8, so you get 2M. Okay, okay. Yeah, if she counter hits you, the problem goes away, because then she just goes boom, 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 and you're back in the fucking building, right? But without counter hits, her own combo is gonna be a little bit worse. She has to just go into like this right away, basically, right? So like her pressure is not. People were saying that she supposedly loses to Vikala. I don't think anyone loses to Vikala, man. I'm back in the fucking building. Yeah, exactly. So her pressure is really not very good, and that's a big deal. That's a very big weakness, right? That is it, right? And notably, by the way, she does have an interesting little thing, right? Like if I just get Sandalphon, right, and I have Narmaya do this, right, and Sandalphon throws a projectile, right? Like even on reaction, sometimes, to my understanding. Let me try and do this on like a realistic timing here. I mean, this can sometimes punish fireballs, right? Is what I'm talking about. Like the H1 is also projectile invuln. Don't put your faith in the light. That guy's gonna lead you astray, right? But like the U1 here is a surprisingly decent anti-fireball tool. At the very least, it'll get you past the fireball and in on the guy. To punish people, you're probably going to have to be not preemptive, but either really quick on your reaction or basically preemptive a lot of the time. The good news is it's kind of hard, like, you know, it's something, right? It's something. It's not a big thing. It's just something to note. It's like a tool that she kind of can have. But yeah, like, really, what's the frame advantage after the U1? It's safe, but it's not plus, right? Again, she has nothing. Oh, no, it's not safe. My bad. It's -6. Yeah, never mind. I take it back. Right? I take it back. It can punish fireballs, but like you have to be like close and preemptive, so it's not really real. Never mind. It's Lucid Dormouse, Mr. Streamer. I think it's armored, technically. 236M is +1. That's valid, but it has no projectile invuln, right? So yeah, like her big problem, she does still have Setsuna. It's true. Her big problem she has this, and that is an anti-air option too. Her big problem is just her pressure is just really quite stinky. You know what I mean? Like, in a weird way, Dormouse is a strike though, that's why I ask. Yeah, I think it's armored against projectiles. I think it might lose to Dormouse, it really might. But yeah, her big thing is that she almost doesn't want. Okay. Am I smoking the good dick? Because like, EX Narmaya is not very good when she has you in the corner, right? But my thing is, she doesn't need to put you there. You know what I mean? I do, fellow gamers. Hello there. How's it going, Dan? Like, she almost doesn't need to put you in the corner, right? Certainly, it is still bad for her, but she gets by so well just like playing the neutral with her incredibly high risk reward in the situation. You know what I mean? Just walk back out into mid screen. Yeah. Who doesn't want the corner though? It's like Nier. Like Nier is like the only other character who like arguably. So like again, is it a weakness? Yes, because the corner is still a good place to be because it limits your opponent's movement options and a lot more stuff, combos, etc., etc., etc. Like it's not like it's like, oh, it's like not even a bad thing, right? But yeah, I think I am gonna put her at the top of mid tier here, right? I think I'm gonna put her at the top of mid tier. You could honestly talk if you started licking my ear and like breathing down the back of my neck a little bit and saying sweet nothings to me, you might be able to convince me to move her up. But I think it really is tough to like have a bit of a zoning weakness and also not have really any pressure specials at all. I think it hurts, right? It's like a very big flaw in the character. But like, if you think this character is at, like, even in Brick, do you need to go jack off? No, I did it before the stream. If you need to, like, if you think this character is anywhere near bottom tier, I think you're smoking that good dick, right? When did Cag become top 2? No, she's not. No, she's not. We've missed... Yeah, the 4 characters better than Beatrix have not showed up yet. Putting her in front of Sandy and Zoe, unsure. Sandy? Oh, you mean Lucilius? I think... I would say so. I feel like yes. I feel like yes. She feels to me like... she's bubbling the most of the 3 of them, you know what I mean? If you really think about it, it's Narmaya, so she deserves to be top tier. That's valid, man. Vasaraga's interesting, man. This character is still a menace, right? This character is absolutely still a menace. The question becomes... because I had Vasaraga, like, here before he got nerfed. Now, if you think that I was downplaying Vasaraga here, and he was actually a high top tier, right? I thought that Vasaraga was, like, comparable to Wilnas power-wise before he got nerfed. And I do think that Vasaraga got nerfed in a meaningful way, right? Voss is a moon if the Voss has a brain? Could be. Yeah, it could be, right? But based on, you know, how good... well, he's Galleon at the bottom of high and not mid. Honestly, bro, I think you might be better than fucking Seox. If I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't even know if she's the bottom. Well, next calendar year, if I was downplaying Voss before, then fair. With how I look at Voss currently as like he's a very good character. He's an insane character, right? Everything about this guy is ridiculous, but to this day, he has the worst defense in the game, and I will not hear anything else about it. That's a big weakness, and then it feels like he got a little bit worse, right? Maybe listen, we just don't have the time, okay? We spent all the time on the DLC characters, the new characters, the most, like, you know, characters people want to talk about the most. I just have to go a little bit. To me, the power difference of the Voss nerfs is like half of a tier, and Vasaraga really was like a low top tier in my head, right? Rick, you are smoking dick on this take? Maybe, right? Maybe. But I feel like, to me, the Voss nerfs were meaningful, right? So like it like half reverted Soulforge being a gauge, damn near. Not really, but like, you know, the fact that it like as soon as you use it, it keeps ticking down, and 5U is not going to refresh. You know what I mean? The best Voss players make him look top tier. Zerol makes Charlotta look top tier, and let's not talk about that. I agree. Vasarag is an honest character. Nothing about this is honest. Nothing about this placement is honest. But yeah, I mean, just to really quickly go over it, just because I don't want to like not give it any time at all, right? Vasaraga, obviously, again, one of the most fucked up corner situations in the entire game. Like, damn good. Like, this 5M alone means that his mid-range is pretty good, right? His damage off everything is, like, ridiculously crazy, and they made this combo more consistent now, so it's even easier, right? Fireball is, like, a nightmare of a move, though it is worse now, notably, right? Fireball is a lot less plus than it used to be, so it's a free Soulforge a lot less often on block, which was one of the dumbest things about it, right? So that move is worse. Tackle is more punishable. Soulforge is harder to stick to, right? It's funny how I think Bricks of Galleon, I saw someone put it bottom 3. Calendar year! Fireball from a nuke to a mob, still an amazing move, right? But again, in my opinion, Vasaraga used to be here. And I think he got hit hard enough to drop down like half a tier. You know what I mean? If you were of the opinion that Vasaraga was like here, then valid, right? But like, or if you're like, I don't jive with the opinion that Vasaraga's nerfs didn't matter, right? Like, if we look at the Meg patch real quick, right? I don't jive with that opinion. Vasaraga was meaningfully nerfed. And to me, I always saw this character as having a bit of a gaping weakness, right? Which is like, that's enough for me to not put him in high top tier, right? That combined with, you know, this being even more punishable now, so his defense being even riskier, right? A cooldown being put on this so he can't twerk on you as hard, right? Soulforge being a lot harder to like keep to hold on to. This is like kind of a nothing nerf, but it's, you know, it's a little bit worse, right? Fireball being made a little bit worse. All of these things, it matter enough to me that I feel like he does drop like down here. Zeta is an interesting character. Zeta's pretty good, right? Zeta's pretty solid. Probably like here, there's like a lower end of things here. Like Siegfried probably denotes, I feel like, maybe like Anila denotes like a bit of a jump here. I don't know. But like Zeta's still pretty solid, right? Just really good. Again, this is one of the characters that we did last semester, so I'm not going to talk about her for as long. But like really good meterless mid-screen, right? Rhapsody is a pretty crazy move. Still has very good screen control with her U skills, right? Still has some pretty interesting. I still think you have Anila too low. I'm so happy to hear that, man. Thank you, right? I love being the Anila down player now. It's been 2 years, damn near. It's been 2 years of me having Anila a tier and a half higher than everyone else. Thank God. But yeah, like, you know, very good screen control with her U skills. Still pretty great, like pretty scary Oki situations a lot of the time with her Rhapsody and things like this, right? The main thing is just, again, she has a bit of the Uno weakness where like she's like, her and Uno have like really sluggish mediums with nothing to make up for them. So there's like things that only Zeta and Uno can't punish. It makes their defensive situations a little bit worse sometimes too, where like people can like do things that are unsafe on the rest of the cast and they're still safe against them. So you can bully them a little bit more on defense. As well as, honestly, Zeta is the only character in the video game, I think. Rhapsody's so good. Rhapsody's amazing, yes. Zeta is the only character in this entire game where I hold how hard it is to get the max potential out of her against her. She's the only one in the whole game. Because, like, a lot of the truly ridiculous shit that Zeta does, like taking you corner to corner on, like, on absolutely no meter at all, there are, like, 2 manually timed, like, 1-frame links involved in that. You know what I mean? Like, just her all of her BMBs are like 1-frame link after 1-frame link. That matters. Like, it is, like, she's the only character in the game, I think, that has, like, enough of an execution ceiling to do what she wants to do, that I will hold it against her. Not a lot, right? The good Zetas are gonna do that shit pretty consistently, but it becomes like a Luke Perfect Knuckle thing in Street Fighter 6, right? Even the best Zetas are gonna drop that shit every now and then, and when they do, it's gonna be bad for them, right? And if you're not doing that shit, you really just don't get as much value. Like, then she starts to become, like, really not as impressive, right? She becomes a lot more underwhelming. Now, this is a tier list rating for, like, you know, high top level play, right? High to top level play. So I'm not gonna hold it against her too much, but I'm gonna still hold it against her a little bit. Even the best player in the world is gonna drop Luke Perfect Knuckle sometimes. Even the best player in the world is gonna drop, like, the 2 different manually timed 1-frame links in Zeta's BMB sometimes. Right? Fairy. I was too mean to Fairy before. Fairy's better than I gave her credit for sure. I put Fairy, like, down here, and I think that was pretty silly. Fairy's still fine, right? I don't know where exactly she goes in. I don't think Fairy's that good, though, I will tell you. Or I don't think Fairy's that good anymore, losing the side swap. But, like, they gave her a lot of that looping GG nonsense, right? Which is nice for her, right? She still does have, like, a pretty competent zoning game plan. Nothing about that got that much worse, right? She still does have, like, pretty good Oki with the GG mix, and it's even better now. Right? Dog, what the fuck are you smoking with Fairy? Please, tell me where you think Fairy is. Do you think he's top tier? Do you think Fairy's still broken? Fairy with Galleon at least? Hell no, man. Literally the 2 best things about her got nerfed. Right? Like, Far L is a lot easier to deal with right now, and she can't sideswap you anymore. I think Fairy being that low is a hot take. I disagree. I feel like high tier, I put Fairy in high tier. No, I don't think so, man. I don't think so. Right? Briggs playing Fairy in the correct placement. Iago obviously is under Zoe. Is she? No, she's not. I mean, maybe if you want to put her, like, above Lucilius and the extra Maya, go for it. But, like, Fairy is not that impressive to me, man. Iago is obviously memeing, but, like, Fairy should be nerfed to being lower. Fairy used to be OP in the old games. I mean, Fairy was pretty strong before she got nerfed, right? I'm a Fairy up player, though. I think Fairy, like, I think losing the side swap and losing, like, not losing Far L, but, like, Far L becoming a lot easier to, like, mash out on startup, that shit matters a lot, right? In reality, I think she's top 5. I have no, okay. That's crazy. I can't tell which direction you're memeing in. What? This motherfucker just goofing? I think he's just shy of top 5? I disagree strongly. She's still really good? She doesn't feel really good to me, I'll tell you what. Right? And I don't think this is me being like, well, Matera's better, so is she even good? Right? I really think that she is top 5. Her only bad matchup is Beatrix. I think she's better than Sandalphon? Listen, man. I'm waiting to see it, okay? I'm waiting to see it. This sounds like all zoners are god tier because I don't know how to fight them. I don't think that's, like, I think Fairy can still side swap too. She can do it with 6xh for sure, right? She can do it with 6xh, right? For sure. But the getting hit with this god button into side swap is gone. I mean, she can do like this with meter, right? And then I think she gets 6xh off of that. Or is she not? You have to already be airborne for this? I think you do. You can still pseudo side swap with 2-3-6h as well. That doesn't work off Far L, right? But yeah, if you get like I think if you do like this, that, right, and then they're airborne, then you can combo them 214U, 66H, all of this, right? I don't think that Fairy is weak, mind you, right? But I do think this character does have, like, she is just a zoner working the way that I would expect a zoner to work, no? Like, she has a pretty good, but still relatively interactable zoning game plan. It does not feel as hopeless to get in on Fairy as it does into Matera. And then she does straight up just, she does, like, actually lose when you get her in the corner, no? Like, is this not just a zoner kind of working relatively as intended? I don't see what would be top 5 about her at all. I can kind of see the argument that she's, like, maybe, like, a low high tier, but, like, top 5 seems like serious dick smoking to a guy like me, personally. Anything into 214U, 2U, 236H yoink roll for side swap? Oh, I got you. Yeah, there you go. So you don't have to do the 66H, right? This, that, and then you roll. I'm sure that works. I'm sure that does work. I believe you. Right? Well, maybe not. It works. I guess I'm ass. I might just be ass. It's very possible that I'm ass. Wait. Oh fuck. Wait. Fuck. I'm not even hitting the right buttons. Bonk. 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 Am I crazy? She gets 50-50 into hella damage off any hard knockdown. Calling Fairy's 50-50, it's not real, it's a knowledge check. I can't trust Iago anymore, I don't know what he's saying. But calling 50-50's, calling Fairy's 50-50 hella damage is pretty funny, I'm not gonna lie to you, right? I don't know. It's like the least rewarding 50-50 in the game, though it is there. If the opponent doesn't tech, she only side swaps at 6-6H, gotcha. You gotta roll first frame? Wait, really? I'm trying to do this shit. There you go. It works. It does work. Nothing changed there, right? Like, I did the same shit. I think 50-50 at all is pretty good, IMO. I agree. Why is that so much easier now? It is a looping 50-50, though? I mean, that's all of them, man. That's all of them. Why is that? I guess I was just complete... I was supposed to complete dog shit ass. There you go. Yeah, apparently it's just really easy, actually. Still, I mean, that is nice for her, certainly, right? It's nice that you can spend the meter to side swap like that. It's kind of like basically Siegfried doing you Orkin to put you in the other corner. It's not a ton of damage, but it does... I mean, it doesn't lead into her hard knockdown or anything either, or a GG setup or anything like that, right? Which the other one didn't either, to be... Well, it led into you, GG. This one won't. But it is still nice that you can do that. She gets off any hit, though. That's valid. That's fair. Sieg needs auto combo? I'm pretty sure Sieg gets it off any of his far buttons except far L. She does get this off far L, right? Which is... That is very notable, certainly. But maybe you're right. Anyway, my point being that is good, right? But I mean, I don't know, it feels to me like Fairy does actually have, like, notably, she does die when you put her in the corner, no? As well, again, I was never, like, Fairy's zoning always felt, like, pretty interactable to me, right? Like, it really did, like, this character is not as, like, her zoning is not as oppressive as, like, Eustace or Matera. This is kind of really the only two other really relevant zoners. Vikala doesn't count, right? Like, it always felt like you were, you know, much closer to being, like, one correct, relatively low-risk guess off of getting in on Fairy, right? She really does nickel and dime you. Whereas, like, you know, if you fuck up on, Fairy dies in the corner, she's one of the best users of BC. Hard knockdown BC is certainly very good for her, right? We can't ignore how good her SBA is for spamming BC. Her SBA is, like, maybe the best super in the game, honestly. That shit, or, you know, it's up there. That shit is ridiculous, certainly. Right? If Fairy gets to 100 meters, you can just decide to turn on the jets and 50-50 you over and over. I'm not gonna lie about that, right? But I feel like her zoning to me is not that impressive, and her defense to me is not that impressive, right? She's still difficult to kill? That doesn't feel that way to me, personally. I'll tap the human pyramid sign again. Yeah, I see what you mean. This is a really great, this is a damn good super, though, right? This probably is better than Siegfried's at the very least. So, like, I personally don't see it. Like, her zoning game plan feels very interactable, which is a dirty word for a fighting game, right? And her defense is not very good. Like, she gets bad rewards, and she is just kind of... And her buttons aren't even that good, as good anymore to defend herself with, right? Her far L is significantly riskier to press in the corner these days, right? And yes, you know, her situation when it gets in the corner is pretty good. But even then, it's not like... I don't know, it never felt that good to me, considering that it is... that good to me, considering that the reward on it is relatively low, right? Ball better than Axion? Oh, yeah. Her zoning's impressive me, given its all unreactable strikes. It makes walking at her more difficult than against Matera. I guess it's... Yeah, but, like, the the reward on it is significant. Like, she has arguably the best neutral in the game. I don't know about all that, because again, it feels like the RPS between, like, outside of the range of far L, where you can start interacting with her at that range a lot of the time. Like, that's like 6XL range, right? It's interactable, but it's not bad. Oh, I'm not saying, okay. It's not, bad and amazing are not the only two things. It's fine, right? Like, the risk reward on her doing it is not very good for her, I feel like, a lot of the time. Fairy's one of those characters where you don't see her strengths unless you play the top players. Maybe you're right, man. Maybe you're right. I mean, when I play Yago on Ladiva, he beats my ass, like, all the time. But I'm pretty sure that's because Yago is a lot better than I am, and that matchup sucks, right? When I fight a character, when I use a character who has, like, a fireball or, like, some way to defend themselves from long range, he starts feeling a lot more manageable, usually. Maybe I'm smoking dick, okay? Maybe I'm smoking dick. We gotta move on. I don't see it with Fairy. I don't see it with Fairy. I think she's good, right? I think she's fine. But I could definitely, I would be happy with Fairy getting a little better next patch. You smoking slight dick? Yeah, right? Like, I would be happy to see Fairy, personally, I'd be happy to see Fairy get a little bit of something next patch. Oh, hey, it's 2 characters better than Beatrix back-to-back. If you are watching me and you don't know what I think about Loane, I don't know what to tell you. Everything this character does is arguably, like, best in the game. I don't know what to say, right? I put her in high tier at least. I mean, high tier is at most to me. The idea of her going anywhere higher than that is crazy. I'd love some buffs. I still think Meg should be high top tier, maybe. Yeah, this guy, right? We've talked about, like, this is at length, yeah? H Catabot, U Bros, Human Pyramid, 2M, U Bros again, H Catabot again, M Catabot again, H Bros again, U Bros again, right? Eating, and then 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 eating. His parry, his DP, everything, right? Human Pyramid again. It's a reversal, I fear. He eats, and then, right? Lord Knight was the Prophet. Loane is top tier. Let's move on, right? Yeah, 20,000 HP character. If you want to hear me crash out about Loane for like an hour, there's a video up on the channel where I was like, we have to talk about Loane. The joke is on you, something like that, right? This character's ridiculous. Ain't no way. Cal, shut. You literally are not allowed to have opinions in chat after the Grimnir rage bait, okay? You can't do it. Anyway, hey, it's one of the only characters better than Loane. Probably. I mean, Matera, I feel like, is also not necessarily... we got to crash out about Loane rewards? I'm always only a few inches away. The chance of a Loane crash out is low, but never zero. I mean, this is also a character I think that's been talked to death, right? This is the best zoner in the game. Literally, on like half the roster so far, we've been like, well, they lose to Matera, but like, who cares, right? That's the new 125k channel point redeem. Not a bad idea, right? Incredibly oppressive zoning game plan. It feels fucking impossible to get in on this lady sometimes, right? The reward on everything is incredibly high. U Butterfly is the best move in the game. She has some of the best pressure and the best throw bait in the game. She has like she also like has like one of the best defensive buttons in the game in her far L for some reason. You like can't give this bitch like a second to breathe ever. She has better pressure than your Oshi, right? Like she has better pressure than like most of the rushdown characters in the game. Like it is very arguable that Loane is a better rushdown character than that like Matera is a better rushdown character than like Sores or Meg or something like that, right? This is the best zoner in the game. It's like the 3rd best rushdown character in the game. She is like one of the highest damage characters in the game, right? She safe jabs UDPs with her far L. I don't know what to tell you, man, right? Better pressure than your Oshi. It's real though, right? Like he's got a better throw bait than your Oshi, unless your Oshi's name is like Uno or Narmaya, basically, or Grimnir, right? He has like the 4th best throw bait in the game, right? And we're not even talking about U Butterfly, or the regular butterflies too, but like we're not even talking about this thing, which is the best move in the game, bar none. Like no counterplay, get fucked, kill yourself, right? And we're not even talking about the new fucking loops that they added, where she does U Butterfly into some bullshit, into like run up like Rain of Arrows, U Butterfly into extended, into keep going, into whatever, right? That just makes her like the highest damage character in the game on average. I'm not even talking about the far L into 12k. That is like, that's pretty situational, but like the U Butterfly loop that is the heart of that, you can just do off any time you get U Butterfly, right? You can do that shit in the mid screen. She gets like 9k off hitting you with U Butterfly in the mid screen from like full screen away, right? Like she doesn't have weakness, basically. She doesn't have a fucking weakness. Oh, and in case you thought that you could maybe even like pin her down on the corner, besides her having some of the best defensive buttons in the game, you can also just fucking do this. Like, you're probably gonna die. And like, oh, I'm just gonna anti-air her with that? Sorry, brother. She can do this, and she's still, like, actionable afterwards, too. So, like, you're not, like, it's like she has Lancelot wall jump. She has Lancelot wall jump, but she's more flexible when she's getting out of the corner with Lancelot wall jump than you, right? Yeah, right? Like, I'm not even talking about Brave counter, man. She doesn't even need it, right? Like, she fucking doesn't even need it, man. Like, it's just... This is damn near a flawless character, really, right? Good thing she has 14k HP. She has 15k HP. That matters. And it is still true that, like, if you are right up in her face, right? Way up in there, Morty, right? Like, in this exact situation, right? In this exact situation, she can struggle, right? She can struggle. She has, like, a 6-frame close M. Her buttons are slow, right? Even her far L is slow, right? If you are, like, right up in her coochie, right? It can be tough for her, right? It can be tough for her. But man, that's where we start talking about Brave counter. And like, you know, it's like one of the big differences between Fairy and Matera to me, for example, is that the nerf to Brave counter felt overall like a nerf to Fairy to me. Because, you know, they rely on it heavily on defense and it's worse. And like, while yes, Brave counter is worse as a defensive option, then it's riskier to use, you can be minus, you can waste a Brave point, etc. It also helps Matera at the same time because she has one of the best Brave counter safe pressure tools in the entire game, which is this hop, right? Oh yeah, this hop, by the way, is like a mid-tier by itself. This hop move by itself is a mid-tier character. It's just like, the Zoner has one of the best turn on the Jets moves suddenly in the entire game. I don't think you need to hear me sit here and talk about Matera. We're already overtime, right? This is just arguably the single best character in the entire game, right? I don't think Hop is better than Nier. Hop is better than, like, Zoe, man, for real, right? Hop might be better than, like, Zoe. Don't know what to do against Matera, in all honesty. I mean, you do still play the same game, right? You have to, like, RPS on her zoning options. You have to represent options that are risky but beat her, etc. The problem is the risk-reward for her is just so goddamn good in a lot of these situations. And there are certain times, like with this, where she can just say, no, there's no counterplay now. You don't get counterplay anymore. And if you try it, you're taking 10,000 damage, right? Yeah. Halo Diva is like this kind of character, probably. Man, is Abel gonna be alone down there? Oh, no, he's not. No, he's not. He's gonna have one other character down there with him. Ladiva is very much the kind of character, I think, who fits this tag right here, where, like, you know, people want, this is not calendar year, okay? I'm using her as an example, right? Like, Galleon sucks a lot into, like, this lady and this guy, right? The problem with Ladiva is that, genuinely, every top tier is, like, a bad matchup for her, except for this guy, probably. You know what I mean? Like, Ladiva, he's quite strong in, like, just when you look at what her kit does. The problem is, the two things that really fuck with Ladiva are mid-range characters and zoners, right? And guess what every fucking top tier, like, besides Sora is, and maybe Meg is, right? Mid-range character can be a mid-range character and will be against Ladiva, right? I mean, not really a mid-range character. He's just, like, unique, and she can't really fuck with Grimnir's shit as well, right? Zoner, mid-range slash zoner can zone Ladiva if she wants to, right? Beatrix isn't the worst. Beatrix isn't the worst, I will say. Of all the top tiers, like, of all, like, the really good characters, she probably likes fighting Beatrix the most, like, more than any of these four, for sure, right? Zoner, right? Like, genuinely, Ladiva just loses to all of the top tiers, right? So, I feel like even though the character does insane damage, has high corner carry, good pressure, one of the best 50-50s in the game, etc., etc., she just, like, can't get any of that started against all of the relevant characters in the meta. So I have to put her down here, right? As much as I love her, I have to put her down here. I don't know, this is not necessarily ordered. They'll probably, like, Matera and Percival, and Katalina, we can just put her up here now as well. I've talked about this character to death. I'm not going to talk about her for too long. These three, to me, any one of them, you could slide Lowain in there. If you want to tell me you thought Lowain was the best character in the game, I wouldn't be too nuts with it, I think. But, like, yeah, like, these four, to me, feel a little different. Percival goes to the top? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think so. I think Percival goes to the top, absolutely. The main problem that Percival has is her, really. Right? Percival, to me, basically, at least, okay, Percival and Katalina, to me, are tied at the hip, right? Because Percival is just Katalina, who is slightly... What is Percy doing up there? He's Katalina, who is, like, slightly more volatile and fragile, but also just has this, right? Heck, I thought he'd be in high tier? No, hell no, right? This is maybe the best button in the whole game. It's another one of those, right? This is another one of those buttons where it's like, this might just be the best button in the entire game, right? 16 frame recovery, 5 active frames, biggest normal, like, this is the biggest FAR-M in the game that isn't Vasaraga's, right? It's bigger than Meg's, and it's got more active frames and less recovery, right? This just might be the best button in the whole game. This guy has some of the most damage in the mid-screen of any character in the game if he does this, and they even buffed him in this last patch, right? To make it so he can do this, and the damage is still pretty solid, right? But if he wants, he does like the most damage out of like off of his far pokes of like any character that isn't like EX Narmaya or something. Like he is gonna out damage Wilnas with his stocks up. And it's not that hard for him to get to those stocks. Flame Carpet is probably the second best move in the entire game. It's just inevitability, right? It's inevitability in a way that I feel like very few other characters have. Much easier to get in on Percy with 6XL in the game. You can contest his range. I mean, first off, he has one too, right? So it's like, it's not even like his is like horrible or something like that. It's like at a range where you can threaten Percy with 6XL, he can threaten you with 6XL, right? And outside of that, he has, again, this is like, these are both amazing stop sign buttons, and so is this. This one's a little bit riskier, certainly, but he has amazing stop sign buttons, right? It's like, if there's anyone that's going to have a good time stopping you just 6XLing in on them, him and Galleon are up there for like best stop sign buttons in the video game, right? What's better, Flame Carpet or you bros? Hard to say, right? But I'd probably give the edge to Flame Carpet personally, right? By the way, this move is not nerfed, right? They like nerfed this move. Oh, we can Brave counter it now. It makes it so like you can't just run up, do this as a throw bait and make it BC safe. That's valid. All it does now is Percy can like BC bait your ass with this sometimes, essentially. The main thing where Percy just like he just like stands out here, does Flame Carpet, and there's zero counterplay. Yeah, you can still do it from outside of BC range. So this move is the same, if arguably not buffed sometimes. Because if he is a little tricky with the spacing and you BC it and you whiff, he just kills you now. You spend the BP and he gets a combo, right? You're still cooking in the Flame Carpet. So like the move is arguably better, if not exactly the same, right? So like everything that like this character has been really strong forever, and he basically maybe he got better. They buffed him in the Wilnas patch, right? Like he can conserve his most important cooldown, which is this command dash. He can conserve this more often because they made this medium into Zarayasen a lot better, right? This, like doing this to get stocks up is a lot more valuable now because this is a combo starter, and Percy does like ending his combos in 2-1-4U for the hard knockdown on the stocks, and that's even better now. High stock Percy's even better than he used to be, right? Flame Carpet is just as good, if not better. He has like the best buttons in the game. He has one of the best DPs in the game, by the way. This actually probably, I said Siegfried is the best DP, it probably is Percy. They nerfed this thing. It's like still the best, it's like still the best fucking DP in the game, probably, right? Like, I don't know, man. What is this guy's problem? He has the same problem that almost everyone in his archetype does, but to to a very high extreme. This guy struggles with zoning like more than Galleon does. And that is super valid. However, right? To me, to a guy like me, that mostly ends up meaning that Matera beats the shit out of him. I honestly, for that, I might move him. I might move him down here, really, right? Sieg versus Percy is a losing matchup for Percy IMO. Even if it is, it's like not gonna be that big, right? Like the main thing that cooks Percy alive is this lady, and maybe this guy too, right? Maybe this guy too. I can see that, right? So like that's fair, but to me, like that's a weakness, right? It's a valid weakness of the character. But like again, it's not like he's like he's a well-rounded character with a weakness. No. This is just not a fair move. It's not good, right? Flame Carpet is not good. There's no counterplay. There's nothing you can do about it. Except of course, right? Except of course, you can always, run or jump or mash a button in the corner against a guy with some of the best stop sign normals in the game. You can certainly do that if you like. Oh, by the way, he's got a command grab too, right? Weird. You guys are weird for saying that I'm smoking dick on this one. Is this command grab worth literally anything in the corner? No. Outside of the corner? No. Right? No. However, in the corner, he just has a better version of what Beatrix has, right? Like, he just has a command grab he can combo off of, and like, he can do thousands of, like, 5k off of this pretty consistently, and if he's got stock, he can do even more, like 7, 8k off this command grab, right? Like, he just has a command grab also. On top, like, I feel like this gets slept on so much on Percy, because his Grand Blue Zone is the best in the game. Top one, right? To the point that he never needs to use his command grab. But, like, he does have one, right? Like, remember we talked about, like, oh, man, Beatrix is so crazy. You know what? No, fuck you guys. Beatrix is so crazy, and she has a command grab. Percy has, like, a lot of shit that is better than what Beatrix has, and it's a better command grab. Am I losing my mind? I don't see how this character is not ridiculous. Not just good, not just great, not just amazing. Like, insane, right? The only other thing I could say about him is that he can. How does Percy beat Matera? Do you not listen when I speak? I think you don't speak. I think you don't listen when I speak. That's okay. Some people don't. That's fine. That's okay. Bar 5M is overrated. You play the same neutral as everyone else, 6XL. What does this mean? So you said this last time. He has a 6XL too. So boom, even out the playing field. Cool, awesome. He doesn't have like a bad 6XL. He has the same one that you do. Great. Okay, now that we've established that we both have 6XL, his buttons are better than yours. Are we saying that doesn't... What do you mean? You have a 6XL, he has a 6XL. Awesome. Are you saying that 6XL is so overbearing and neutral that nothing else matters? Because I think you are probably smoking the good dick, right? Like, if the way your argument makes sense, if you're saying that 6XL is such an overbearing neutral option that variations in characters neutral otherwise are essentially negligible. And to that, I say, fuck no. What the hell? What the fuck are you talking about? No, obviously no. No, obviously no. Right? No, it's an insane thing to say. Right? No, it's an insane thing to say. It's not like Percy buttons can't stop 6XL. Any buttons can do it, but also his are like, again, better than almost any other character at doing it, besides maybe Galleon. Right? Some issue with Beatrix where he's got an issue on a certain spacing? Which one? Like, over here? Yeah, it's valid. Right? I don't know. Yeah, like, he'll struggle over here, for sure. I don't know, man. Like, I'm not unhappy, like, ever using either of these buttons. Right? Who besides 2B is beating his buttons at round start? Honestly, I think his 5M is going to beat 2B. It might not hit from round start, actually. I know it doesn't. Yeah. If 2B hits a button, though, I think he will probably, like, clash with her 5M and beat her 5H, right? Because of the hurt box extensions. Anyway, man, I don't know. I don't know. I don't get it. I put Katalina up here, too. I mean, again, these four are all interchangeable. But, like, Katalina, to me, is just Percy, but more stable and a little bit less ridiculous, right? Katalina probably is the character with actually the best buttons in the game overall, outside of this thing, right? This 2M is a war crime button. Her 4M is, again, like, I brought her out to be like, look at how good Galleon's 4M is. It's comparable to this one, right? Her corner carry is ridiculous. Light Wall is, like, the best Brave counterbait in the game, and also, like, it's also just completely safe half the time for her, right? Her damage is really high on average, right? She has, like, the best hit confirmed pool in the entire video game in this, right? Her M Fireball is like a gun that they gave to her for some ungodly reason, right? She has a low 6XM, which you fuck with. She has, right? I mean, maybe, I don't know, man. I don't, like, by the way, her damage in the mid screen is also, like, off any counter hit, she gets, like, this, which is, like, definitely fair for her to do, right? Like, she just does that, right? This is this is just the character. Like, this to me is the maxed out version of Sandalphon. Right? Of all the, like, characters where I can be like, oh yeah, like, they are really good, and that's, like, the good thing about them. That is, like, Katalina just almost has maxed out stats and everything. This character is the best, or close to the best, at fucking everything, it feels like, right? Because even, like, we can talk about, oh, her Grand Blue Zone is so good, but guess what? Her up-close pressure is also amazing because of this thing, right? You have to worry about, if you Brave counter to this, you die, and if you don't, she's fine half the time, right? Like, half the time, if she, like, tries, if you Brave counter this and she does that, half the time she's like safe too. It's not even a problem, right? Fuck, more than half the time, right? Yeah, her air buttons are amazing. Her ground buttons are amazing. Her damage is good. Her corner carry is good. Her defensive reward is good. Her offensive reward is good. Her mid-screen reward, meterless, is good. Like, she has a really good fireball. She has, this, by the way, as well, Enchanted Lance, being just like the best one of these moves that are like this in the video game, right? Where she can actually just stand completely outside the range you can interact and go, oh, you weren't pressing a button, were you? You weren't hitting a button, were you? You weren't, like, you didn't dare to, like try to get out of the corner, did you? Right? You just get hit by this and then you go straight to hell. I really, like, even when we talk about, like, oh, these characters, throws and mids, remember the Sacred Scrolls? Listen, man. I've heard the phrase a lot. What is someone's Grand Blue Zone? It's this, basically. It's like standing under the clock and poking from here, right? Like, this area where they're standing is what people usually refer to as the Grand Blue Zone, because someone, maybe it was like Jitsu or something, said it, and everyone's like, that's really cool. But anyway, point being, like, she just don't, I knew Brick would not downplay Katalina, yeah. Like, this character just does, like, everything nearly, I mean, like, even this weakness of the archetype, I'll tell you what, Katalina likes fighting Matera a lot more than almost every other member of her archetype, besides, like, I don't know, man. Like maybe Samblefon or something. This because she also just happens to have a fucking gun that is like incredibly high reward if she hits it on you, even from like full screen, right? Like even from full screen, Katalina can do like this, like fucking like you fireball, run up, like you fireball, run up, fucking you fireball, and like convert this shit, right? Like it's crazy. Like it's like she has like a full screen call out that she can combo off of. Like it gets her like crazy reward even from all the way over here, man. So like this to me is like the ultimate just. The character does everything. The character does literally everything, right? Yeah, it's more, it crumples for longer than it used to, too. She fired 3 bullets and made it across the screen, yeah. It's like, even like the usual weakness of her archetype, which is that they get, you know, they get murdered by zoning. Katalina certainly does not like fighting Matera, but again, she probably likes it more than almost any other member of her archetype. And that's like, you know, the one weakness that they're supposed to have, and she mitigates it better than almost anyone, right? I say almost anyone, I'm not even sure. Like, maybe Sandy has, like, better anti-zoning or something like that. That's kind of it, right? Maybe Belial can do some weird fucking shit, but I think Belial's 5U is probably not availing him against Matera. So, yeah, this character is ridiculous, right? Yeah, these... It's hard to say. Cag feels really up there, huh? Is Cag better than Beatrix? It feels that way to me. It feels that way to me. Maybe I'm smoking dick, but it feels. I think Cag might be better than Beatrix for real. Yes, yeah. I think you guys are right. I think Cag's better than Beatrix. Lance, man, listen. Nah, no. I think Cag is better. I do. I think Cag is better than Beatrix. I think Cag is actually better than Beatrix. Yeah. You can I said it first, so no. Kill yourself. Nah, you're smoking dick with that. Nah, I think you're wrong. I think you're wrong. Cag's worse than Beatrix. You have an agenda. Lance is weird, man. I don't know where to put this guy. Because, like, he's good for sure, right? The question is he like here or is he here, right? The 7 characters in upper 6? Yeah, mids? No. What are you talking about? What the fuck? I do think he's here, though, right? I do think he's here. People have kept trying to convince me on the Lancelot is top tier agenda, but I don't think so, right? But he is, like, the buffs helped him a lot, right? His 5L is still, like, the worst button in the game, maybe. But like the M Fireball is ridiculous. His Eureka is ridiculous. EX Fireball is awesome. His damage is way higher now, right? He gets way higher reward on like anything where you challenge his pressure, right? So which makes him, which if you sit still, it means he can do a lot more of his like fake Lancelot shit to you. Crazy Lance placement after yesterday's glaze. Who was glazing Lancelot yesterday? I think. Yes, were we watching the tournament yesterday? I feel like I explicitly mentioned people keep telling me Lancelot might be top tier, and I don't think I agree. His combos still work as a sleep aid? Yeah. His, like, the character is just incredibly solid, right? The main thing, I don't know, Lance is broken IMO? You might be right, man. You might be right, you know? I think he's below Sieg. I don't think Sieg is that good. I think Sieg is a nice, stable character, but... honestly, think everyone in high tier is a bigger threat than Lance? I don't think I buy that. But I like... My only, like, really, the direction that I'm going is, like, do I have Lance too low, right? Because when I think about it, again, low health, no meterless DP, shit buttons, right? Like, they're not, like, it's not even like, oh, they're good for rushdown. Yeah, sure, they are, right? Like, certainly, his close M, his close L, things like that are very good. But, like, man, does he just have the worst 5L in the entire video game? Like, it maybe the, like, that's the worst light in the game, I think. He's the only character in the game who can never, like, bait a BC with a button. He can never hit a BC and then block after. That matters, right? Though certainly matters less now that he has medium fireball, making him BC safe on, like, everything, right? Yeah, Turbulence is a very good anti-zoning move, too, which is, I mean, he's a rushdown character. You would hope that he has that, right? His defensive rewards certainly got a lot better when well, now they can do 2L, 2M into, like, Blade Impulse, Sideswap you, kill you, right? I put him in high tier back when his ult fireball wasn't nerfed. Whoa. That Lance was, like, the 4th best character in the game in a way stronger meta. You realize that Lance was, like, better than any character on this list, right? The Lance you're talking about? By, like, a lot? Like, Lance from, like, 1.3 Grand Blue or something? He mogs the entire game currently. What do you mean you put him high tier back? I'm moving on. I You know what, chat? Chat, I love you. I'm not gonna look at you for these next 5 characters because I'm done. I'm done. I've had my fill of arguing. You guys can argue amongst yourselves on the next 5 characters, but like that's that broke me, I think. The idea that 1.0 Lance is high tier in current Gran Blue. You know what? Chat, I love you. I'm closing the 2 chat windows. I'm not. You guys talk amongst yourselves. I'm gonna open you back up once we're done, okay? Oh man. Oh, this is good. You know what? I can only imagine what you motherfuckers are gonna say when I put Charlotta as bottom 4. Yeah, this character sucks. I don't want to hear it. Zerom gapped you in bracket. I've talked about why Charlotta's bad. Ad infinitum. Zerom gapped you in bracket. Zerom's better than you. Go for it, man. This character is not good. We're moving on. And you know what? Now that I can't see chat, I love just imagining doing things that'll piss you guys off. Because I'm like, and you know what? And she's worse than EX Djeeta. Yep, that's damn right. She's worse than EX Djeeta. EX Djeeta is Djeeta, but a lot worse, certainly. Because EX Djeeta, basically, if we can talk about Djeeta and EX Djeeta at the same time here, basically. Yes, that's right. Charlotta is worse than EX Djeeta. Chatter, whose angry message I can't see right now. Charlotta is worse than EX Djeeta, and you have to hold that shit, right? You have to hold that shit. Tell me again why her jump arc being 4 frames faster than everyone else makes her a top tier, and that's the only thing she has going for her. Tell me again why her having a worse version of Anila's hop in Demon Flip makes her makes her a top tier. Go for it. It's fine. It's okay. You lost to Zerom in bracket. You're allowed to have that opinion. But yeah, so basically, if we talk about like Djeeta and EX Djeeta, both characters have very, very solid, like just a great kit of normals, right? Amazing 2M, pretty good far H, pretty solid far M, pretty great far L, right? Pretty fucking awesome far L with like the 5 active frames on this boy, right? The big things though, like and also, you know, they do like pretty, like they have 8-frame close H's, so they get like a lot of damage off like close L's like this. They have grounded combo extenders, right? So they can do, again, like just pretty high damage on any of these like stray hits, whatever, right? It's all very good for them, right? The main, like, these are like solid in a vacuum. Djeeta's like base kit is like the definition of like a solid like mid-tier character who feels a little underpowered, right? Why does EX Djeeta stay there and regular Djeeta does not? Spoiler alert, by the way. Regular Djeeta is like here-ish? Character's pretty good. Right? Why does Djeeta break out of that barrier and EX Djeeta doesn't? Well, because the things that are special about EX Djeeta basically are that she can, she has like mid-screen off of her auto combo in particular. She can like do this, right, into like extensions, and I guess that's cool. And also, with the stocks up, right, her fireballs become pretty good pressure tools, right? That's not bad. And she has like a decent throw bait, right? It's not great. 26 frames is not the fastest thing in the world, but it's not the slowest thing in the world, right? It's like a similar speed to Meg's, which is already a little slow, right? Like Meg's is on the slower end of things for sure. But this one's plus at the very least, right? She can do it with M as well, right? Which is also plus, and it's way slower. But like the height difference there can make it like kill people who try to delay tech with close L, depending on the character. She's got a throw bait, which is nice, right? And she has, you know, some decent mid-screen occasionally if you get a close enough hit with your U skills. And again, the fireballs make pretty decent pressure tools, like where you can be like slightly minus but spaced, right? In a lot of these cases, right? Even right there on like a non-cooldown move, but you are spending a resource for this still. It's just like she has the solid base that Djeeta is, but nothing else that she does is very engaging, right? Whereas the reason to me that Djeeta is a much more impressive character than EX Djeeta is Djeeta has all of that, but you know, where Djeeta's mid-screen certainly suffers, Djeeta has really no scenario where her mid-screen is good, right? She can get like decent carry, meterless, right? This is a good corner carry, right? So that's at least something. But like, she does have like the Siegfried problem to a slightly lesser extent, right? Where like, you know, because her corner carry is already like significantly better than his, right? But if she doesn't want to, if she wants to spend U skills though, is where it's just like, it's worse, right? There's like no meaningful way for Djeeta to spend meter to extend, get more damage on these hits, you know, get more carry on these hits. That sucks for her a lot, right? In exchange, she gets a couple of different things. One, this, which like this charge fireball is just one of the best things that any character in the video game can do. It's just fireball drive rush, right? If you ever give Djeeta too much space, she wins neutral now. If you try to jump it, you die. If you try to roll it, you die. If you block it, she's plus 17, right? She's in on your face, right? It'll beat your fireball as well if you try to throw a fireball back in retaliation. Like you kind of can never give Djeeta too much free space, or she does that and you lose. And she has the U fireball. It really is mostly her fireball, which is, it always, like if I have her set to Brave counter here, right? Djeeta's U Fireball, you can't Brave counter it until... Oh, they don't even do it, apparently? Oh, no, because... No, why don't you do it? Weird. It is BC safe, though, I promise you. You can never... Like, Djeeta can always block this. It's BC safe. And if it counter hits you, you die. So it's kind of like you can use it the way that you could... used to be able to use, like, Percy Flame Carpet, right? Where you can just like run up, make it a throw bait, it's plus on block, it's BC safe, and if they do anything, they go straight to hell, and it's a shit ton of damage. So like this is an incredibly belligerent pressure tool. And then Djeeta also has like a throw bait. Not quite as flexibly, it's arguable, honestly, because like hers isn't on cooldown, but you're gonna need to charge up that 5U. Now, most of her corner combos can end up in her charging up that 5U, right? But like this is also basically the exact same thing as the other Djeeta's 2-2H, right? It's a plus on block, throw baiting move. A little slow at 26 frames for sure, right? But it leads into big damage if you get hit by this, right? Even bigger than EX Djeeta. As well as also being plus, right? So she really the only where Djeeta's kit without like is just a Shoto with a fireball and fine normals and a good 6XL and a low hitting 6XM and like a normal 6XH, right? And like pretty decent damage in the corner. That's nothing inspiring, but like the trade-off then between EX Djeeta, what she has to offer for herself is, hey, if I get an auto combo, I get good mid-screen, which is like the Zoe problem again, right? Like it's not that impressive, really. And then what Djeeta has to offer is I have like charge fireball, which is ridiculous, U fireball, which is ridiculous, and I also have a throw bait, and so does EX Djeeta, right? So to me, this Djeeta is obviously better than this Djeeta, but she's not like horrendous or anything like that. She just feels like she needs another thing. You know what I mean? Kind of like Zoe, honestly. She feels like she needs like another thing. She needs one more thing for me to mention when I'm talking about how good she is, because it's just not really there. You know what I mean? Oh, and by the way, just before, answering the fake chat message doesn't exist that I can't see. If someone is like, oh, but with the stocks up, her fireball basically is charged fireball. No, it isn't. It's too fast. It is charged fireball in the sense that like it'll win fireball wars, but it's actually too fast. You can't really run behind it and get anything, right? This is more so like you can kind of with that, but like it's still not quite the same, right? It's still a little too quick. It has a little bit too much recovery. It reaches the opponent a little too fast, right? That like there's a lot more to do against her like light fireball than this, right? Yeah. And then Gran and EX Gran. These characters are both just... I think I am still of the mind... I think I am still of the mind that EX Gran's a little better, right? We can talk about both of these in the same breath as well. There's like a nice like Shoto picnic sandwich here somewhere, right? Maybe EX Gran is well, Anila is probably the best of these, unironically. It is kind of... Anila probably is better than every one of these characters, unironically. But yeah, Anila probably is the best of these. But like... These are literally Mr. Blue and Mr. Blue, right? I don't think we have to talk about them for too long. Again, more so, I think people know generally, like what it, like, again, Gran, right? Arguably, in many ways, arguably a better kit of buttons than Djeeta, baseline, right? Like a better far M, a different 2M, but maybe a better 2M, right? A better far H. Like he's a little bit better than Djeeta on all of these, right? He doesn't have her charge fireball, right? He doesn't have her throw bait. These are the big things that Galleon, that Gran loses out on. What he gets in exchange is the fear of God, right? What Gran gets in exchange is the ability to put the fear of God into you, right? He like this 5U on regular Gran is just like, do something, motherfucker, I dare you, do something, I dare you, motherfucker, do something, I dare you, do something, and if you do, right, Gran gets just like insane amounts of damage off of everything. Like his basic offensive game plan, a lot of characters are gonna have to sacrifice like, oh, I want to set up a safe jump here, so I'm gonna do a little bit less damage, or like, oh, I want to get a resource here, so I have to give up some damage, or like, oh, I want to do X, Y, or Z, so I have to give up some damage. Gran's game plan is the damage, right? And he can get everything that he wants, 5U charge or whatever, while doing as much damage as he can, right? So at the end of the day, what ends up happening is Gran just never has to sacrifice damage for anything, and that's why that's why it feels like this character hits you so goddamn hard on every starter, right? Like his best starters are the things he wants to be going for anyway, right? So this 5U is like just crazily scary, right? Gran in the Gran Blue zone here, 9 frame far H, 7 frame far M, and if you respect it, he just gets to charge this up, and if you don't respect it, you go to hell, right? Also, everything in Gran's kit like combos into itself, right? Like, fuck, what is it? It's which button does he have that, like, combos into? Yeah, like, counter hit far L goes into far M, and I thought, is it 2M? Oh, yeah, counter hit 2M goes into far H, right? Yeah. Right? Like, getting counter hit by this guy on any way, shape, or form just gets you sent to hell, and again, the hell is infinite damage, because that's what Gran does, right? Like off of just any little hits, he's breaking 6k. Like he's doing Wilnas numbers like all the fucking time, basically. And that's not even a good starter, man. Right? That's not even like 5U or counter hit something or whatever. That's not even a good combo. I could have done more damage too. It's not even a good combo necessarily. I didn't even fireball in that shit. I didn't raging strike. I didn't super. I didn't do anything. Right? Gran breaks 6k on like every interaction, basically, no matter what it is, because of the fact that his game plan is the damage. His game plan is to kill you. Right? The main things with this guy really are also, I mean, again, he's got otherwise, you know, like, again, War Crime, JU, right? Pretty, like, standard-ass fireball. The fireball that you compare other fireballs to. It's nothing special. The U fireball, though, is pretty good. And they did buff this thing, too, where it works a little bit like Djeeta's. It'll wall bounce even on regular hits. Though I do believe this one is not BC safe. Yeah, right? So this one will wall bounce even on regular hits, but he doesn't have the BC safe privileges that Djeeta does. Still, though, right? A pretty nice U fireball for Granule right there. This, to me, like, Gran, he is Gran. He is blue. He is just strong-ass character. Is he ridiculous? Is he insane? Is he, oh my god, please nerf immediately? No, right? He is just playing the, like he is just playing the Gran Blue game, right? He's just doing Gran Blue Zone. He has plus frames up close. He has good frame data on his shit. Gran is just trying to outstat you. And he probably is going to, right? He's not going to do any tricky shit like throw bait you or mix you or like, you know, set up any kind of nonsense like that. Gran just is stronger than you, and he's going to beat you up as a result. He's going to do more damage than you on average when he hits you. He's going to, you know, have more plus frames than you. His moves are going to be faster. He's going to have more ways to fuck you over, right? He is going to be like level 10 when you're level 9. That's the whole game plan of the character, and you know what? Turns out it works pretty damn well. Gran's primary concerns is like when he runs into a guy who's a little stronger than he is, right? Gran kind of is a little bit of a bully, right? So we start talking about Gran fighting a character who's like him but stronger, like Katalina or something like that. Things get a little spooky, right? But even then, he can still hold his own, right? Gran still is doing like damage that even Katalina is not doing, right? Or even Percy is not doing, things like this, right? But like when Gran can't just raw outstat the character, things tend to get a little hard for him. EX Gran is almost exactly the same thing. So that's why I spent so much time talking about Gran, because EX Gran is almost everything I said about Gran applies, except EX Gran has basically not a he doesn't have a fireball, right? So, you know, a little bit, certainly a lot. Well, I mean, this is okay. It's like half screen. It's something. But, like, he basically doesn't have a fireball. He's a lot more liable to getting, like, you know, zoned out like that. He can't really participate in fireball wars to the same extent. Though he does have a... Oh, no, he doesn't have a U fireball. It's EX Djeeta. Yeah. EX Djeeta has a U fireball. So he can't really participate in fireball wars as such, right? Which is kind of rough for him. However, in exchange for that and losing Gran's 5U, one, they give him a throw bait, right? Two, they give him... Gran's mid-screen is not bad by any means, right? But they give him even better mid-screen with this, like, U decimate into, you know, micro dash, close L, close H, whatever the fuck you want, right? He gets even better mid-screen and carry than regular Gran with, like, shit like that, right? I think... Is it? I think you would do, like, dash up, close L... Oh! Dash up, close L, close H, auto combo into maybe just M boots. M boots would carry a long way there, but I'm not sure if you could still extend it after the fireball. I think your pushback scaling might be fucked. Maybe I'll take a far M. I am curious. Oh, why am I getting far L there, man? I'm ass. I'm washed. Auto combo might have more pushback scaling. You get the idea, though. I mean, I can do like a shittier version with less damage if I just do something like this, right? I think you can far M there. I think, right? Like if I go bonk, bonk. Point being, he has better mid-screen than Granule-san. Yeah, there you go. Right, and then you will boot after that. It's like, this is a lot of damage and a lot of corner carry. And you can do even more damage off of this if you weren't ass like myself, right? But I mean, that is, again, comparable. That is like Catalina level shit that he's doing there. And he can repeat it as well because it's a grounded extender. So if he really wants to, he can do it twice. And then he pushes you all the way to the corner and gets a corner combo. So he can cash out really well with his back to the wall. And he gets a throw bait in Decimate, right? This is a real, honest-to-God throw bait. The shit is 23 frames. It's airborne pretty quickly. Weirdly enough, it's not airborne at the end. You can throw him out of this, right? He also gets special-to-special cancels, which means that his pressure can be a little bit more tricksy with it, right? This is another plus-on-block special for him, too, that regular Gran wouldn't have normally, because his EX Fireball is still plus-on-block, just like Gran's, right? Yeah, he has more plus frames in general, because this is plus, right? He can steal turns with this, right? He has... like this for plus frames where EX Gran doesn't. I guess his DP being his 5U and being a 12 framer is not good for him. But to me, the trade-offs is kind of the opposite between EX Djeeta and Gran, right? Gran's 5U and his better fireball are a big deal, but there's a longer list of smaller things on regular Gran. Throw bait is huge. Slightly better mid-screen is a big deal. More plus frames is a decently big deal, right? So, like, better corner carry on average in general, too, right? Like, all of this stuff, to me, is, like, enough that EX Gran feels a little better than regular Gran. But I think they're not, like, worlds apart or anything like that, right? But if you had to ask me, I'll definitely tell you that I think EX Gran's a little better than regular. That's crazy. These two really are the only two. I mean, I would have put Zoe in here previously. I put UL in here before I realized that UL was kind of nuts and I was kind of wrong for that, right? Maybe you could argue EX Djeeta down here, but I personally don't really see it, right? This is a little weird for sure. But I mean, that's a good thing, right? This is a good thing, right? It is nice that we... say I'm right. I know you hate me for putting Charlotta down here. I understand, right? But say that I'm right and this is what it looks like. It is kind of nice that, like, you know, there's only 4 characters that I could really, like, say, oh god, please help them, please, right? Like, a lot of these mid-tiers need, like, a little bit. And if you want to say Fairy's here, you could do that, okay? Fucking fuck, right? But, like, these guys are mostly, like, if they got, like, a little bit of something, or if, like, a top tier got nerfed, they really fucked them over or something, they'd be a lot better off, right? These characters are mostly in a good spot, I think. And then, really, the problem with the game, to me... Also, I guess it is going to be... you know, I did call it'll be 7-7 when I started, and it is 7-7. All right, man. I can't call it the upper 6 and lower 6. I was wrong. Maybe Meg deserves to be up here, and it's like 8 and 6, but I'm not quite so sure that I see it yet, but I could see it. I could see it, but I'm not quite so sure I'm convinced yet. I think I'm relatively happy with this overall, though. Right? These are... Like, the tiers are roughly ordered. Yeah. But, like... Yeah. Like, it's more so there's, like, groupings. Like, these, like, 6... and then, like, these 3, maybe, and then, like, these 5, and then, like, these 4, or something like that. You can order them in whatever order you want. I think I'm happy with this. All right, I'm opening chat again. Be nice. I mean, don't be nice. Just, like, try not to be... You can be argumentative, that's fine. Just try not to say things like 1.0 Lancelot is a high tier. Fuck you, Brick! Cave Diver Voss is insane, though? Maybe, man, maybe. Okay, we talked about it, right? But again... The big thing with Voss is I thought he was here last patch before he got nerfed. So, for this to be wrong now, right, two things have to be... One of two things has to be true, right? Either his nerf didn't really matter, which maybe, but I don't think I buy that, or he was higher than that before, like, he was higher before, right? Either of those things could be right, but personally, I don't agree with them currently. You know what I mean? Brooke, let me talk my shit on Meg being high top. Go for it, man. Meg to high, Catalina to low. I mean, again, see, I missed that. You were smoking major dick. That's valid, man. You can. Here's the thing with me, right? The Galleon placement worked out. I hate to say it. Yeah, that's why I'm like, I said outright when we put her in there, it was her and Sandalphon, and I was like, I said outright, hold on a second, Galleon is not going to be high on this in this tier. Don't worry, right? But I was like, I don't think the gap in strength between like Galleon and like EX Gran is insane or anything like that, right? I know it should be above UL at least. Yeah, sure. Why not? I'm okay with that. We could do like this. I'm okay with that. But yeah, I think I'm happy with this. Is the newest version of Abel much worse than the last one? Not really. I think he might be a little worse because I think okay, two things basically affected my Abel placement. One, I was always fixated on the fact that him doing a little bit less damage but spending a little bit less health was a good trade for him. That's true. I was right about that. But I ignored the fact that that's not all that happened to him in the patch. They also took away 214U being plus, right? Which is a big deal. That matters. And then, on top of that, I think I was just being too nice to Abel before. I think I was not being mean enough to him for how much he just kills himself. You know what I mean? I put Zoe in high tier now. Way more corner carry. Yes, off auto combo. And way more combo routes, so better average damage. She's really much better than last patch? Maybe. I mean, maybe if I discovered that, like, that 6238 shit was helping her off of, like, you know, her far end or something, I'd be way more on board, but I don't think so. Fun watching, brother. Hope you talk about topics such as developing a solid conscious framework to build your intuition. I think it's something we've been sidestepping in the FGC for too long. I often do talk about playing with, like, intentionality and, like, the mindset when you approach your ranked games with, yeah. Well, maybe we'll do a dedicated discussion on it at some point, but I think I'm happy with this. Right? Now, again, right? Be careful about the numbering. Because, like, technically, you know, Zoe is, like, bottom 6. She is, right? But I don't think Zoe's bad. Like, I really want you to look at the tiers. The characters in the tiers, it's, you guys remember that shit? I forget, Any ball heads? Any ball numbers? Who's that? Like, he was like the worst player in the NBA. He was benched like all the time, etc., etc. But then like people were talking shit on him, whatever, and he like played some fans, destroyed them, and he said, "I'm closer to LeBron than you are to me." You know what I mean? Don't worry too much about the fact that, like, I don't know, Zeta is technically like bottom 13 or something like that on this list. The tiers matter a lot here, right? Lewis Hamilton? I don't think that's quite right. But like you know, like Galleon is a lot closer to like Vasaraga in my head than she is to Fairy. You know what I mean? Like Seox is a lot closer to like 2B than he is to Fairy in my head. There's like a really big, there's like the tiers matter a lot more here. Not so much the fact that, you know, again, technically like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Seox is bottom 11. That doesn't really, that's different to me, you know? Really the White Mamba, yeah. The big problem here, I think, is just this game on the bottom end. I feel like by and large, besides the top tier and bottom tier, this game's very balanced. I agree. And I think the bottom tier is shrinking. It's disappearing, right? Think Fairy's nerf last patch really hurt her? Yes, I do. Yeah, I do. I think I do a lot, yeah. I think that Gespenst side swap over time, like when they first revealed it in the Versusia patch, I was like, this doesn't matter at all. And then over time, I was like, this is amazing for her. And then I was like, and I thought it was better and better and better and better over time. We put Zeraom on this tier list. Zeraom's like here, man. I don't know what to tell you. Loain is high tier? No, Loain's not high tier. Loain's high top tier. Loain is like arguably the best character in the game, brother. This character's fucking stupid. Will there ever be 3 tiers? Quite great balanced game. I think we had 4. At a certain, there was a point there, like post Sandalphon patch or something. Maybe like right before the Sandalphon patch where we had like maybe 4. Brian Scalabrine? Thank you, Tubby. Yeah, that's the guy. But yeah, really there's even if you think I'm wrong about Charlotta, even better, right? Like if you think Charlotta's like here, even better. There's no way you all stronger than Charlotta. It's not even close. It's not even close. UL is twice as good as Charlotta. But yeah, like even say you agree with me and I'm right that Charlotta is not very good or something like that. There's 4 characters down here who I'm like really need help, right? And the mid tiers are like the minor buffs. Everyone else is fine. Really, the bigger problem to me, in the current balance of the game is this side of things, right? There's like all of these characters. There are 14 characters. Like everyone here, I would want to get some amount of nerfs, and everyone here I want to get a lot of nerfs. You know what I mean? So there's 14 characters where I go, those characters are a little too good, right? I think there's an argument that EXGen could be swapped with Lotta. I don't think swapped. If you want to do this, I think it's a little bit but I can see it. But no, you can't get me to put Charlotta out of there. But yeah, there's 14 characters up here who I would rather see get a little worse, right? Yeah, I mean, that's true. It's good to... It is good, you're right, in the sense that it would be a lot worse if there were only 3 of them and they were like 2 tiers better than everyone else. It is certainly nice that I can look at 14 characters and go, these are top tier. It is, I guess it's a little beggars can't be choosers, right? Like really, yeah, I guess like really, arguably, it's only this list that is like a really big problem. Do you know what I mean? Does really need to be nerfed? Yeah, I think so. It's like only these 7 where I'm like, please help. Like, please do something about them. Do you know what I mean? Like at the low top tiers, I mean, they're stupid, right? But like, I guess it really is only like 7 characters where I'm like, this is a real problem that needs to be fixed. And at this point, like, you know, these 4 are just like pissing me off. And I mean, Cag got developed, to be fair. But like these 4 are just pissing me off because they just been like this for like a year, and then they buffed these 2. So it really is like these 4 are really pissing me off. But yeah, I think I'm happy with this. Surprised they kept the meter refund on Flame Carpet. I'm surprised they kept fucking half the shit that they kept on Flame Carpet. What, you nerf from Versusia? 2L, 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 2L. Make it like -1. Boom. That's it. Her fucking carry? I don't even care, man. Give her a carry. She can have like the best corner carry in the game. That's okay. 2L, 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 2L,